for the amazing greeting to Spirit of Place. Put your hands together for Yalaka.
Another beautiful welcome. They've been spectacular across the 2 weekends of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. And now it's down to the business of playing a game of football. The conditions are magnificent. A man who's downstairs enjoying the sunshine, the 200-game sharpshooter, Ben Dixon. Welcome to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. Just an update on the laid out. So Tex Walker is out. Sid Draper will come in and be the substitute early in this match. And I just want to talk about the key, and pardon the pun, Ben Keys. He's definitely massive for Adelaide, and especially midfield forward and the way he plays his role. So you got Fogarty, Thilthorpe and Rankin. They're the Ferraris, but you can't start a Ferrari unless you got the keys, and I feel his role in Adelaide's season so far has been very pivotal. 17 disposals on average. He's kicked 16 goals, 6 score involvements. He's averaging per game, so he has his hand in everything. So if you're an enemy analysis from West Coast perspective, you'd be putting some time and effort into him. He is a connector, he hits the scoreboard, and it plays a big part for the Crows.
Yeah, good call. Looking forward to this one getting underway. Looking forward to calling alongside Kelly Underwood as well. Welcome to you, Kel.
Thank you, Dwayne. It's great to be here. Very much looking forward to this one. I wonder how the Eagles will back up after last week's emotional victory. I used the mantra last week with their coach, Andrew McQualter, be the best teammate you can be. And I wonder if they can carry that on here this afternoon. The Adelaide Crows, 6 wins, 4 losses, and as you said, a win today, and they'll be into the top 4. Sitting alongside Mark Rasciuto and Sean Burgoyne. And Rude, no Tex Walker today. He's a late out. What does that mean for Darcy Fogarty? He's coming off arguably one of his best games, 4th straight against the Crows at the against Collingwood at the MCG last week.
And arguably having his best season as well. 25 goals, not quite halfway through the season. You can see him sitting up at the top end of the Coleman medal. Look, he has just matured fantastically over the last few years. It takes a long time for these big forwards to grow up and feel comfortable and understand their role in an AFL football side, and Darcy's done that now. He's not just kicking goals, he's actually a real good organiser and a good leader of the football club, and that has all sort of blossomed out of the last few years. So at some stage in the future, there's not going to be a Tex Walker out on the field, full stop, but today they've got an opportunity just to practice what it's like to be without one of the greatest ever goal kicker at the Adelaide Football Club. So great opportunity for the forwards and for everyone in the team today to play without Tex.
And Sean, what a great exhibition of Indigenous football we're going to see this afternoon. 2 Indigenous footballers, of course, for the Crows in Miller and Rankin. And you can see left of screen there's 4 Indigenous players in Tim Kelly, Liam Ryan, Tyler Brockman and Terrell Dewar. Dewar's going to stay as the sub. Tell us a little bit about Liam Ryan. He's been playing more in the midfield this year, Sean.
Well, he has. Last week was a real good game for him. Had the 14 disposals, 2 goals. And of his 14 disposals, 9 were score involvement. So get the ball in his hands, definitely centre forward, and they will hit the scoreboard. He's 2nd for score involvements at West Coast, 3rd for goal assists at West Coast. So he just needs the ball in his hands more often going forward. And I think getting him on ball and getting him a touch early does wonders for his confidence, and also just frees up the forward line, gets another young guy in there and just throws the magnets around, as the coach said before the game. So get the ball in his hands centre forward and they should hit the scoreboard.
Crows have won the last 5 between these two. The last time the West Coast Eagles won was on this ground back in round 18, 2021. And we'll wait and see where Oscar Allen lines up this afternoon as well. The last 2 back where he belongs in that forward 50. And it was great to see him hit the scoreboard last week, kick a couple in that emotion-charged victory.
Adelaide have won the toss and are kicking with the wind, and there's a reasonable breeze today too. Might even get stronger as the day goes on, so expect Adelaide to take full advantage of that in that first quarter.
So Oscar Allen going forward, which is a good sign for Eagles fans. And we're all set. Harley Reid, gee, he's hit form the last couple of weeks. Got a little bit of that swagger back. Ryan in the centre, Brady Hoff in the centre, and Berry, who's been the sub recently, coming in for a start. And we're all set to go. Flynn coming off his best game in the yellow and gold. up against Riley O'Brien. It's all go from Adelaide Oval. Round 11 continues. O'Brien. Berry should get there first. Tackled straight away by Ryan. Tries to get the handball away. O'Brien. Here's Rankin. Burst. Harley can't pick him up. Draws the defender. Now there's a free kick. He travelled too far. It's a travel. Oh, he got excited in Indigenous round back at home, Dwayne.
Oh, they should extend it to 20 anyway. And the kicks to 20 maybe. Little chip inside by Brock. Hunt.
Outside 5. Outside 5. Fly on. Yours. End zone.
Slam towards. Well, Allen's playing forward as we mentioned, but mark taken by Keane. You're allowed to run 20 from full back. They've been allowing that for all the last couple of seasons, so they might as well make it for the midfield as well. Wide ball from Saligo. Keys, the man Ben Dixon said is so important.
Outside 5.
Joint winner of the best and fairest last year. Just a little bit of a hesitation step, and then decides to continue on. No Tex Walker if you've just tuned in, so a bit of a late withdrawal. They've rested him, and he kicked 19 goals in 2 games one season against the Eagles 2 years ago, so 10 goals and 9 goals in that season, so pretty breathe a sigh of relief the Eagles coaching staff knowing Tex isn't out there.
Yeah, a couple of the key position defenders for the West Coast would breathe a sigh of relief, Edwards and Brock, but they have got Thilthorpe and Foggy to worry about.
Here's Hewitt, taken high by Cumming.
Might see the Eagles cut some angles, not so much keep the ball long today, which might catch Adelaide off guard a little bit early.
Great to see Elijah Hewitt, a top draft pick, playing some consistent footy after a couple of injury-riddled ones. And there's the first contested mark going to the Crows ruckman over the West Coast Eagles ruck. Down the line, on the lead, Dawson, so strong overhead, he'll want to go. Has a bounce, delivers on the left, sees something in the pocket that he likes. It's still Thorpe, the contested marking. Kingi's won a free.
Gee, they took the time blowing the whistle, didn't they? Whether it was a mark or a free kick. He certainly thought about whether it was there or not, the umpire. But Matty Nix said when we talked pre-game about only having the 2 key tools, you might see a bit more of Dawson and other players down there. And Dawson was the one who took the mark.
Well, Thilthorpe gets the ball at the highest point, doesn't he? It's so hard to spoil that as a defender. When you put those long arms up and you're already at 200 centimetres.
Goal kicking is going to be important today with this win too. It's a bit tricky out there, and they didn't take their chances last week.
The star key forward goalless last week for the first time this year. The first kick can set up your afternoon, and it's a good one by Riley.
All started with a mark by Riley O'Brien in the back line, which is exactly what they want the big ruck to do. Then Dawson did a great mark as well, and then finished off with Riley Thilthorpe. You can just see there, absolutely at the top, as Sean Burgoyne said. Marriage trying to come over the top, couldn't quite get up there, up to the big fella. Marriage not small himself.
Fifth 54% of the Crows' goals come from marks inside 50. So West Coast just got to be on to kill the ball in the air, give them a chance to run that out through ground ball.
Huge opportunity for Thilthorpe. Most he's ever kicked in a game is the 5. Kicked that on debut. He's kicked the 5 since. No Tex to get in his way today. Reid. A brilliant game last week. Still only season 2. Brockman turns and goes. Just sits it on the head of Oscar Allen. In fact, just it over his head. Keen, easy cut-off mark.
Just got to hit them ones. Allen had the lead up on. If you're going to go for the lead and you kick it over their head, they're short entries, and then the opposition can intercept mark and launch off that.
He had 3 or 4 metres on him as well, Oscar Allen. Sam Berry sub last 3 games, but starts in the 22 today, so good news for him. So
that was
the record is
a good kick, Dwayne.
Just takes the mark. Is Sid Draper for the Crows.
Yeah, just saying that Sam Berry then put it to the advantage side of Thilthorpe. Didn't give the defender Edwards any chance at all.
They did really well defensively last week, West Coast, to just stop St Kilda's ball movement, but Adelaide are a different proposition. They can move the ball nice and quick.
Michael Annie back to Laird, had the fumble, but he can regather here, tries to fire it out to Millera, stolen by Kelly. Quick hands to Baker, now Hewitt. They can link up here. Cross over the top to Brockman, looks inside, and all by himself is Brady Hoff. started in the midfield, can kick the first one here for the visitors.
One fumble, Sean, and that's what happens.
Well, West Coast pressure's been up, and we spoke to the coach, and he's made that a conscious effort across the team. But I really like the fact they didn't just get the ball and blast it from that turnover. They used their hands, they ran forward, and Brockman had the opportunity to have a crack at goal or lower his eyes. Really good passage of play from West Coast.
Much improved player for the Eagles this year. Moving from halfback into the midfield. He's a lifelong West Coast Eagles fan. They should be able to strike back and level it up at Adelaide Oval.
That's what you want to do, cause the turnovers. Laird was the one who fumbled it, and as Sean said, didn't blaze well. Let's have a look at it. That was the after he got the ball back from the fumble. Just here, Kelly getting his arms up. That was really important. Look at the run from Hoff. He's run 100 metres to get this ball. Great find too. Lowered the eyes. Found the easy target.
Well, there's a level of maturity in that. Instead of just blazing away, you actually keep calm, composed, run and link up, use the numbers, and get it in a really good attacking position. They just need to replicate that now.
Took the first goal of his career last week against the Saints. Brady Holt, 24-possession game. Fined, not suspended for bumping an injured player as well. Ryan Marshall, so got away with that. Rankin will turn and go. Berry, I don't think he owes them one. Big crash. And now chance for Peatling. But as Mark Mafuto said, that the boys were down there pre-game in that breeze. It is a little tricky. It looks perfect on your screen at home, but they are going to have to make the most of their shots.
So all tied up, one apiece. Marrick to bring it back into play. You can see puts his eyes up to stop the glare from the sun and hits up Jack Graham. Graham and Baker have brought so much to this side. So much leadership. Jimby short in a pickle was Edwards, but he gets himself out of it. Closing late was coming. Well done by Noah Long. Really had to hold himself. And now Gross. Teenager hits up Kelly.
Outside 5.
Promising build up by the Eagles.
Outside 5.
Long.
Well, this is what Dicko mentioned just before, changing the angles, forcing Adelaide to defend it for longer periods.
1 or 2 changes for the Eagles. Hewitt couldn't quite get there. And now Michael Annie, quick hands. Fogarty going back to Berry. And he puts a little bit too much. He overcooks that kick for Thilthorpe. And Edwards happy to see it out. What about Harry Edwards? Almost 4 years between wins, Dwayne, last week. It was 1,394 days between wins. He lost 36 of the last 37.
Wow.
And the one win they had, he was subbed off with concussion and he can't remember. So if we take that one out of it, it was 4 years between wins for Harry Edwards.
That's a good stat. I'll rank him with the turn, the spin, the outside of the boot. He went for the big one. It was on offer for him. It's within his repertoire, that one.
Well, he's had a few runs out of the middle already, Isaac, looking dangerous, but a bit like last week, not making the most of his opportunities.
Yeah, last week was a bizarre afternoon for him. 26 possessions and 1 goal. Looks good in the paper, but some critical misses last week. That's a critical miss straight through to Miller.
Miller can set another goal up here, and that's a mark, a fine mark taken by Peatling, another good recruit for the Adelaide Crows.
Yeah, just had a shot before too, James Peatling. He'll know that he just needs to aim a metre inside the right goalpost here and just let it try and come back with the breeze.
How good Miller has vision there, not just to kick it down the line, but off centre and find the space and find Peatling all by himself.
Signed a new 3-year deal during the week. Wayne Miller should be a Crow for life.
Peatling should be elementary, and it is. Goal for goal to start this round 11-1.
It's been a very good pickup, as you said, Kelly. James Peatling from GWS. Let's have a look at what Sean talks about here with Miller. It goes back, eyes, look at that, and executed perfectly. Could have went longer as well to Rankin over the back, but chose the right option. And Peatling, who is leading the goal assists for the Adelaide Football Club, has been a really good connector. kicking one for himself.
When you're on the end of it from a good kick, it makes you feel really good about yourself, doesn't it? Miller just had the vision and the spot, you know, just put it perfectly there. Peatling could have 2 in the first quarter.
Rochelle going into the centre square for Adelaide.
Push and shove with Brockman at the moment. Rochelle as well. 2 rucks. O'Brien. Perfect palm down to Rochelle. Got to kick away, and Brockman picked his pocket. They're out the front. Kelly spears it to the square. 2-on-2. Ball falls to the back, and it did touch a fingertip or two. Keane happy to take it through for a behind.
Just again, that composure by Brockman to hand pass it to Kelly instead of blazing away. You can see their intentions already, West Coast, is to build the ball up by hand and then entry inside 50.
Intercept mark by Flynn. Here's the co-captain, Duggan. Little stagnant as he looks ahead. Just going to pop it on the head of Waterman, who comes out flying. Curtin. Keane. Effective sidestep. Can he hit up a target? Coming in was Flynn from the side. That's a big ball to be won. Dawson. Rankin. Looping handball. Swatted down by Flynn. Graham. On the left, it's a wobbly ball. Opens the door for O'Brien. And a little scrap at ground level. It'll be a ball up.
Crows begin the day 7th. Could jump into the top 4. Set their season up big time. Perfect palm down to Saligo again. Crunched by the tackle machine, Graham. Number 2 tackler in the comp this year. Long kick towards the hot spot. Allen might get on the end of the tap out. Didn't quite pick it up. Keane back. Fumble coming. Danger. Goes back to mop his mess up. Allen stole it back again. Couldn't squeeze the kick through the eye of the needle, and they decide not to take it through. Worrell, he had the right to take it through, but if you can kick it like that to Pedler, who's back into the lineup, why wouldn't you play on? He heads wide. Peatling, Neil Bullen race on. Ball tight ropes to boundary. Neil Bullen goes longer. He's got Dawson just over his head, but it stays in play. Peels back onto it. Tackle, didn't really have it. Crowd initially thought he was going to get a free, and then umpire said, I'll have it, I'll ball it up. Not a bad decision in the end to let that one roll.
Dawson been down forward line abnormally more than he usually is there, Sean, isn't he? So he must be playing more half forward.
Slap forward by Brockman. Coming. Rochelle. Out wide. Saligo. He's going to put it into the heart of the 50. Dawson's there, tries to take a one-hander. Couldn't quite. Ball still alive. Curtin, Dawson goes again on the left. Slips the goal. Back-to-back goals for the Crows.
You spoke about it, Roo, didn't you? It's going forward. I think they'll land Rochelle and Rankin in there. Midfield to be longer. Keep the skipper on the field in more dangerous positions.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to play him forward. He's one of their best contested marks. West Coast pressure has been good so far. They've had their opportunities. Dawson nearly gets the mark there. Pedler puts the pressure on. Curtin comes in. Could have been anyone's goal. Dawson just had the class.
Crows are making the most of opportunities when they go inside 50, but it is 6 apiece in terms of inside 50. West Coast 6 entries have all been long bombs to Oscar Allen on top, so they're just going to a little bit smarter, lower the vision, hit those lead ups, or take ground coming into 50.
Change up forward line as well, so no Walker, and the options are plenty. Phil Thorpe, obviously, you've got Dawson, Rankin, Fogarty, Curtin can play as a forward, so the Eagles found out about an hour before that Walker was out. Maybe they found out a bit more ahead of that, but they're now trying to adjust as Cole is dumped, dropped it. Umpire let it go. Duggan slams it on the boot, gets it to half forward. They've got the numbers behind the ball. Laird handed it off. Michael Annie going nowhere. Dawson, Brownlow medal contender, top 5 in the Coaches Award right now. Massive value in the midfield, but could wreak havoc as a forward. It's Keane. Can't quite collect it first time, then he's collected as he collects the second time.
Just saw Harley Reid just blitz through the midfield stoppage there and get on his bike and head inside 50. Didn't have an opponent. And you can see who picks him up here.
I'd want to hurry and pick him up, Sean, because here he is. Reed couldn't quite get a clean kick away. Our expert commentator Sean Burgoyne all over that one. And it'll be a free kick now to the Eagles. Cole's going to take it. Inside 50 count. It'll be 2 more now to the Eagles. Can they make the Crows pay? It's a high ball floating across in front of Thilthorpe.
He's by himself.
Oh, a risky kick. It might be stolen here. The handball goes off. Harley turns around, and it should be easy pickings for Reed, and it is.
Yep, just capitalising on Riley Thilthorpe's kick there. Just gave it a little bit too much flight in the back line. Couldn't remember who come through and cut it off. Let's have a look. Here's Thilthorpe. You see, he's on his own. He just jumps up there, takes an easy mark and thinks he can just lay the kick off.
Brockman comes through.
Is it Brockman?
Yep.
Yep.
I really like Brockman here. He's watching the kicker the whole time, and he scoots across and again shows composure. He could blaze away and have a snap there, but gives it to Harley, who just lost his direct opponent. I think it may have been Hinge or someone in the stoppage. But again, Brockman using his hands to put someone else in a better position.
He's had some speed humps in his career, Tyler Brockman, but 26 games for Hawthorn. His first go at AFL level. See if he can make the most of this season as the Eagles season's starting to grow now. Hewitt wide, gave it off. Williams blasts it, hits a good spot, but playing in front. Position A is Keane.
That's his 3rd intercept mark.
Rankin slips it over the top. Richelli down the spine they travel. There's Dawson again. Ginby with the task. Did well. Knocked it out. Got it out of the area. Perfect bit of play.
Good kick.
In defence. Didn't take possession. Allen on the run. Gave it to Long. Open space inside 50. Ryan not quite. Kept his feet initially. Goes back in to try and ferret it out. They'll take that, the Eagles. Ball up inside 50.
They're looking good, the Eagles. They're really having a genuine crack here. Remember, they are kicking into a pretty strong breeze in this first quarter.
Laird breathes a big sigh of relief there in a one-on-one with Ryan inside 50. Will be tossed in the air again. Jack Graham doing all that hard work at ground level. Thilthorpe in the ruck. Hewitt happy to keep it in, and we'll go again. So stoppage to stoppage. Crows kick the first through Thilthorpe. Eagles have gone with them. Out to Hewitt. Takes a little bit of a while to pick it up, and then the handball back to Hunt goes over the boundary. And good pressure from the Crows.
They're set up really well behind the ball here, West Coast. They've got Cole as the spare, but they're really well set up in terms of a counter-attack if there's a quick kick by Adelaide.
They need a confidence, Dicko, confidence and connection to get them into this contest early, and they've got it. Allen. Juggling ball again, Hewitt, tackled by Peatling, 360 tackle, gets his kick away. Still under the pump here, the Crows. And a hurried kick out of there by Zach Taylor. Spoilt down and taken it high. No, all clear by Harry Edwards to Neil Bullen over the boundary line.
They also had Bailey Williams back there as well, so I think they might even have had 2 spare. Bailey Williams looks like he's going to go into the ruck now.
2 goals against the Saints last week. Bailey Williams, he can push forward and kick him as well. Thilthorpe likewise can do exactly that. Second rucks going out at the 2 of them. Forward second rucks, which is what most teams are doing these days. Peatling wins a free.
I like the level of confidence, though. If you're going to have 2 spares back, which West Coast have, you're going to release 2 up into the ball. So that relies a lot of heat from the West Coast in terms of their midfield.
Peatling long. Thilthorpe edged under it. Marrick, turnover. Neil Bullen just delayed the handoff a little too long. Dawson lays the tackle on Duggan.
Their pressure is good there, West Coast, just to be able to cut off that forward handball.
Yeah, it was a great smother, wasn't it, Roo?
Yeah, they're up and about, they're on their toes, and that's why Brockman intercepted the other end as well. They're having a good crack here, West Coast.
They are. Berry tried to charge through a couple and he was going nowhere.
This is where they've got to make the field big, spread, and then change the angles. Force Adelaide to defend for longer instead of kicking the ball long from behind centre.
Jack Graham, we spoke about him pre-game. He's a tackling machine.
He is, isn't he? He's just brought that fierce pressure to the Eagles. Cole, like the look of this. Hoff, he'll go. Every time they get it, they look to go forward. A nice run at it is Waterman. Separation of the opponent. And Jake was able to snare it in the air.
Well, Ruiz mentioned the breeze. Waterman got separation because the ball just held up in the breeze, and he watches it and judges it a lot better than his direct opponent.
11 inside 50s to 6. That's West Coast way in the first quarter into the breeze. They are having a dinky-die crack at this one. Love what I'm watching.
So to level it up at Adelaide Oval for the best possible start for the West Coast Eagles. Kicked a couple last week. It holds up in the breeze and it gets there.
Well, he's their best forward, isn't he now, Waterman? With Allen having his body issues, there's a bit of a transition there. He's a gun forward. He just watches that ball in the air and gets separation because he just judges it better. Quality, always hits the ball hard in the hands. They're having a real good quarter, West Coast.
Yeah, Elijah Hewitt getting his hands on the ball as well. He's up to 7 disposals. Brockman's had 5. Hewitt he just needs a run at it, Hewitt, doesn't he? Needs a run at it. If he can do that, he's going to be one of their most improved players in the second half of the year. There's Waterman. He's up to 15 goals for the season as well, Jake.
2 goals last week against the Saints for Waterman as well. We've mentioned a few times, Eagles starting to find some form, coming off their first win of the season last week. They did play here at the Adelaide Oval earlier this year in a smash gather round. Feels like a completely different team.
Does, doesn't it?
They were demolished 17 goals to 6 by the Blues in that one. Michaelani heads long over the back. Pedler back in and back amongst the goals.
Nice when you come back into the side, you get a little over the top like that one, but to his credit, he read it better than everyone else. You could see it going over the back from the moment it left the boot. Let's have a look at it. As soon as he kicked, he was thinking, get over the back. And his opponent jumped at it and just left it easy as you can get. Sandy Brock was the player there that just misread it totally. Needed either to knock it or stay down. Pedler stayed down and got an easy goal.
Great to see him, Roo, back in this team. His first game since round 8 last year. Hasn't been able to get any consistency, and you can see the shoulder strapped. He has had some shoulder injuries.
He had body injury or injuries to his body right from an underage football. He kicked 30 goals in 2023, so he can absolutely play at the top level. Just needs a good run at it.
O'Brien down to Berry. It trickled free to O'Brien, and then Rochelle was taken high.
Behind your mark, Josh. Stand. High on.
He'll want to go. He dabs it, stabs that pass, and it comes off. Still thought, right place, right time.
Sure he was aiming for him or not,
I'm
sure,
not
but
sure,
it doesn't matter.
There was a perfect leading lane there, and he just kicked the worm burner in there.
Clear out, James.
And as all good forwards do, you go for everything, Drew.
Well, you can have multiple leads going at the same time, especially today when there's wind blowing to that end. If someone leads and the defender goes with him, I would be the next man in line. There'll be a couple of people today that will take a chest mark, third man in line.
And that is hitting the post.
Doesn't seem to be having a problem today with his fingers, or he's had a number of dislocations.
4 dislocations.
Had the one in the west where it was a compound. Ooh. You wouldn't know it by watching him.
Just having a problem with his foot. Duggan down the spine. Little nudge on Ryan. I said it was okay. Kelly picked the handball up. Miller, who was doing the nudging. Hands and knees. Now pleading for a free because he didn't have it. Holding the ball. Okay, so there you go. Who dragged it in? Kelly looks up. He didn't dare look at the umpire. To say, yeah, of course it was mine. Tim Kelly decided to stay long term as well, which is good news for the Eagles. It's a nice cut-off mark by Laird. Just keeps on keeping on, Rory Laird.
It's about the only area of the game that the Crows are on top of West Coast is the intercept marking. It's 7-1, so they can tidy that up. The key forwards at West Coast either read the ball better or the kicking just gets a little bit better, and that'll help a lot. 7-1 it is.
Pedler. Long into the pocket, flying over the top was Jinby, kills it. That third key defender role he's played all this year.
Riley.
The big unit. Playing the midfield as well. He started in the first
there.
year.
Yeah, and they give him the third tall every week at the moment. O'Brien tried to flick it to his team's advantage. Peatling, who started really well. Ricochets out wide. Brock. Good composure. Baker tries to break the tackle of Neil Bull and he can't. And all that experience of a premiership player, he's happy just to casually see that over. He oozes leadership, Liam Baker. He's brought so much to this side this year. O'Brien straight down the throat of the captain, Dawson, gets it on his boot quickly. It's knocked away. Dawson goes in again. Pedler with a tackle. Ball up.
Thank you.
The ruck just cuddling that Sharon.
Matt and Riley.
They tangle again. O'Brien only as far as Hoff.
Lead the path clear.
Crowd of up to 40,000 expected in the house Sunday afternoon at the Adelaide Oval.
A bit of an early start here for them, but a few got in late. Duggan meeting that sandwich quickly.
Tried to leave the under-9s at half-time, Dwayne, just to get in.
Oh, hope you weren't coaching them, Roo.
I had the magnet board. Gee.
I'm sure they got your point. I'm sure you're pretty direct with him in the under-9s, Roo.
Don't move it.
Yeah. Almost a strip. Williams tried to spin and go. Taylor gets it, gave it a hinge. Turnover. Crows on the rebound. Long. Phil Thorpe can't mark this one. Pedler was lurking at the back. Lays a tackle on Cole with a bit of help from Keys. Hunt hunted down. Bacon to mop up the mess. Little 1-2. Wobbles it out wide. A roll out of bounds is a win. And unless the umpire says insufficient intent, which you couldn't surely.
We just saw Baker's
screaming for it.
We just saw Baker's composure on the goal line there. He was really cool under pressure and able to get that exit.
Waiting at the back was Graham. Bangs it long. 2 are 1-on-1. One was long. He goes to ground. Hinge is going to accept the handball from Laird. Back they go, Keane. He's got plenty he can go to, and another foray forward across half back. Worrell's kick was a bit of a wobbler. Really had to make the captain work. He's tried to take on 3. He couldn't in the end. Baker mops up, and again, they're looking to set up Cole. In 2 minds, eventually just goes long. Caught underneath it was Allen, and juggling the mark Butts in an old-fashioned 2-on-2 contest between the 2 big keys.
To Berry, to Curtin. One of those versatile Crows can play forward, can play back, play both this year. Rankin likewise, midfield or forward. Fogarty, 4 goals last week. Kept the Crows in that game against Collingwood. Well, knocked toward the boundary by Jinby, and he decided to keep it alive to his detriment. Cut off. Rankin, worst possible guy to give it to. Got his arms free. Curtin with the strength. Saligo squeezed it wide. Fogarty. Dawson was clever, kept it in. Brock, Flynn. Plenty of numbers behind it, at least the Eagles to mop it up, and Harley Reid with a double grab says, I got it sorted, boys.
Couple of minutes to go. Oscar Allen's been swung back. And this is Marrick, or rather Hutchinson, the wingman. Chance for Waterman. He'll leave it for Graham. Takes off, tries to find some space, curls it around beautifully. And just the man you want the Sharon in his hands, Liam Ryan.
We saw Graham put his hand in the air. I think he was trying to kick it to the top of the goal square. But Liam Ryan was that initial contest, and he saw Graham was winning the ball. and got on the skates, coming up for his first possession of the game. Could be a really vital one in this quarter.
Doesn't need too many, does he, Sean, to hurt the opposition?
Flash boots on.
Can he convert with less than a minute on the clock? Just over a minute on the clock before quarter time. He can't, and he shakes his head in frustration. Crows by 6.
Yeah, huge let off there. Crows with a bit of a breeze in this opening term. Eagles would have been happy. That could have gone in at quarter time with only a point or so the difference. Hunt wobbles it, got it to the hot spot. Brilliant grab by Laird, getting a hand in defence. It's time enough, don't want to go here.
Well, there's that intercept mark again, Dwayne. 9-1. It's the area they've got to tidy up, West Coast, kicking the ball inside 50.
50. Moved on the mark, did Williams, so can send the Crows inside 50 with seconds left. Clock stops, now he goes. Hands it off. Rankin spanks it long. Dawson gets up. 2 in the square. Did float on them again with that breeze. Fooled a couple of them. Cole kept it alive. Pumps it back towards the wing. 30 seconds left. Waterman, great saving grab.
And he's happy to eat into the clock here. Take his time. Sends it high. Oh, Berry getting very high. Now it'll come back. Duggan, bouncing ball. Is there time to score here? Reed's got it. Handball's over his head, and the siren just beats Kelly. But it was a seesawing opening term here at Adelaide Oval, and the West Coast Eagles, fresh off their first victory for 2025, have come to play against the higher-ranked side, the Adelaide Crows. Crows win today, and they're into the top 4. At quarter time, it's Adelaide by 6 points.
Welcome to sunny St Martin.
Below Deck is charting course for a saucy new season.
3, 2, 1.
But it won't all be smooth sailing.
This boat is an insane asylum.
They're cancelling the charter. You lazy, wanna be famous.
The expectations of the job on this boat, you're not there yet. So I'm gonna let you go, mate.
Oh my gosh, I've never seen so much.
New season, Below Deck. Tuesday, June 3 on Arena.
Hungry Jack's is bringing home the bacon. The OG Baconator. Flame-grilled Aussie beef. Sizzling bacon on bacon on bacon on more bacon. Oh, the Baconator range. The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
Jameson, not just a smooth whiskey, but a huge family.
Come on! Come on!
They may not share DNA, but they do share the same welcoming spirit. Must be part of the family. Must be a Jameson.
Hello?
Hi, I'm Gemini.
Hi, Gemini.
How can I help you?
So what do I do? Just talk?
We can have a conversation about anything you like.
Okay, I need a bit of help, Gemini.
No problem. You could try using Greek yogurt instead. Does the child seem ready for bedtime?
No.
Could you make this sound more professional?
Sure. Here's another version.
Wow, that's actually super helpful.
You're welcome. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Steel Blue are the most comfortable work boots you'll ever wear. But don't take our word for it. Take Ball Ballers.
Super comfy. And my feet don't stink for the missus.
You're welcome, Mrs. Boiler.
Go Harvey Norman, proudly supporting Australian Made Week. Get 10% in gift cards on Australian-made lounges, dining or bedroom furniture. That's right, spend $500 or more on Australian-made lounges, dining or bedroom furniture and get 10% in gift cards. End Sunday at Harvey Norman.
There are enough stresses in life to lose your hair over. Good thing Ashley and Martin have a hair growth guarantee. Speak to the doctors at Ashley and Martin. Keep your hair on.
Sometimes it's the little things that remind us of them. Stay close even when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with Remitly.
At Coles, it's time to raise your fork and help support the fight against MND. Last year, with our Aussie pork farmers, we raised $9.3 million together to help fund vital research and care initiatives. This year, let's do it again. Because when you buy select Coles brand 100% Aussie pork, 10 cents from each pack sold is donated to fight MND. So grab your beanie and some pork to help support the fight against MND at Coles.
It's a place for the coaches.
Pickles are coming off and the bacon's going on.
The defenders.
Oi. Ooh.
And those who love a good smother. What? And at full time, you always go home with the chocolates.
Quarter time at the Adelaide Oval. And a great day here. From early on, the Doug Nicholls round, the Eddie Betts Foundation game opening up the afternoon for the fans that got in here early. And the Adelaide Crows in some good form at the moment, coming off a loss last week, but they're with a huge opportunity to bust inside the top four. They win this one this afternoon, and the Eagles improving their form as well, coming off their first victory of the season last week as we head downstairs to Ben Dixon.
Thank you, Dwayne. Well, the Eagles picked up where they left off last week, so they've had another fast start, taking it right up to Adelaide with pressure, but they're inside 50, so Adelaide lead at 15-13, so they've had their opportunities when they've been going inside 50. It's just the efficiency. So the intercept marks 9-1 in favour of Adelaide. You can just see here, Adelaide always set up beautifully behind the ball. So in terms of their forward structure, they've got to be on. And it's playing straight into Adelaide. These long bombs into shallow entries. They've got the ability to halve contests. As I mentioned, their intercept marks have been pretty pivotal in this first quarter. So you've got to change your mindset as midfielders and small forwards as you play high. And what you've got to do is you've got to be able to take the space in front of you, make the quick decisions. Do I eat the grass up or do I go longer contests? As we can see here with this lab, you'll see Tim Kelly. He's the high half forward. He comes up to this play. Best part about this is the clearance. They've got the open space here. Chew that space up if you haven't got a leading player, and then you can either have a shot on goal or you can kick to the forward's advantage. They're a nothing kick at times. They've done that a number of times in the first quarter, so tighten that up. It'll be a big second quarter for the Eagles.
Spot on, Dicko. Great footage there. Great education there. If they can tidy their kicking up, they would be in front right now, Sean. They've been great in the first quarter. A lot of pressure on. They're playing the tough stuff. They've moved the ball well into the breeze from back to forward. I think they're having a genuine go.
Well, there's a level of excitement. It wasn't for this man here. Keen's had the 3 intercept marks. He's controlled the tolls down there and led it. So there's his ranking points there, 46. He's leading the way back. They're reading the ball in the air, and as soon as he knows when to make contact with the forward, he knows when to release.
He does, but he gives his opportunity to his opposition as well by doing that. And if they can tighten those kicks up, then the West Coast forwards will be in a better position to take it. So good start by West Coast. Adelaide, I reckon they would have got a bit of a rev up at quarter time. Let's see what happens here.
So the Eagles, they broke a 281-day victory drought last week, snapping that 11-game losing streak. Of course, did Doug Nicholls round, so Goanna against Woolwich Marawa, all set for this second term. Sean Burgoyne.
Tyler Brockman was pivotal in that first quarter with use of hands. Had the 5 disposals, 3 handballs. Saw the one that gave the Harley Reid to kick a goal. So the use of handballs, one to watch for West Coast today.
O'Brien to Rankin, Hoff right on his hammer. Oh, the fend-off is good by Isaac. And then just buys some time. Concedes the kick backwards to Laird, the veteran. Can they springboard from half-back? Up the top, oh, O'Brien, clever flick. Does it sit for Peatling? Baker's there, he'll always put his body on the line. Marrick hugs the boundary line. And Laird. Ping-pong at the moment on that outer side. Comes to Rankin. Surrounded by Eagles. They're just trying to share it around here.
Well, they're doing so because of the pressure from West Coast at this stage. They're causing it, and they've caused a turnover.
They might have caused a turnover here. Gross curls it back in. Who's going to get on the end of it? Hinge with a little fumble, bearing down his Waterman, but Hinge Can he hit a target? No, he can't. Hoff spills the way of Reid. Off to Baker. The look-away handball might be good. Elijah Hewitt can finish it off for one of their best passages of play today. But it's not to be. He hangs it out to the right. Hewitt.
Well, that was the handball change we've been talking about, Roo. Instead of blazing away, being the best teammate you can be, which was their mantra last week, putting someone in a better position.
The West Coast box will be very happy at this stage, and Adelaide will be just getting a little bit twitchy in their chair.
Hutchinson competes well.
The other positive for West Coast, numerical advantage. As soon as that ball hits the ground, you can see them just swamp in numbers. So that contest there was 3 against 1. So Eagles are seriously coming here with a great mindset.
Yeah, and that's work rate, isn't it, Dicko? The ground ball gets so far 27-25. That's in favour of the West Coast.
Peedling trying to thread that handball through legs. Slight zephyr breeze blowing the Eagles' way in this second. Picture perfect here at the Adelaide Oval. Not a big breeze. Perfect temperature. And the ground in magnificent nick. O'Brien, slick-handed. Saligo, good second grab. He flicked it up, but a few of his teammates weren't on the same page. Rankin always on the right page. Rolls it. Rochelle gets it inside 50. It's high. It's over Thilthorpe. Now, is there a free?
Yeah, push
Marek
the Keys.
pleads his case. Thilthorpe plays on, and Keys from the goal line puts it into the Moreton Bay fix.
I think Keys was going to get the free anyway for a push in the back, but they took the advantage and got the goal, which is the most important thing for them. Let's have a look at the replay. Just worked so hard, Benny Keys. Benny Dixon spoke about it. There's the push from Jinby. Free was paid, and they stopped there. Look at Marriage. He's not even in the contest. He was next to Keys. He stops and gives the umpire a spray instead of staying with Keys. If he did that, they would have went back and had to probably take the kick. That was the free there. He's right with him, but then he hears the whistle blow. Stops and protests.
Benny Keys hasn't missed a game since his debut, Root.
Yep, he's durable. He's an absolute pro, and that's why he's in the leadership group.
117th consecutive game. Just the 7 disposals last week, so he's trying to get more involved. Hewitt's been involved. Kelly. Flynn bangs it on the one-hander, beautiful Michaelani. Over Harley Reid as well.
Well, there's that shallow entry again, Roo, and an intercept mark. They've got to get those entries deeper.
Very rarely loses one-on-one contest as Michaelani, but the kicks let him down, and a chance for them. The Eagles, Goss can't keep it in play.
Yeah, I reckon keep your eyes on Michaelani and Harley Reid. That'll be a great contest. Harley Reid is a star, we know that, but Max Michaelani is absolutely a star as well.
55 games versus 31 games. 2 players really growing in stature as Jinby plays a splendid tackle on O'Brien.
He doesn't like players getting a kick, Michaelani, and Harley Reid will try and sit on his head, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Harley coming off that 2-goal game last week in form. Brockman drop kicks it to Ryan. That'll do.
That's better be in front.
Ryan takes off. Oops. Keeps it low. It's probably not such a bad option. It didn't quite work, but sometimes launching it in the air to a team that's winning in the intercept mark game, not such a bad idea. Getting it low. O'Brien, he spears that low. Peedling, they're off. Rochelle, open space. Thilthorpe can turn and go. Sat it too high. Well, the head of Rankin, and the mark taken by Jinby saves the day.
Not dissimilar to what West Coast did in the first quarter there. Just a bad kick and the intercept mark as a result.
Jinby going to take on Rankin, and having to trap it on the bounce was Hunt. Couldn't collect it.
Supporters just a little bit quiet. Maybe that's, just a bit early for them in Adelaide. They're just a little bit worried about the scoreboard. Shawnee, what do you think?
Well, they'll get a few more into them on the hill over there. They'll get quite vocal very, very soon.
Still recovering from the under-9 defeat, Roo.
Did they lose? Dicko. Gee.
Tim Kelly burst through. Has been switched to half forward last couple of weeks, and the Mareks kick into space. Foot races on. Tracking back is Worrell. Wheels around down the line. That'll be out of bounds on the full.
Already seen the intent or the method. West Coast from their first quarter to the second. Prepared to switch the ball, make the ground nice and big, so the wingers are keeping their width, which obviously puts Adelaide into defence mode.
Look, you're going to get a touch there for a second, Dicko. Marek from the wing. The half forward. O'Brien's down there. Allen had a good piece of it and then lost it. Fed back onto it nicely. Handball to the feet, though. Peddling. Sweeps it wide. Cumming. Got some good inclusions that they've added this year, including Isaac Cumming, the Crows. Berry on the back pedal. Floats that, but that's way too wide as well. Although it floated back in on that breeze. Dicko was about to mark it. Pedler goes inside, and he has turned it over. Mark taken by Brock.
He wants to go quickly. The delivery was good to Flynn. Now off to Brockman. Usually a great disposal by foot. Tracking back. Will it go all the way? It does! Brockman in Indigenous round with a little bit of magic in that long right boot of his.
Well, that was a pass to Allen. He was looking for Allen on the back run. Allen had read it really well once they'd got the turnover and the ball was kicked into the middle. But Brockman trying to be unselfish there. You can see Allen on the bottom of the screen running back to goal. And the wind is going that way, so the ball's going to carry a bit further.
Good bounce.
Great bounce.
Perfect bounce.
And that's what we're talking about. Speed kills. Get into the middle of the ground. That's the travelator right through the middle. Bang, quick hands and get the reward. But just an update. I know Rue mentioned it a couple of times in the first quarter. Swirly breeze. Heavy to the right of screen. So it's got to be a 2 or 3 goal breeze. And like you said, Dwayne, on this side of the boundary line, definitely kept that ball in.
You saw that it's sort of blowing down that end. Right to left a bit as Reid takes off out of the middle. Thought about a few options. Goes to Hunt. He can kick a long ball. 2 on 2. Waterman edged out a little. Hits the deck. Butts did pretty well. To Curtin. To Hinge. Keys wants to go. Hits this kick. They've got open space. Rankin holds it up and he decides that worth holding it up a second and then he turns it over. That's bizarre. They've turned it over quite a bit when they've wanted to go. Baker to set it up again.
So a few wobbly moments from the home side as Baker drives it long over the head of Flynn. Oster with a huge tackle. Ball spills clear. Just comes out. Michael Annie's involved. Got to be careful here. Curtin tried to take on a few. Blazers away and it just lands in. Boundary throw in out of side.
Yeah, they're looking shaky here, Adelaide. They're making turnovers, but it is a lot to do with West Coast pressure as well. They're absolutely having a crack, but Adelaide not playing at the level that they would like to at this stage.
Crows kick the first, and then it's been a real tug of war since then. West Coast Eagles yet to hit the front. Brockman. Graham shakes off one. Brute strength. Bangs it long. It'll spill the way of Butts. He loses it. Miller is there to help out. Now Worrell. Can he find a target? Cole going to take it on the bounce. Dodging, weaving, twisting, turning. He's spun Pedler in a 360 there. And Flynn drops it. Harley Reid at the drop. Miller is saying, you're not going anywhere, Harley.
So Flynn was looking straight into the sun there. So it's a beautiful day here in Adelaide. You can just see what great agility there. And they've got him on the back foot here at the moment, West Coast, with their pressure.
Boundary throw in the right forward pocket. Miller is asking the question, was it a throw? Crowd, just a lull.
I expect Harley get on the move here. That last hit was for him on the boundary line.
The score here, Sean, will put the visitors in front for the first time today. O'Brien works his way in front. Here's Reid. Had it, lost it, had it, lost it. Spills the way of Worrell. Pedler, look out. Cole's got him wrapped up. It's a hot footy right now. Exiting kick by the Crows. Big spoil came from Brock from behind. Here's Rankin. Peatling. Into space. He better watch out, Berry. He's been taken high. He'll go back. And they can reset the Crows. Try and get some fluidity, movement forward.
Crowd can sense it. A little worried at the moment, the crowd. Rested Taylor Walker as Pedler goes to Thilthorpe. Wheels on that little Taylor Walker style arc, and that is splendid to Curtin, who's drifted forward, or maybe sent forward. There's a high contact free as well.
Yeah, it'll be a free kick to Walker.
To
Taylor, rather. Sorry. You see Taylor and you think Walker, don't you? There is no Walker. There isn't. One Taylor's out. Taylor Walker and the other Taylor's in.
Yep. Little Zach Taylor. Curtin had floated down from the wing. I think Dwayne, he might be out playing on the wing.
Is he better forward anyway, Roo?
Well, I think the Crows like him. We don't know where he's going to play yet. He's 197 centimetres. They're trying to work out if he's a wing, a mid or a forward.
Yeah, he's...
Or a back, for that matter.
Huge future. Zach Taylor. Wow. A little nervous at the moment. Not just maybe the crowd, but the players themselves.
I have to say, Minnie's done a great job in his enemy analysis of Adelaide. When they get the ball, they've got a slide outside. They're defending really well. They're outnumbering. They're happy to give the spirit stoppage to Adelaide, knowing full well they can set up the perimeter. So it's great coaching so far.
Andrew McQualter, first-year coach of the Eagles. Hewitt, Kelly, Graham. Lovely move in traffic. Ryan Marks wants to go. They're so attacking. Hewitt, Ryan, dabs it inside 50. Had to get down low, did Jake Waterman. Couldn't quite take it. Comes out to Hutchinson, who will curl it around, and it's punched through from Curtin. Couldn't quite get there, Jack Hutchinson.
Jake Waterman, a bit slow to get up. Had a mouthful of turf in that one.
You told her to eat grass at quarter time.
Of course, Andrew McQualter celebrated his first win last week. 0-9, wins the 10th game. It could be a good omen, Dwayne. Damien Hardwick did exactly the same thing.
All right, there he is on screen. Did coach 7 wins when he coached Richmond for 13 games, so got a few of those wins under his belt. But yes, first win as the Eagles coach. They're in this up to their eyeballs at the moment. The Eagles, speaking of eyeballs, how's that coming? Grabbed by him. And 50. Descent. Haven't had too many descent 50s this season. They certainly wound that right back as to what is and what isn't descent. But there's still a couple of words in the vocab that are 100% dissenters. And maybe one of those was thrown out. Michael Lanny takes off. Millerer. They do need a nerve settler, the Crows. Curtin again drifting to half forward. Millerer found some space where there wasn't a lot. Big O! O'Brien drifts forward. Doesn't do it a lot. But with Tex not there, maybe that gives him the opportunity to do it a bit more.
You got your money on him, Dwayne?
Absolutely. Put it in the book. Hasn't kicked one this year. 14 goals only in his 132-game career. Been a while.
You on, Dicko?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, he's putting this into the church. Straight through. Landed.
We'll probably go back to Isaac Rankin and back to Riley Thilthorpe. So you've been up to play down there all the time. It's not that hard. Just kick it through the sticks.
We saw Miller is kicking to the forward line in the first quarter to Peatling. That's just as good to a ruckman's favoured side. Give him the ball kicking inside 50. You're going to retain possession.
Sean, he's so unselfish, Wayne Millerer, isn't he? He had it twice there for the kick inside 50. Not once did he look to go for goal.
He's just trying to do the team thing, isn't he? Put someone in a better position, closer to goal. Elite kicking skills. Full show there.
12-5 inside 50. Still West Coast having plenty of the ball.
Thilthorpe in the ruck. Gets it down to Berry. Again, an intercepting mark taken this time by the co-captain, Duggan. Launches to the arc. Going at it with one hand was Williams. Here's Ryan. Flashes through from 50. And there is that swirly breeze that hangs up to the right.
Once again, just great numbers to the drop of that ball. It was 4v2 West Coast favour, so Liam Ryan gets the crumb in that one, but just outnumbering them at contest.
Rochelle, who, like Riley O'Brien, was dropped last year by Matthew Nicks. Riley O'Brien had a little stint in the sandful. Same too with Josh Rochelle. Just got a reset from his coach. There is Matthew Nicks. 6th season as coach for Matthew Nicks. Yet to make finals, but this might be the season. Top 4 tonight if they win this one.
Well, we said Minnie McWalter went 0-9. Of course, Matthew Nicks famously went 0-13 in his first year. But he's built them up and he's set them up here, and they are getting challenged. Marrick skirts the perimeter, and this is Hutchinson. The winger. He's going to pop it up high. Ask the big keys to run and jump and launch at ground level. It's Oscar. Here's a chance for Long. Can he keep it in? He can't.
Like I said, Andrew McWalter, hats off. He's coached extremely well in a quarter and a half of football. He's got them defending really well, spreading, making Adelaide, which hasn't been a strength of theirs to defend, but he's making them defend today.
Every time the Crows edge clear, the Eagles are able to respond. That was nice by Thilthorpe. Oh, spin by Elijah. And the snap, it's coming back. It'll be a free kick going the way of the Crows.
Gee, they are a whisker away from being in front here, the West Coast Eagles.
They are pressuring.
Could have easily been a goal to them.
Gawana and Woolwich Murrow in Indigenous round. These two sides.
Did nothing in that free kick either.
No. Thilthorpe too big and strong over Edwards. Doing some damage, but a long way from home. To a 2-on-2. Spoil from behind was Brock.
That one was there.
Yep, absolutely. And it'll be a free kick to Neil Bullen. Little scuffle between Dawson and Cole off the ball. Margin 9 points. Still plenty to play in this second term after Adelaide led by 6 at quarter time. Oh, there's the knee to the head. Youch. Cole. And getting underneath, caught underneath it is Fogarty. So it's a mark taken by Brock. Sandy Brock coming into this side. He's an amazing story, Dwayne, and having a couple of good games.
Yeah, on the Suns list for 3 seasons. Didn't get a game for the Suns. Sandy Brock has been a good pickup. Game 5 now for him. Williams, Cole, and they switch. Jinby can get and go. Well, he's got to get first and then he can go. And he still hasn't got, but he got by Rankin. Rankin claims it was his free, but Jinby knew what was what. Rankin nearly clipped him on the flyby, and enough pressure on the kick for Berry to take the intercept mark, and they've been doing that all afternoon. The Adelaide Crows led. Miller, not the required. Ryan comes at him. Back to Laird. Gee, and he turns that over. Kelly, he's got the target in the pocket. Allen was there for him. Ball just eluded cross, and now he's hunted. Keane, gone.
So making some mistakes, Adelaide. Absolutely making mistakes, and it is a little bit of the pressure, but they're just taking kicks that aren't on at the moment.
Poor old Tommy Gross, he's the teenager that had to deal with a lot last fortnight after that rundown tackle at the G. And he went to go again. He thought of the give off to Ryan, then he said, no, I'm going to take you on.
I reckon Ryan will just have a word to him, say, next time, young fella, just give me the handball and let me take care of the goals.
Alex Neil Bullen, the doctors have assessed that incident down here on the boundary line. He's definitely rubbed his 3KZ a few times, but he's been given the all clear.
It's good after the knee to the head, the knee of Cole. So Flynn, stolen by Curtin. Long ball in front, Dawson.
Rankin's got space.
Can the skipper find him? And he puts it out in front of space. Now the rock star from the Adelaide Oval, an unkind bounce. He's going to have to go back and win it. He's forced to tackle Jimby. Jimby does really well in that situation. It's going to come back quickly though, Curtin. Great composure, presence of mind to hit up Rochelle.
Probably too far out though. He needs to have a bit of urgency here, Rochelle. This will be right on the edge of his distance.
You're kicking into that wind as well. That's going to hold it up. It's shaping up like he's going to make the distance.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? He's got the confidence, but he's got swagger and confidence always.
Look at the flags behind the goals, Roo.
He just, oh, look, he knows, but you're going to make out you're going to kick even if you are going to pass.
He just tossed the grass up to see the wind and went back into his mouth.
Rochelle, kick 5 on debut here. And he says, of course I've got it. I've got swagger, baby. How dare you doubt me, Roo?
Well, he absolutely middled that. You could see the way it come off the boot. Couldn't have hit it any sweeter. The wind didn't even come into play. He just punched it hard and went straight through the diddle.
Well, he proved that's all wrong, didn't he? Well, those flags behind the goals are blowing very, very heavily.
And Curtin doing some good work. Dicko, that's 2 players now that have eaten grass since you told him at quarter time. 1 unintentionally, or 2 unintentionally, but
if it works for Matty Rao, it works for anyone.
Yeah, there's grass eaters everywhere.
And that's escalated quickly. 15-point margin now, biggest margin of the game for the Crows. In the scramble, Graham goes down low, Petling just as low and brilliant. DeBerry puts the speed on. Heads inside 50, crushed forward, but not really killed. Hit to a terrible spot by Jimby. Duggan trying to squeeze that through the traffic. Rankin, Neil-Bullen, clever, slick handoff to Isaac. He can't bend it around enough, but they found a gear.
Well,
near the Crows.
It's a little bit of a danger period. There's 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. West Coast have been equally as good as Adelaide for the game so far. Just haven't been able to put it on the scoreboard. Adelaide during the week have talked about goals against in time on. Well, they'd be the ones that want to put a couple of goals on the board here late in the second.
It's the red time that really hurt them as Dawson leaps up and takes a lovely mark. The red time 6. They conceded 6 goals on them to the Pies last week in the last 3 minutes of the quarters. So Mark Rasciuto's bang on there. It's been Matthew Nix's main issue this week as Cumming looks to hit up. Rochelle bursting out. That was tough from Duggan. Kicked the last 2, the Crows. It is the biggest lead of the afternoon after leading by 6 at quarter time. The margin now 16.
Watch out for Rochelle and Rankin here on the move.
Spinning back into the heart of the 50. O'Brien tried to get it down to Rankin, who flashed past and missed it. On his lethal left, though, is the skipper, Dawson. Phil Thorpe. Not paid. Yes. It is paid.
Paid, but a very tricky kick to come with a little bit of left to right breeze. He's going to try and bend it around and make it a bit easier.
He's going to set snap.
It's like he's kicking with an under-9s ball. His hands are that big.
What happened to those under-9s, Roo? Did they win?
Yeah, I can't find out at the moment. I'm too concentrating here, but I'll
You're
get half-time, I'll find it out.
Good. Can he get enough curl on it? Too much curl, in fact. He can't work it back expertly through those 2 big sticks. So the Crows by 17, 3 to play before half-time.
Not meant to keep scoring under-9s anyway, Kelly. It's just participation.
They know, don't they, Ruth? They know.
They know everything.
Long kick, huge 3 minutes coming up to half-time. Ball knocked down by Hewitt. Flynn through the traffic. Rockman in the scramble. Graham flings it back to the umpire. Mentioned Jack Graham, number 2 for tackles this year. Atkins of the Cats, 108. Graham, 78. Big difference between first and second. 31 tackle difference. That's how many Tom Atkins has had as that's tackled across the line for a ball in. Eagles started to get a few numbers back in their favour. Don't have a possession winner in the AFL's top 50 coming into this. Don't have a clearance player in the AFL's top 70. The Eagles trying to get a clearance here. That's why Reid's spending more time in the middle as opposed to early in the season being in defence a bit. Scramble kick marked by Laird. 2.5 minutes left. Do they want to take it on in the bright sunshine? Wide to Bucks instead.
Thumps it long. Pack flies. They almost stole it off each other then. Hurried kick inside 50. Duggan's got it. And collecting him is Rochelle. Bit of feeling in this now. Crowd getting more involved. O'Brien up over the top, only as far as Jimby. A one-on-one. Laird makes sure it's going to stay in. Long can't get clear. So Long one of two inclusions for the Eagles this week. They lost Jamie Cripps to injury and Owies to injury as well after that win. Peatling tackled by Hunt, spills clear. Crows with the numbers. Saligo on the left. Rankin's there. Jimby's in front. Cole comes in to help. Jimby, a little clever tap. Should sit here for Brock. He'll look for the safety at the boundary line. His acting was pretty good, Dwayne.
Oh, the bump off. Neil Bullen was superb. That was very clever. Just a little bumper bar.
For a player in just his 5th game. O'Brien beautiful to Cumming, but he's caught by Reid.
West Coast just have to hold on here. They don't want to concede a late goal. It's already 3-3 to 1-4 this quarter, and they've dominated the inside 50s.
Peatling, Cumming. Two former Giants combined. They kick to a 2-on-1. The one is Thilthorpe, and he wins the free. He was the meat in the sandwich route.
Yeah, look, that's just panic by Edwards that they were trying to keep him out because they had their player in front. Couldn't see who it was, but they just didn't need to do it. But that's what happens sometimes when you got a big monster like Riley Thilthorpe.
Didn't want them West Coast to concede a red time goal. That's exactly what happens.
1-2 this afternoon in the swirly breeze. Goalless last week at the G for the first time. Can he steady? And it's 3 goals in a row to the Crows on the verge of half-time, and they've opened up the first real gap in this contest.
Well, Thilthorpe's the one that's posing a few troubles for them in the air. Darcy Fogarty has been super quiet so far, but Thilthorpe's the one. Let's just have a look here. Edwards has got his arms wrapped around him, just didn't need to. He was trying to protect his captain, Oscar Allen, but if you want to protect him, you've got to get in between them. Taking the 5 marks. Now Riley Thilthorpe kicked 2 goals too. It looks like a very dangerous play. Looks like he could kick a bag.
It does. Well, when you're as big as he is, you're 200 centimetres. What's he, probably 105 kilos. Doesn't have the weight written down here, but he'd be around that mark. It gets defenders very nervous.
Don't upset people and give that weight away. From the scramble. Well, Harley Reid held up. Again, they just can't get enough clearances. The Eagles at the moment. They've got Harley Reid in there trying to steal one from this. Dawson's on the ball now after spending most of the first half as a forward. Wide roller. Good attack from Brock. Can they steal a late one here? Laird. Worrell. We stepped into trouble. That's gone. Waterman wrapped him up, and Waterman can have the last say of the half. And with this breeze maybe feeding back to the goal mouth, he's a chance from here.
Yeah, it's an easier kick than usual. Worrell tried to sell the putt. Waterman was having nothing of it and got him stone cold. Just a little bit of right to left. Metre inside the right post.
Siren sounds for half-time. Jake Waterman. He's got one so far. 15-9 for the year. Pretty accurate kick overall. 147-79 career. This is within his repertoire. Crowd giving him a boo or two. It's important for their confidence. He struck it well. He has struck that magnificently. Perfect finish for the Eagles for the opening half. They won't take the lead in at half-time, but they'll take some confidence in after that. They are in this one up to their eyeballs after winning last week against the Saints by 28 points. And the crowd knows they're giving the Crows a run for their money, even though the Crows win this game, a top 4 team. 8-5-53 to 5-6-36 with a half still to play. And bright sunshine at the Adelaide Oval as we head down to Ben Dixon.
Benny, cracking first half. Sum that up as a player and what you've seen out there.
Yeah, it's a pretty good contest. Thought West Coast front half defence was pretty good, so probably a few too many turnovers for us in that part of the ground, so I want to get it down our end of ground, lock it in there.
Coming in here, what was their biggest threat that you needed to take care of, the Eagles?
Yeah, we thought their press game's actually really good. Their handball game as well, I like to link up and run. They've gotten really good at that, so we could try to shut that down.
Tell us how tricky this wind is.
A little bit tricky, a little bit swirly, probably not favouring any end of the ground, but yeah, a bit deceiving. It's sort of just swirling around, so yeah, it's not as crisp as probably usually is out here.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Dick. I appreciate it.
17 points the margin, and if that breeze does strengthen, the Eagles will finish the game with it in the last quarter. Great to have your company at the Adelaide Oval as Sir Doug Nicholls' round continues. Second half, not far away.
This Saturday, the best place to watch live footy. What about that? Is Fox Footy, with no ad breaks during play. Yep, Saturdays are for footy, and that means Saturdays are for Fox Footy.
Hungry Jack's is bringing home the bacon. The OG Baconator. Flame grilled Aussie beef. Sizzling bacon on bacon on bacon on more bacon. Oh, the Baconator range. The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
AFL Auskick to the big time. NAB, more than money.
One more time, step by step.
Place the container under it and unscrew the plug.
Oh, okay. How do I get motor oil off my face?
To get the motor oil off your face, you can simply use dish soap or another cleaner.
If you don't use your annual extras limits within a year, your health insurer probably takes them away and they get sucked into the infinite black hole of nothingness.
Unless you're with AHM this financial year, because they're rolling over most unused extras so they don't disappear.
Which means if you join by June 30, you could get up to double the extras limits until July 2026.
Don't lose your unused extras. Join AHM by June 30. With AHM, you're good.
There are enough stresses in life to lose your hair over. Good thing Ashley and Martin have a hair growth guarantee. Speak to the doctors at Ashley and Martin. Keep your hair on.
Go Harvey Norman. Upgrade to the latest tech with bonus gift cards. That's right, bonus gift cards on selected mobiles and tablets, headphones and smartwatches, connected home and more. Hurry, offer ends Sunday. Bonus gift cards on selected tech. Best prices guaranteed at Harvey Norman now.
One more time, step by step.
Place the container under it and unscrew the plug.
Oh, okay. How do I get motor oil off my face?
To get the motor oil off your face, you can simply use dish soap or another cleaner.
AFL legend Jason Dunstall is about to score again with the new Macca's Footy Bundle only on DoorDash.
Sorry, couldn't find the doorbell.
Macca's Footy Bundle, only $9.98 for new DoorDash customers.
The Chemist Warehouse Mayhem sale is on now with half price off selected vitamins. Get your favourite big brand vitamins like Lifespace, Sonova, Centrum, Nature's Way, half price. Inner Health, Nature's Own, Naturopathica and Comvita, half price. Swiss, Blackmores and Wonderlust are half price. And Pentavite, Manuka Health and Microgenics, half price. Plus find more half price vitamins in-store or online. So for half price vitamins, shop at Chemist Warehouse.
As mentioned, Mark Rashuda and Sean Burgon. First thoughts, Roo?
I thought West Coast have been fantastic and unlucky not to be closer. They could easily be in front, to be honest, couldn't they, Sean?
Yeah, they did. Well, they just wasted the ball going inside 50, West Coast, and then Adelaide got their game going in the second quarter, and they upped everything, and then they just obviously lead by the second.
Well, lots of contested throws. You can see when they turn up with their pressure, you can see West Coast on their back foot. So they had to respond in some way, Roo.
Yeah, 40 to 26 in the second quarter, so clearly on top. They're also the tackles as well. Dominate in the inside 50s. Adelaide turned the pressure up.
Amor, ¿dónde está? Llevo media hora esperándola.
Amor, no, ya estoy llegando, ya estoy llegando. But West Coast have been good so far in the contest.
They certainly have. So in terms of Mark Keane, we know the 9 intercept possessions marks in the first quarter, but he's played a pivotal part.
He did. Well, he got the ball rolling for Adelaide in that first quarter. He controlled the air. He played in front. He played behind. He knows when to be with his opponent and make body contact and release. And then he just looks to do the easy thing. And if he can get to do that more often, they'll be a better team. But he's just controlling the air.
The inside 50s, Roo, I mentioned you got to eat the grass up West Coast. You got to take that ground before you get it in and make sure it's an effective entry inside 50, but they have certainly got their nose in front in that work.
Yeah, absolutely they have. They're having a genuine crack, and if they can just convert that to the scoreboard, then we have got a really tight contest in the last quarter. Adelaide they haven't quite been using the ball the way they would like so far in this contest.
Silk, it's an easy fix, isn't it, in terms of West Coast? They get inside 50, make sure they make the most of those opportunities.
Well, they do. In the first quarter, they were using it by hand, getting it in dangerous positions and getting it longer entries. In that quarter, they weren't.
Well, after this and the final game of round 11 is the Saints and the Suns, and we're going to get to Eddie Betts next about the Eddie Betts Foundation.
Gordon said, and you can't argue with that. Just press the home button and discover everything you love. Your favourite TV shows, movies, sports and streaming apps are right there at your fingertips. Gotcha. It's easy to find something to watch. You can see what's trending for the latest entertainment, what shows recommended for you, or continue watching something you've already started.
Isn't it amazing? Look!
It's the home Andrew Winter would want you to have.
Hungry Jack's is bringing home the bacon. The OG Baconator. Flame grilled Aussie beef. Sizzling bacon on bacon on bacon on more bacon. Oh, the Baconator range. The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
There are enough stresses in life to lose your hair over. Good thing Ashley and Martin have a hair growth guarantee. Speak to the doctors at Ashley and Martin. Keep your hair on.
What if our staff always went the extra mile for customers?
Nein. We use the metric system of measurement here.
Yeah, I know, it's an expression.
Car rentals that go the extra kilometer. Das ist gut.
Mini. And effective. Unleash the speed of liquid. New Nurofen Advanced Minis. Our smallest liquid capsule ever. The pain relief you love, now even smaller. Nurofen. Leave your pain to us.
We can see more of the world than ever. With Bridgestone Tech Check, you see what needs repairing now and what can wait, so you can go with confidence. Bridgestone Select Tyre and Auto.
Wanted a broker that approached it differently to the banks.
Someone that took the time to understand what we needed.
In finding the right home loan option and rate for us, our Aussie broker was second to none.
Book a chat with an Aussie broker today.
Steel blue are the most comfortable work boots you'll ever wear. But don't take our word for it. Take Ms. Burr Wellington's.
Awesome ladies' work boots that actually fit properly.
Fitting comment for a fitting boot.
This is my army. Our army.
We might wear the same uniform, but we all have our own stories.
There are no limits to what I can achieve for myself and for others. This is my army. Discover yours.
With Snapdragon, there's no limit to what you can do and what you can discover on the fastest PCs with multi-day battery life. Unlock your potential with Snapdragon at the heart of your PC. Shop the range at Harvey Norman now.
Now touring at Macca's, the new Tennessee barbecue range with smoky barbecue and honey mustard sauce, crispy onions, and 100% Aussie beef. But only on tour for a limited time.
Obviously, Gold Coast, you went the first, you're number 22, you move back to the Crows, and then pre-season you changed to 23. What sparked that move?
Yeah, growing up, my favourite number was 23. I'm born on the 23rd of April, so that was sort of that connection there, but also Buddy Franklin and, Michael Jordan, a few of the greats sort of wear number 23. LeBron James as well, so yeah. Sort of wear 23, so I've always had that connection with 23 and really love that. It's just appealing the way it looks sort of thing. And when I went to Gold Coast, I tried to get 23, but Shaw Lemons was already in it. So I thought I'd go something close and went 22. Yeah. And I was waiting for it to open up. And obviously got traded back here. And Shane was in it, so I had to wait till he was leaving, then he sort of left. And I wasn't pushing him out. So you pushed Shane out, I heard he was leaving. I was like, 23 might open up here. So, when they opened up, I took it and asked the club if I can wear that number, and they said yes for sure. And like you said, a few greats have worn it. Like Charlie Cameron's still playing, but Bungie, the main one, wearing number 23. So some big shoes to fill for sure.
You're filling the shoes really well. The celebration as well, the little bit of me time, bit of me.
Yeah,
this is my pocket. You're trying to steal the pockets there, are you?
No, it was actually came off the back of when we played the showdown and stuff, and I was like, this is our house sort of thing, and now it's turned into this is my pocket and stuff. And
I got something for you here. I got the deeds right here, so this is the deeds. I got a pocket here.
Deed to Eddie's pocket.
You just take that there and just sign it away.
Let me sign this up.
Make sure you're reading it, because it takes half of your contract wage as well. So for everyone out there now and everyone that's on social media, it's over. It's done. Signed over. Isaac's pocket.
Let's bring him in, Eddie Betts. Let's go through that celebration again, Eddie. What is it, little swirlies?
How it went, it was a bit like this, and I always tap the chest and give it a little kiss.
Always tap the
Which
chest.
one is his pocket, Eddie? Which one's your pocket?
No more room. They're all done. I signed it over. You saw that. It's Isaac's.
They're all okay.
That was a segue to tell Roo where his stand was.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to say just right over there.
Mate, you used to kick a torp, goal of the year torp in Indigenous round every year. These boys have done nothing today. Can you have a chat to them?
Left foot torp in the wet.
All right. Tell the boys to do something.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the Eddie Betts Foundation. You had a game here today, Eddie, 15 to 18-year-olds. So you've got some kids that are in the sweet spot for the draft.
Yeah, and that is, and they've been amazing. And it's a great opportunity for these young kids to come out here to Adelaide Oval. They're all from remote communities all over Australia, and it's all about giving them the exposure and opportunity, because they're talented young kids, and they won't get that opportunity or exposure. So I'm in a privileged position to give back, and that's my passion now. So I was actually commentating upstairs, and half-time they were losing. I got a bit angry, so I'm like, I'm going down to the bench. I took off my jacket, went down to the bench and started coaching from the bench.
Do we need to do more for the remote kids to get opportunities, or are we doing enough? Are we identifying them early, giving them opportunities to get down to the big smoke?
No, not really. And it's for me, that's my passion, and a lot of these kids don't have that opportunity to move. to the big smoke, and it's uncomfortable for them. So we bring them over 3 times a year or 4 times a year, 30 kids to Melbourne, just giving them the life of an AFL player, the training standards, habits, eating, dietary. So they got to change their whole life if they want to make it. And it's not just about sport as well, it's about education. Education is the key, because not every kid's going to be drafted, and that's what I tell them.
Yep.
Make sure your education first will help you along the lines, but then if you're good enough, I'm going to give you the tools and the platform to showcase your skills.
So if they don't get drafted, what's the next step for them? What platform, what elite pathway program? Is it SANFL? Is it the Waffle?
Yeah, all of that. Or in deployment. You know, we had a kid that went into the police force in Newman. So it's about employment and helping these young kids.
Well, you got to make them AFL ready, and no doubt you gave them a spray after the sound of your voice there, Eddie. So you're preparing them for the next step. But it is the NAB Oz Kickers out on Adelaide Oval right now in action, having fun. Some of our future stars. We've got a big second half coming up. It's the Crows by 17 points at the main change.
Per bottle?
Per glass.
I'm snapping eyes saying cheese. Shorty get inspired. How about that? How about that?
The end of financial year is always the start of something special at Toyota. It might be the start of a relationship that lasts decades, or a day you'll remember for the rest of your life. Perhaps you'll discover it's the start of something new, or a future you feel confident about. The day you get your new Toyota is the start of a feeling that never leaves you. And that feeling starts right here at your local Toyota dealership. Toyota.
Hi.
Bring it on, let's talk.
We needed more room, like...
Yesterday.
We'd outgrown our home.
But we thought it'd be years away.
We just didn't think we could afford to.
But our Aussie broker showed us what was possible and how we could make it happen sooner.
The app helped too. Know what your home is worth.
Connect with your broker or find your dream match. Swipe right.
Not that app.
Working with our Aussie broker cost us...
Nada. I've only got one bit of advice. Chat to Aussie.
They went the extra mile for us.
Book a chat with an Aussie broker today.
The people we love spreading germs. But we've got you. Dettol. Spread the love, not the germs.
There are enough stresses in life to lose your hair over. Good thing Ashley and Martin have a hair growth guarantee. Speak to the doctors at Ashley and Martin. Keep your hair on.
Bunnings Trade's got tax time sorted with big deals on big brands. You can score big with the heavy hitters like Makita, DeWalt, AEG, Hasload and loads more. You can also get the win with instant in-store bonuses and battery trade-in offers. So you can kick goals at tax time. Don't miss our big deals on big brands. But hurry, ends June 30. That's tax time sorted at Bunnings Trade.
It's impossible to be everywhere at once. Until now. With HubSpot's Breeze Customer Agent, you can scale up without slowing down. Provide the customer support of a team of yous. Write the follow-up emails of 100 yous. Resolve tickets like there's infinite yous. From now on, it's all you, and it's all really happening.
It's a place for the coaches.
Pickles are coming off and the bacon's going on.
The defenders.
Oi. Ooh.
And those who love a good smother.
Here's the story.
And at full time,
you love going
you
deep
always
online,
go
but
home with
you're
the
not in on the
chocolates.
deepest dive. The AFL. Here's the story. 160 you love going deep online, but you're not in on the deepest dive. Collingwood hates the AFL, but everyone loves 160 years of the good stuff. You know about Lock if you were in the Harris Cook and Collingwood hates the Carlton, but everyone loves Collingwood. You know about Lock and the Harris Cook and how he fights the Irish. And divine if you were in Heat Picture, it's the AFL, Aussie rules footy, the national game with a national backstory and divine time to get in on. It's the AFL, Aussie rules footy, the national game with a national backstory, and it's time to get in on it.
Massive second half to come here at the Adelaide Oval. Adelaide Crows did lead by 23 points. Massive second half to come. field-goal game against Collingwood last week. The game for kept Adelaide Oval chance of stealing that one was great. Only the one kick so far. They do have a few of their players that have Darcy pretty well so far. The Adelaide Crows
doesn't need too many touches though, does he? Dwayne, 11 disposals last week for 4 straight goals. Doesn't need too many touches though, does he? As you said, Dwayne, 11 disposals last week for 4 straight goals at the MCG. With his 2 goals in this first half, so far today, with Fogarty in the race for the Coleman. So with his 2 goals in this first half, he's half a century Fogarty in the race for the Coleman. So
the Eagles coming off a win last
25
week.
apiece.
They don't travel for a game. If they could steal this for another 5 weeks. Coming off a win last week, got Geelong at home. They don't travel for a game. Free kick after this for another 5 weeks. Given them with the game in Bunbury at home, then they get the free kick. So North Melbourne given them here with they can steal this one in Bunbury. Then Carlton at home and then the bye. So think about getting the chance here if they can steal this one to
they've come into this one. 7 players hadn't sung the song last week, but they've been spirited. They've come into this one energised. Can they continue into the second half? But they've been spirited. Here's Reid trapping energized. Can they continue it into the second half? One side and Dawson wrapping him up. Here's Reid trapping it with Dawson
in the middle of the start of the third quarter.
One side and Dawson wrapping him up. 13 disposals and a goal so far.
In the middle of the start of the third quarter.
Here he goes again. Another disposal. 13 disposals and a goal so far. Been trapped by Michael Lanny and going goes again. Another disposal was Rochelle. Little handball being trapped by Michael Lanny and going to ground line. Was Rochelle. I think the emotions of last week would really have taken a toll, or you could understand if they did take a toll on the West Coast Eagles. Last week would really have taken a toll, or you could understand if they did take a toll on the West Coast Eagles. Brockman right off the bat. Brought the work rate. Strength in the hips to see. Hold that tackle up. Give it to Brockman. He's spun around. Graham will go again. Strength in the hips. In the end, Michael Annie. Hold that tackle up. Give it to Brockman. He's spun around. Graham will go again. Bravely was Michael Annie. How brave was that? In a one-on-one, he had to go and he did. Backing back bravely was Jimby. How brave was that? He knew he had to go and he did.
Yeah, that was a cracker. Like a player who cares who's coming. He still thought was coming.
Dawson. Chance, Flynn nearly stole it off hands. O'Brien had a good first half. Dawson dragged down, going nowhere, and holding the ball. So spent most of the first half forward, on the ball now.
The machine got him.
Marek sends it in the... Well, that's a brilliant pass in the end of Williams. I think it was intended for Williams, but the seas kind of parted for him to run through and take a good grab. They could get 2 goals in a row either side of half-time, the Eagles.
It was a good mark, wasn't it? Because it was just going to skim the pair of players in front of them, so you don't know whether it's going to carry to you or not. So he judged it really well.
Checks to see if it's a right-hander or a left-hander. The ball, Malcolm Blight style. Kicked a couple last week. This to keep the momentum the Eagles' way. Does a lot in the air. It's gone both ways and have a laugh about it.
And that is a highlight for everyone sitting back on their couch watching this on a screen. Just goes to show how swirly and tricky this breeze is. 8-5 plays 5-7.
Oh.
King.
Punt.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it. Berry. They still might get out of strife here. Back to Berry. Oh, he looks one way, wants to go the other. Neil Bullen. Curtin. He's got space and time and can't execute the kick. It might stay in for Rankin. Rankin says, I'll take on the tackling machine. He breaks the tackle of Graham. He kicks over the head of Fogarty, and they've made a meal of it again, the Adelaide Crows.
Rankin's really angry with himself. Behind play. Missed that easy opportunity there to Fog. His player laid off defensively. He's all by himself.
Yeah, he's been well held today. He's only had the 2 disposals, Darcy Fogarty by Sandy Brock.
Sandy Brock's opponent the last 3 weeks has not kicked a goal.
Yeah. It's been incredible. He's only played a handful of games in the AFL. Oh, that handball wasn't a great one outside of the boot with Saligo. Jimby's there. There he is. Brock. Brilliant again. Flying and launching, unable to take the mark. It's Miller up. And it'll be a free kick now to Laird. So the Crows can go again, but they haven't got their confidence levels bubbling yet.
Well, they might have to check that ball. after half-time. It's like one of those plastic balls from the service station.
Well, Woodland's in a really good position there. Instead of Worrell wrapping boundary side on his left, he should be coming back inside to open up the field for the forwards.
Just scrappy by the home team, isn't it? And the crowd, you can feel the lull and the frustrations of this crowd. They're yet to really roar.
Oh, the wind is just so tricky. It's like a wheat silo. It's just going round and round.
So the Flyers go up. Waterman front spot, hits the deck. Coming content to see it out. Laird's had 16 possessions for the game for the Crows. Leads all comers at the moment.
Just back to the Sandy Brock quickly with Fogarty. He's done such a good job, but he's so physical before the ball gets there. So no wonder no one's kicked a goal on him in recent weeks. He's just playing a beautiful role at the moment.
Fogarty was lucky not to get holding the ball against him as well. That last one that he jumped on us. Reed's jumped on long. Little 1-2. That works okay until he's caught. Zigged when he should have zagged, and he's gone. So Keys thinks about the pop inside. Goes a little low. That'll do. Here's the fog on cue. Just been talking about him. Had a lean first half, a one kick opening half. Been well held and almost as if he knew we were talking about him. So if anyone can kick this ball in this wind straight, it's Darcy Fogarty.
25-4.
That tells you the story. They either need to check the ball or work out what's going on, because he is the best sharpshooter in the land.
Well, you can see just how careful he was at placing it on the boot, because it's really blustery at ground level.
Marrick goes straight down the corridor. Jimby was the target. Overrunning it was Berry. Lovely little pick up to Kelly. Long. Good loop it to Hewitt. Wants to go longer and stronger to Reed. Reed is going to fake. Come back inboard. Almost thought about going all the way home, and then he's able to hit up Ryan in the pocket. He put it on a platter for Liam Ryan in that pocket.
Well, that was outstanding work rate by Reed there. He came from the middle of the oval. When Kelly went lateral, he got on his bike and pushed hard forward. That's how you get your uncontested possessions.
Now, this kick's going to be a little bit trickier because it's blowing from that end of the ground, so it'd be very hard for a drop punt. He's still tossing up whether he's going to try and banana it or drop punt it.
Only the very best could thread it from here. Eddie Betts used to be able to do it, but in this blustery wind, Liam Ryan's hit the point post, and it'll be an Adelaide Crows ball.
Michael Lenny. Baker went with the fist, not a bad option. To drop into a high one there, Neil Bullen. That was a clever attempt to get a high, but the umpire was wise to it, as was the tackler. Flynn, O'Brien into the shadows, down towards Brockman. Been pretty good, trying to sweep it through his legs and get it and go. Peatling, who's the #1 clearance player in the game so far with 5 of them, wins this free. He's been good in the middle. Peatling to Hinge, who pumps it. 2-on-2. Fogarty got there late, thumped it away almost from Philthorpe. Keys running the wrong way. Cole gone. No.
Oh wow.
Usually they pay that even if you are out straight away. They usually pay that one holding the ball.
Wow.
That was right in front of me. That was holding the ball any day of the week.
Today.
Rucks tangle again. Graham flicks it out. Reed. Hewitt. Under pressure, getting down low. Allen couldn't quite claim it. Hinge, clean. Saligo had to go. Hip and shoulder came from Graham. Fumble City. Neil Bullen gathers. Hinge wants to kick it on that left. Hangs it out. It opens the door. But Michael Annie was up to the task. He had to really stand his ground, and then he goes and curtain marks right on 50. Wants to give it off. Oh, he's missed Berry by a mile. Baker's off to the races. Brilliant rundown tackle by Pedler. It'll come back here for the Crows. Miller has got nowhere to go. Dewara, who's in trouble. Back to Millerer. Somehow they get themselves out of a sticky situation, and Keys honours the long lead from Rochelle. They nearly made a meal of it, and it might come off here. Thilthorpe flies.
Don't know about nearly.
They did.
They did make a meal. They just got away with it.
Trying to be nice, Roo, but you're always the straight shooter.
You've got to be straight.
Weird contest at the moment. It's up for grabs for the Eagles. The crowd know it. The Crows know it. Flynn, O'Brien, the chaos. Pedler, jammed. Wrapped up. Bevel Hutchinson.
One thing they've done really well, the pressure's been great by West Coast, but they've stuck their tackles. So any chance you break a tackle, you know it's literally just going to go straight over the top. But look at this. That's hit front on. Sensational.
Yeah, nice and tough.
Berry caught immediately. That's a nice wrap-around tackle as well. Overcommit, Brockman.
Dwayne, you
wrapped him up well.
Mentioned it's a weird quarter. Adelaide are going at 56% kicking efficiency. West Coast just to 73. So there's a lot of turnovers going at the moment.
Goalless so far in this third term. Deep inside 50. Hutchinson's going to take them on. It'll spill the way of Marrick, and he's tied up. Edging closer to goal for Goanna against Woolwich Marawa.
Pressure factor Adelaide 211, West Coast 194, so both above AFL average.
They've brought the pressure. Oh, Rankin, is that a free?
Had to be.
Had to be. Umpire blows the whistle, and Isaac will have it directly in front.
And that is why you need at least a couple of umpires looking at every contest, because the one that was closest didn't pay it.
It's amazing that, isn't it? The one who's closest doesn't pay it.
Yeah, well, they get blocked though sometimes. That's what I'm saying. With so many players around the contest these days, the congestion, sometimes it does block their vision. So they need to position themselves so they cover as many angles as possible.
From directly in front, just the one behind to his name this afternoon. He sticks it.
Tell us about that goal celebration, Sean. You know that one?
It looked like a bow and arrow to me. I don't know what it was. But as long as he kicked it, here he is on the move. He gets that because he's on the move around stoppage. As you said, umpire closest to the contest didn't see it. They came from a long way away. And yeah, that looks like a bow and arrow. And then patting of the head. Yeah, I'm not sure, Rude. You're better equipped to answer that than me.
One thing's for sure, Eddie Betts gave him some advice on the celebrations, and I don't think any of those were in the kit bag.
Not sure what it was.
Back to the equal, biggest margin of the game, 23 points. It was just before half-time. Bounce to restart it. Dawson will fend off on half. Floats it long. Can they get some momentum again? Fogarty nearly. Jimmy wraps him up. They got some momentum late in the second term, the Crows.
Fogarty's getting frustrated, Dwayne.
He is.
He's going to hurt someone in a minute.
He wears the number 32 for a reason.
So the Crows have scored 12 times from stoppages. That is a career high for them this season.
And the snap is good from Saligo. No, it's not. It's wide.
Horse archery events typically vary.
Blows his chances. Well, they kicked 3 goals in a row late in the second term, the Crows, but been threatening all game to blow this out.
Long bomb. Oh, the one-handed by Waterman.
Great grab.
Great grab. All Australian last year, showing us why. And they go end to end here, the visitors. Williams is there. Free kick to Allen. So the Twin Towers were there. They all rush back. Wide to Kelly. Here's the free on Allen. Malcolani holding, rather.
Nothing in that one either.
Kelly stabs it into the pocket. Oh, well done, Brockman. A double grabber. He launched. He is having a game and a half.
No one's ever questioned his ability. He's got tons of that.
Well, the kick wasn't for him. I think it was for Waterman, and he just read it and had a jump at it. So he's had a good game. He's had the 10 disposals, 1 goal. Looks very lively around the contest.
2 more. Keep going. 1 more. There it is.
A little bit of left to right here, just inside that left post.
To keep them within striking distance, it's not coming back enough. And Brockman across the face.
It's blown left to right. It was...
Yep.
Didn't give it any chance.
Margin 23.
Miller stays central. Marek knew exactly what he was going to do. Out position Pedler with ease. Pedler maybe a little rusty. First game of the season. Marek really established himself as a defender now. To Hunt. Was a forward, now a defender. Marek. Touch play on. Prices all have it.
They'll take the territory battle over the last 5 minutes. The Eagles have just kept it down this end. Had a couple of shots on goal and just keeping their pressure right up.
O'Brien took it out of the air, caught. Ryan was tracking it, called for the handoff, and Ryan doesn't bend it enough. It is bizarre.
Should have kicked that one. That's bread and butter for Liam Ryan.
Handball was there as well over the top. Had a teammate potentially running into an open goal.
3 behinds for the Eagles in this term. Laird on the kicking duties. Goes long and strong. Again, it's the Eagles at ground level. Hunt. A high ball. Waterman's going to fly from the side. Butts was there with him. Eagles come up with it. Baker almost couldn't quite get it to his teammate. And now the Crows running in waves down the centre of the ground. Saligo can flick it wide. Out towards Keys or Dawson. It should sit for Dawson. He could just about go all the way. He's 60 out, but he spots Pedler right on the edge of the goal square. A lethal left boot from the skipper to set it up.
Great kick by Dawson, but even Pedler made the easy look hard there with how he marked it.
Well, they got the overlap in the middle of the oval because the West Coast defender pressed to man the mark. Let Dawson be the easy one free.
First game for the season, hasn't played in this side for over a year. Good form in the SANFL. And he rewards the coach with 2 majors this afternoon, and they skip out to their biggest lead of the day. The Crows by 28.
Well, you mentioned Rui's had a lot of body issues. He's finally got his body nice and sound, although he's wearing a lot of strapping.
Look, he's a hard runner and he's a hard unit full stop. Kick the ball a mile. Just needs an opportunity. It's hard to get a lot harder to get into the side now than what it was a few years ago. But he's earned his chance today. He's earned his recall and he's going pretty good. You can see how tricky that wind is because he had all the time in the world to take that mark and he still nearly misjudged the flight of the ball. It's definitely plenty of carry.
Well, definitely helped him in the end, didn't it? Marked in the goal square straight out in front instead of on the angle.
5 of the last 6 goals now for the Crows. O'Brien with a slap down. Hewitt, Reid, they tried to don't argue and he got an argument. Could have been a trip.
Yeah, good call.
Slip.
Good call. It's pretty hard to bring down, Harley Reid.
Yes. He's long launched that, and it's almost, it is a mark. So Williams has taken that. In fact, it's Allen has taken that at the top of the square.
It's a really strong mark considering the form Keane's been in today as well.
Yeah, well, Keane could have punched it, and he probably regrets going for the mark there, but well done, Oscar Allen.
Well, that was an opportunity for him to do what he did a few weeks ago in the showdown when he was the hero. Mark Keane, for all money, you thought he was going to do it then. Allen hasn't had a big afternoon just yet. Played a bit of fullback on this ground in previous trips here. And keeps this one alive.
Yeah, well done, Oscar Allen. Keane's been on top of him for all the game, really. Dominated in the first quarter, but still can have a big second half there. Right in this game, still, it's only 4 goals the difference, or 22 points. Look at the breeze at the back in the last quarter. Here's the tackle. So did everything right, Peatling, and still couldn't bring him down. So had to resort to the trip.
He's like a marlin. If you give up on him, he's away.
Good to see him back kicking goals. Been a tough couple of months for Oscar Allen, but 13 disposals, 2 goals, 2 last week in their breakthrough win. Had a tough opponent this afternoon.
Looks like Adelaide are set to make their sub. Sid Draper's just got the mouth guard in and the training top is off.
So Draper coming in. Of course, he was a late inclusion after Tex Walker was the late withdrawal. What about the brute force of Thilthorpe out of the middle? Now here's a chance for Pedlar. Fogarty, can he get it to Rochelle? Not quite. Still they go. Neil Bullen spins and then snaps. And snaps truly.
Well, he got the goal in the end, Neil Bullen. There was nothing clever about it. Thilthorpe got the centre clearance, which started it all off. You can have a look here. Just brushes off Brady Hoff, does his best to get free. Pedlar with a little bit too much speed, gets hold of the ball. Not a great kick from him there, and then a little bit of luck just where it lands. Threaded the eye of a needle there. Alex Neil Bullen.
It was a real squeeze, wasn't it, between the 2 defenders?
Well, he had Pedlar waiting for the handball back, so lucky he kicked the goal. Good finish. There's Draper on ball.
Out there.
There he is. The whiz kid Sid.
Yeah, he was the late in, so it was an 18-year-old in for the 35-year-old Taylor Walker.
5th time he's been a sub as well, Dwayne, so he's playing his 8th game today.
8th game, and Tex 288 games on the hunt for 300, but rested for this. Thilthorpe doing well. Little push off on Reid. Baker wasn't required. He knew, but he tried to fool a few into thinking it was okay. Hewitt dragged down. That's gone. Really put the foot down now, the Crows.
It's a really good tackle there. Just on Sid Draper, Roo. Yep. Pre-season, he was winning the races, so he doesn't have a problem running.
No, he can run.
Well, that's downfield.
Who was it?
And the handle over the top. Neil Bullen can stroll in and goal it. And he gets told to bring it back, so he's not allowed to play on.
Undisciplined by Hewitt there.
Hewitt, yeah. Hewitt and Dawson.
Gee, they've had 3 goes at this, the Adelaide Crows, and the umpire brought him back every time.
Pedlar will take it. Roo, where's his best position? Is he playing his centre on ball?
No, half, probably. Look, he'd love to be a midfielder like most players do, but probably high half forward, maybe deep forward.
First game of the season. Can't bring that back. That's why I wanted to play on, or they wanted to play on quickly.
West Coast have just activated their sub. Dewars comes on and Gross is off, and it's Taylor that's been subbed out for the Crows, and we know that Sid Draper is in.
Thanks, Ben Dixon. Merrick got it eventually to Brock, who launches long. Big spoil from the side off the fist of Butts. Keys picks it up. Hinge, handball. Couldn't get it cleanly to a teammate. Peatling wore the damage. He knew it was coming, and one was from Jack Graham. And the other was Hutchison.
Some tough balls out there at the moment to win, I tell you. If you saw players after this.
He knew it was coming, and he had to go, and he did. So he just skirts the perimeter out to Dawson. The piercing left boot right into the goal square, and there's no one there.
The players are still not judging the kicks to that end. The ball's going over the back more often than not. I think 1 or 2 of them would work it out. It's easy from up here.
Duggan. Flynn knocked it down at the front. Dawson working hard. Off, cut it off. Play for the free high. Ryan didn't get it. Baker rolled into the tackle delicately. That's the difference that a a team like Geelong has. They train at their home ground every week. Most teams don't get to train at the ground they play on. Not sure how many times the Adelaide Crows get to train here, or
just once.
Yeah. Hinge through the traffic, feeds it out. Coming, rolls it inside. Baker, fake, duck. Marrick, off, tried to get there in time. Sub, Draper. It's ugly, it's untidy. But if you're a Crow fan, you've got a 30-point lead, so it's kind of going to script.
Haven't had it all on their own terms, though, the Adelaide Crows. Thilthorpe straight down to Hoff. Miller are reading it best in a one-on-one with Ryan. Spears the pass. Was looking for Thilthorpe. Keys breaks through. Gives it off to Berry. Quick snap by Berry. And this could break the resistance.
Been pretty good today, Sam Berry. Started in the centre square at the start of the match. I think the coaches might have said to him, you have a run today. You've been sub for a lot. You've been on the outer a little bit, but today we're going to give you a full crack at it. Miller has been good as well. He tried to kick it to Thilthorpe. Went over the back again. Berry doing what he should do. He should be able to kick that one.
So Sam Berry started as the sub the last 3 games. Finally gets a run. Starts in the middle. Mark Rashudo, and he's got 18 disposals and a goal.
Yeah, he's been pretty good today. There's no doubt about that. No one's been perfect in these conditions, but 18 disposals and a goal, we'd be happy with that.
Yeah, second most possessions on the ground now, Sam Berry. Virtually changing with Jordan Dawson out of full forward. So Jordan Dawson on the ball now. Berry into the goal square at full forward, back in the middle. O'Brien with the swipe. Flynn with the clearance of sorts, playing off the wing at the moment. Daniel Kurt turns and goes. They can smell some blood. The Adelaide Crows hinge a skimmer. Neil Bullen. Rankin hasn't broken out just yet in this one. Thilthorpe threatening to put a big number on the Eagles.
Well, it's real danger time now for the Eagles. Their pressure has just dropped away, which is allowing Adelaide to spread from stoppage really easily and get the ball into their better users like Rankin, and they can hit up the free targets. Just need to retweak their pressure out West Coast.
The inside 50s, 15-7 in the third quarter, 8 scoring shots to 4. And that's 4 goals, 4 to 1 goal, 3.
For his third. With the number 1 goal kicker on the ground. Doesn't work back enough. Works back late, but really give it a run.
You can get sucked into the win. You really don't have to give the goal away. You like setting up the bumper rails at a 10-pin bowling alley. You just got to keep it inside that, and the wind will do the rest.
2 goals, 3 for the afternoon for Riley Thilthorpe. Up to 25 for the year, the equal of Darcy Fogarty. Reid thumps it to the advantage. Hewitt, Ryan having to take it on the bounce. There was Waterman, brings it back inboard, puts Williams under the pump. Too many Crows jumpers and they can go now. Miller, they're lining up, coming. Careful, bearing down was Brockman. He's had a brilliant game today. Neil Bullen goes back inboard, Berry. Neil Bullen, can they work themselves out of this? They can. Berry to Dawson, right on 50, right on his range, and he salutes.
What a goal by the skipper, but that comes from pressure on their half-back flank where West Coast are streaming forward. They get the turnover, and on turnover they counter-attack and go forward and get into one of their best users. Neil Bullen's really smart, just doesn't blaze away, gives back to Berry. They work their way through that with composure and get into Dawson's hands. Very happy with that finish, Roo, after we spoke about the wind.
That was sort of a just indication of how the game has been. It was a bit messy. They tried to keep the ball on the body, and in the end the skipper stood up and said, I'll just bang it through from 50, boys, just give it to me.
Yeah, he's won Adelaide's best and fairest the last couple of seasons. Had 27 possessions, 8 tackles last week against Collingwood in that loss. Brownlow contender, top 5 in the AFL Coaches Award at the moment. 43-point margin. I will recall that Crows kicked 3 goals in a row late in the second term to blow the margin out a little. And now they've kicked 3 goals in a row late in this third.
Yeah, they've got 10 of the last 13 now.
Flung in the air. O'Brien kind of proves you don't have to have the best ruck in the comp. You can't afford to have the worst. But he's a good competitor, Riley O'Brien. And there he goes on cue. Thumps it towards half forward, which you do like every now and then to mix it up. Rankin weaves his way past a couple. Berry got up there.
He's gone for colour hangers today, Berry. That hasn't been in his game previously, but he's got a good leap on him. And that was sitting right up for him.
Well, inside 50's out of control.
That, Sean.
I wish I could jump like that now. But the inside 50's out of control. Adelaide have had 18 this quarter for 5 goals, 6. So they're putting West Coast to the sword right now.
Here's O'Brien getting involved again. Riley O'Brien flicked it out. Miller was quick. Too quick for Sid. Harley Reid fends off one. Can't fend off the second. Draper can go and get it. Oh, he's given it straight to Kelly. Back to Harley Reid. Fakes one way. Handballs over the top. Overcooked the handball to Williams. Stolen down the middle it goes. Here's Rankin. This is dangerous. Off to Berry. He knows he's got to give it back to Isaac, who fumbles it because the handball wasn't precise. They're making life hard before eventually giving it to Rankin. Oh, he handballs to Rochelle. And he finally adds the finishing touches. But boy, they made hard work of it.
Well, Rochelle was free that whole time. And Berry even took a bounce. And Rochelle was still free. They gave him the ball in the end. And they're all getting a crack at the goals at the moment.
Yeah, they're all licking the ice cream. It's obviously easier when you're in the grandstand. Sometimes you can see the free play. Clearly, Berry didn't realise there that Rochelle was on his own. He was trying to draw the player to get it to Rankin. Yeah, we've seen some scrappy play, but we've seen some very good finishes. That one there from Rochelle was harder than it looked, and obviously Dawson's not long ago a great finish as well. 6 goals, 6 in this third quarter now. Really blowing the margin out.
Including the last 4 majors, Roo.
And another celebration from Rash.
50 points the margin now. Taligo. Deja vu for the Eagles. They were smashed here against Carlton. Gather round. Lost by 71 points. Carlton got a hold of them in that. Phil Thorpe tried to get a hold of this. Rankin on his left. Nearly. The crowd's out of their seat at the moment. They've enjoyed this last 10-minute clinic the Adelaide Crows have put on.
Isaac with the 1 goal today. Just get the feeling they're waiting for Rankin to put on a show. There's still plenty of time in this one. Oscar Allen going down back in these final minute before 3/4 time.
Couldn't quite get hold of it there, Keeney.
Worrell, long. Rochelle has a sniff. Has a sniff. He smells the goal. He snares the goal. And he will celebrate in style.
Shy retiring type, isn't he, Rash?
That's an outstanding snap, isn't it? Considering we've spoken about the wind all day, and he kicks a drop punt from that spot, and then follows it up with a snap. But again, Adelaide just dominating that long ball down the line. They have done that since the first bounce today.
Well, he read that gun over the back, didn't he, Sean? Yeah. We've been talking about that. It's gone over the back all the time, so he did stay down and waited for it, got what he needed, and then he is all class. Look, he's a genuine gun small forward who can kick goals. He's kicked 3 straight today when others have been missing easy goals.
Well, the small forwards at the moment should realise the ball's going over the back. You normally get 1 or 2 that just blitz through and hope for that one. It's been going over there a lot. He was smart enough to read that one.
Well, you've seen the difference between 4th and 18th in the last 15 minutes of this. Seconds tick down. They got 1 left. A mark from this, they can have a shot. It's a wide ball. Thorpe couldn't get there, wrapped up the tackle. Marek crowd rise. Enjoyed that third turn. 102 to 45. The Adelaide Crows on the hunt for a 7th win, bringing them into the top 4 at what's closing in on the halfway point of this season. 15-12, 102. We've got the 100 up before three-quarter time. The Eagles, 6-9, 45.
If you're looking for the biggest stories, seriously good analysis of all things footy, or if you just want to watch these jokers, well, there's only one place.
That's better.
Hey Cam, you know that footy is made by dedicated fans like you, me and Roscoe?
I do. Our horns are like wordless motivational speeches.
Yes! You could say that future AFL stars are made by fans like us.
You totally could. This bloke does not miss.
Yui, official partner of Footy Fans. Mini and effective. Unleash the speed of liquid. New Nurofen Advanced Minis. Our smallest liquid capsule ever. The pain relief you love, now even smaller. Nurofen. Leave your pain to us.
The MG end of financial year sale is on now. Get behind the wheel of a new MG with a $1,000 factory bonus on selected models, all with our industry-leading 10-year warranty. Hurry while stocks last. Visit your MG dealership today. T's and C's apply.
Go Harvey Norman, trade in and save. Up to $700 on selected home entertainment. Up to $500 on fridges, dishwashers and laundry. Up to $200 on coffee machines and floor care when you trade in your old appliance, working or not. At Harvey Norman now.
Steel Blue are the most comfortable work boots you'll ever wear. But don't take our word for it. Take Ball Ballers.
Super comfy. And my feet don't stink for the missus.
You're welcome, Mrs. Boiler.
At Coles, it's time to raise your fork and help support the fight against MND. Last year, with our Aussie pork farmers, we raised $9.3 million together to help fund vital research and care initiatives. This year, let's do it again. Because when you buy select Coles brand 100% Aussie pork, 10 cents from each pack sold is donated to fight MND. So grab your beanie and some pork to help support the fight against MND at Coles.
We can see more of the world than ever. With Bridgestone Tech Check, you see what needs repairing now and what can wait, so you can go with confidence. Bridgestone Select Tyre and Auto.
Hi.
Bring it on, let's talk.
We needed more room, like...
Yesterday.
We'd outgrown our home.
But we thought it'd be years away.
We just didn't think we could afford to.
But our Aussie broker showed us what was possible and how we could make it happen sooner.
The app helped too. Know what your home is worth.
Connect with your broker or find your dream match. Swipe right.
Not that app.
Working with our Aussie broker cost us...
Nada. I've only got one bit of advice. Chat to Aussie.
They went the extra mile for us.
Book a chat with an Aussie broker today.
Hungry Jack's is bringing home the bacon. The OG Baconator. Flame-grilled Aussie beef. Sizzling bacon on bacon on bacon on more bacon. Oh, the Baconator range. The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
Become a true master of the arts with first-class techniques from the fascinating minds of the greats.
That's really exciting, isn't it?
New series, Artist of the Year Masterclass. Mondays 7:30 on Famous or watch on demand.
Eddie Betts. Not his pocket.
Stop it.
No way, not from there. Feed the frenzy, Eddie.
Still in. Eddie fooled them all. Escaped. Eddie Betts.
He's taking the mickey out of all of us. No one's ever done it like Eddie's done it. And it was the Eddie Betts Foundation game earlier today, but good to have him back in the house. 350 games, 640 goals. Four-time goal of the year winner, Eddie Betts. And Josh Rochelle and co. trying to emulate the great man as well with him in the house. Three-quarter time at the Adelaide Oval, and it's blown out 57 points the margin. The Adelaide Crows building on their percentage big time right now. 57 points for the quarter still to play with as we head downstairs to Ben Dixon.
Yes, Dwayne, well, you mentioned, so 17 half-time, and they've just blown that three-quarter time out to 57 points. Good teams flex their muscles when they need to. They're a great ball movement team, Adelaide, when they're on, and they've showed this season why. Top 4 spot up for grabs. They get the win today. You can see once it goes into West Coast forward line, look how quick they are to get on their bike and run in waves. So they spread quite quickly. Neil Bullen's going right down the middle of the ground, just on his bike, and then Dawson. So you can see they make the ground nice and big. They spread, they run in numbers, and this is the isolation they get up forward. No surprise that their forwards are kicking lots of goals, and it's a good spread. Is the supply they're getting is from the midfield run.
Yeah, they dominated in that third quarter. You can just see on the screen there, clearances, contested possession inside 50s. Contested possession for the last 2 quarters has been plus 30 for Adelaide. So the spray at quarter time to wake up and get stuck into it certainly worked, and they needed that second half, that third quarter to blow it over. And let's see what the Coasters can do in the last.
Hungry for more? Domino's has got you covered with our incredible giant donuts. Handcrafted, oven-baked, mega-sized and served warm for even more yumminess. Grab one today at Domino's.
What a time to be into all things entertainment. Get more data than ever before on Spark mobile plans.
Z Rewards gives you a discount on fuel every day and points for almost everything you buy. Then use your points to get treats, hot treats and cold treats. Plus, get partner rewards. It's our way of saying thanks for choosing Z.
The new
to the Eagles, 1-3. They were monstered in that third term after Adelaide led by 17 at half-time.
They go inside. Grundy gets 2 flat hands to it and
been
doesn't
brilliant.
grasp
He's out-muscled
it. Here they
by
go
Reed.
against each other. Well,
Loops the handball
of course,
over
ever
the
so
top.
briefly.
Shot from the boundary. It was a tough one that goes across the base. And it was duo.
I'm sure the carrot waited for Max to get to the throw-up,
and he just had momentum because he was running in with speed, gets underneath Grundy, shifts him out of the way, and beautiful left snap. He got some good turn on this turn, more than I expected from Big Max on the left. You can see he's got the momentum there, gets him underneath.
Totally open down the inside. So that's one the defensive coordinator in the box will look at and say, why did we have weight and numbers all to the outside? The snap, if possible, the one thing
you
that
need a few of those, Dwayne,
you get if you want, if you're getting a snap, see everybody to the outside, is you want to come back inboard.
He's had a bit of a horror time in front of the goals this year too. 1 goal, 8 coming in today.
They do have
Makes that feel a little better. Grundy played 17 games in that one season with the D's. McVee jams it on the boot, doesn't go too far at all. Snaffled up by Warner, powerful kick. Just eased it out to Hamling in his 100th. Faces off with May, a little flip handball over the top.
First play on it.
Yeah. Turner, defence. Just tumbled it up to the wing. Melksham 4 goals last week. Without it this time. Bice, nice little handball to the inside. Sheldrick played the full game last week, had 21 disposals. You feel nice about that. Rowbottom. Awkward bounce for May. Stunned in the tackle by Hamling, but probably not Price.
He is very fortunate then. He froze for a millisecond. Had he taken 2 paces and that tackle gets applied, he's done. Oh, good tap.
On the move, Sheldrick. And it wasn't a handball.
So we've seen in recent weeks Joel Hamling has done a defensive role as a forward, so it's a little bit unusual that it's a key forward, but it looks like he's got the match up with Stephen May today.
It's perfect really for him, isn't it?
Well, I've enjoyed the move actually for Joel Hamlin, because every side or majority of sides have a key fullback, a really strong performer that controls and sets things up for your team. So Stephen May is that man for Melbourne, we understand, so it's a big role again for Hamling.
Easy back to McVee and
just control the footy for a little bit.
Bit of waxing going on between those two boys. The sun was a bit of a factor. Here's Petrarca in game 200. Extra support from the crowd. Carlton strong back in defence last week against the
Blues big guys. Awkward for Rowbottom. Melksham, he enjoys knocking a couple of bodies over.
He just looped the handball, had to go over some hands, so therefore he got some height on it, allowed Melksham to come in and get physical with Rowbottom. Clean tackle.
Melksham's best return since 2023. Those 4 goals last week. Debut way back in round 3, 2010. Been quite a journey. 6 seasons at Essendon, of course. 9 now with Melbourne. Gorn got to the front, probably got the better of the tap, but the Swans able to get possession. Warner was able to get the dump handball. That was Corey Warner. And Sheldrick's kick to the wing where the scrap you can see takes place. Rivers manufactured some sort of kick to Oliver. High for Lindsay. Remained poised, kicked quite wide. And
that's a good spoil.
He's more of a lockdown than anything these days, Dane Rampy, but does that very well. So Blakey on Fritsch.
It's kind of almost unusual these days to see a backman chase a leading player that far
All
out.
way, yeah.
Yeah, and still spoil. They kind of peel off.
And Dal, I'm looking forward to the matchup Wicks on Pickett. I think that's going to be outstanding today. Wicks has improved as a back pocket.
It's been a terrific move this year, hasn't it, really, Wicks? But you're going to be tested against Cozzy.
You just want to see him in some open space. I want to see a great foot race today.
He might not have to wait too long. The ball to Heaney. Fresh from his 38 touches last week. Little left footer from McVee. Top of the square. Bodies crash. Sparrow played it back. Langford, who kicked 3 terrific goals here a couple of weeks ago against the Hawks.
What a debut season for this man. It's been fantastic. Had a great spark to Melbourne. Settled in nicely.
Blakey, who was unusually quiet last week, just the 13 disposals against Carlton. Beautiful taken by Heaney. Dabs it to centre half back. Mills. He too gets the encouragement out wide for Lloyd. He just played the waiting game until the run was provided. And it was by Roberts. Kept it low. Watermarks. Pure so far. Little tuck kick into the pocket.
Oh, nice trap.
By Campbell.
That was so clever as well. See how Campbell ended up just dropping the ball. If he tries to snap from there on that step within inches of the boundary line, he gets any touch.
Out in the full.
He out in the fulls it.
Yep.
So he's played that really cleverly.
This time Grundy got to the front. Gorn still reaches over. Mills. Haywood. Bowie. Having his career best season. Dumped as he kicked it. Sometimes, well, quite often, that tends to be played downfield these days, but that one's ticked off.
Solid pressure.
10 intercepts last week for Bowie. There's Petty.
He came up a long way to meet the footy then.
It's easy to Lever just playing off his man as the spare at the moment. You can see Laddams just wanted back to man him up. And again, Langford. Petty playing in front. Fritsch running hard back to goal. His hands high in the air. The kick, though, is designed for Petrarca. Fritsch ultimately gets it. He tries to go baseline. Roberts tag. Not tackle. That's a tackle from Wicks.
How good was that from Wicks? Seriously stopped. I know that Fritsch had a chance to take it clean and decided to just bounce it in front, hoping to run in to the goal square. Look at that. That's perfect technique. What a tackle.
That looked like Melbourne Storm tackling someone. Parramatta. It was like a rugby league line break tackle.
Under assault. Melksham flicks it up. It's a free to the D's. Chandler and Rivers were about to try and work out how to kick it themselves, but they don't have to.
Just copped a little clip. Melksham high.
And we saw last week he can easily just move onto his left boot and put together this left foot snap that is on offer for him.
I thought he might have been going to try and get it into the hands of Chandler for the quick play on then, being a left footer.
It's a great career, isn't it? 236 games, getting towards 200 goals.
4 goals last week. Oh, that's...
Oh, missed it.
Not the connection. So he can do it, but he wasn't able to execute that time.
Just hit it a little thin.
So But they've had 3 genuine attempts, really, Melbourne, haven't they? They've kicked 1 goal so far with the out on the full to Fritsch. Blakey's off. Always an attacking mind frame. Down the middle he goes. May try to accentuate whatever contact there was. Hayward from Mills. Overplays the kick to Corey Warner. So 2 Ds. One of them, Lindsay.
Oh, shimmy.
Well played, yes, to get around. He would have known which side of his body, but he turned back the other way anyway. Now Rick's turn to have Florence turn to have a bounce and a run for Jordan, the XD. That's a strong tackle and follow through from Barry.
Warner didn't need to handball.
No.
So he had the run of the play. So he handballs to Jordan. Jordan has to come back into traffic, slows things up for the Swans. They had representation inside forward 50. Warner goes forward, kicks inside 50, an opportunity.
At that stage, his forwards are expecting a kick.
That's right.
Short throw in.
Gee, we saw one of those
the other night.
That cost a goal. the Tigers weren't too happy
Peter
about.
Wright?
Peter Wright, yep.
Well, they did start back almost at the 50 line.
Born again strong in the air with the tap down. Grundy just leaning on Max and he gets a breath or two. Knowing they have to go at it again.
So that's the forward set up ahead of this for Sydney.
Kick to Pickett. Off to you, Max.
They're just used to handing it back to Max after a
free kick in there, ruck.
Free kick, ruck lotto. Not a great one.
Wouldn't mind that again. Florent, we've got a bit of a sting last week, made the sub.
Played well when he came on, though, and you could see it was a sting, and you could see in his work rate that he wanted to prove a point.
Through Mills, they take the aggressive channel, and it's marked nicely by Hayward.
Gee, that's a beautifully weighted kick.
Lloyd screaming
all
for it.
All lining up left, aren't they?
Yeah, out the side.
Finally goes to Lloyd. Too late.
He does give the D's and Sparrow a look at it.
It was just far too slow. The ball had come from the other side of the ground, and all the numbers on the open side being the member side of the Oval refused to look left there, Hayward.
So the kick to get in there, get the ball to him, was perfect, and then the next kick on towards Lloyd is just way too slow.
Grundy fought hard for front position and stayed there at his feet. Langdon and Rowbottom.
These two will know each other incredibly well, having spent time under the one roof.
Better by Grundy. Got the clean tap, and it was directional as well. With Heaney had first crack at it, then Pickett. Rivers has become a midfielder. Semi-permanently over the last 3 weeks. Hayward the set-up kick. Cleary denied by Sun.
Hayward's been given licence to come a fair way up the field already. He's had 4 possessions.
Chandler, another who continues to progress in his career. Fritsch knew exactly when to engage, and so he gets a couple of metres on Florent. And, well, he couldn't utilise it. There's Blakey at his defensive best.
Just need a bit more depth on the kick going inside forward 50. Just was a little bit central, so it brought Blakey back into that contest.
Taylor Adams with some very early warm-ups for a sub. Adams drops it down. Johnson there. Petrarca, Langdon curls the kick to the square. Sparrow wasn't far off. Roberts was watching him. Lloyd.
He was smart.
Yeah, he flicked his foot at it to try and keep it alive, get it a little bit closer to the goal face. Oh, no, Tom Sparrow.
Pickett was flashing through.
I wonder if Adams will try a scissor kick if he gets an opportunity again this afternoon.
It's quite athletic.
It was so good. We all wished it had it gone through for a goal.
That's a free kick, umpire.
Try and rough up Johnson. Florent.
So the tell automatically is if the ball gets thrown up, it's in an easy to predict fall zone, and if neither ruckman gets back to it, somebody's shepherded.
Adams to Oliver. Petrarca, crowd got excited. Handball out to Melksham. Chandler onto his left. Rowbottom, he smothered even though the kick didn't take place. Good tough stuff from Rowbottom and Wicks. And the Swans are able to just hold them at bay. They are defending so staunchly here.
So we'll see the 2 ruckmen go at it again. You cannot shepherd off past the drop of the ball and not get back to it. See, Laddams gets back to it there. Well done.
Oliver takes his turn, and then Petty. There is a lot of bodies per square metre at the moment.
You just feel like this is really important to them, isn't it? They're just not going to give up. Everything is a max effort in here.
High price on this goal, perhaps. Petty. Langdon, the moment he had it, Jordan had him. Bowie, the Fawcett continues. Quick kick. Sheldrick breaks things open. Cruel bounce for all. Not once, but twice. The unpredictable nature of our ball. Head down from Turner to Oliver. In turn, this is Salem. He knew where Langdon was running. Great progression by the D's. Handball happy. Now Fritz. Didn't get the finish it deserved.
He looked, though, and that was a good thing. He did have a look. All his teammates were covered, had the shot. Right decision, poor execution.
He must have had a very quick look.
Yeah, I thought Sparrow might have been a little bit.
You could actually see his eyes. They looked.
We're not trusting your. We're not debating your eyesight, Bradley. You saw his eyeballs move in.
Did.
Yes.
He used to have the same sort of glances to the inside.
See, I like this for the Swans. You know, when the hat kick comes out, they've got representation next down the line. Hayden McLean was that player then.
Off to Wicks, and the kick disrupted significantly. Chandler pickets.
So there you go. You get too close, you get the smothered kick. Turned over.
Oh, you can't let him go. He's improved the angle so much. It's almost a walk-in. Because he's got one on a big day at the G for Keziah Pickett.
That was smart to...
It's on the turnover, though.
Yeah,
I mean, the kick.
Yeah, absolutely it is. But I'm talking about Cozzy making the move when he did to have the shot.
Yeah.
Because he knew that the player on the mark, Roberts, was engaged with the umpire. He had space.
So we watch
played on.
his kick. You've got to do better here. You can even step him. And Pickett finds the space straight away. And the player on the mark's thinking he's going to take his third. He let him set up. So then he turns his head.
Looks down, bang.
Yeah.
Gone. Everyone else is pointing and not engaged in that.
Well, it's probably everybody else, isn't it, really?
As well. Who've got to come. You've got to rush into that 10-metre zone.
He can't move. He's been told to stand. And
he won't like that, Coxie.
No.
And Roberts, even when he saw him going, thought, I can't get you on. You at least have to make out you're trying.
2-4 last week, 13-14 for the season. Swans getting it straight out of the middle, but backwards. Now it's forwards from Roberts. And then a contest, centre-half forward. They got that. And the follow-through from Jordan. The hands were super slick from Campbell and Mills, and Jordan again. Fights it out with Chandler. Windsor and Bowie waiting on the outside. They both get involved in the chain. They're trying to launch. Langdon in turn to Oliver. It was time to kick. High ball down the line. Helps him, just misjudged it slightly.
Nick Del Santo, we see James Jordan several times ahead of the footy. Does he have a job? He's played his best footy when he does have a task.
Is spot on, Derm. No, I kept a close eye on him from the first centre square bounce. He's playing as a true half-forward flank. He is coming up the ground, but he's playing as an honest forward.
Warner.
Great kick again.
Just steps around Spargo, and then it is all about the touch inside 50. Heaney made it good to Corey Warner, looking to wind up. Swans still seeking their first goal, and Laddams takes the mark very close to goal. It's not quite done yet.
Just dropped short the kick, so Laddams was just found himself in the right place at the right time, following Max back, which I like. So he kept that direction there and kept Max in check. Ball drops his way.
The reason the ball gets to an advantageous position is because Heaney sees the player totally by himself on the outside and just lurches a handball to the out extremities.
So 3 goals, 2 in 5 games, and a whole lot of fun along the way for Peter Laddams. That's very orthodox, and it's true. And yes, the goal umpires in the crowd signal the first major is registered for the Swans. And Peter Laddams, he's generally played against the teams with the strong ruck, so when they think they need 2 ruckmen to take on the opposition's best.
So watch here, just hung big for Heaney, but he sees the hand up on the outside. See 4 D's track to the outside to get there. You'd like one to the outside to start with, but that's in a perfect world. It's a random game, our sport.
It was a great kick back into the corridor, wasn't it? That's helped set this play up for the Sydney Swans.
A little ankle breaker. See, that's great vision.
Bash it down the throat of Oliver. Not too far away from Heaney.
So there's Jordan there. Come over. So he's a half-forward flanker. He's come up. He doesn't really have a target player to go to yet. Lurks back. He might even have Bowie because he's been so constructive.
So Oliver has had tasks in the last couple of weeks. It looks like Warner has his attention.
Good tap.
And Warner gets it anyway. It's the kick forward. Good contest. Salem in front of Campbell. That's actually going to be a mark.
And the other big matchup is Rivers, who's going to Isaac Heaney when he's playing through the middle of the ground.
Not the best connection on the kick. There's a whistle here, though. That's against Blakey.
You know what?
He tried to do the right thing to him.
Yeah, so it's a free kick, and we look at it and say, oh, don't give away the free kick. Your teammate who comes back, even though it's the worst result in terms of team, shot at goal resulting, your teammate will say, thanks, I can trust you next time.
Yep. Spot on.
And it might work for us, but you build trust. So I'm not hanging Nick Blakey on that one if you're up in the Swannies box.
So he didn't hit the last one as well as he would have liked, but doesn't look like there's anything wrong with that one at all. Melksham spears it through. And the D's maintain their edge over the Swans at the MCG. 3-2-20 to the Swans' lone goal.
Well, out of centre bounce for Melbourne on this occasion, but they get then the ball in the hands of Salem with an intercept mark, and then a deep ball inside 50. You're right, Derm. Blakey did everything possible to protect his teammate coming back then, and just grapples enough for the umpire to say, no, that's just outside the rules.
And well played against. And well played by Melksham too.
Yep,
he fought to get to the front of Nick Blakey.
And almost pushed back a bit. We see him do that sometimes when he's playing these defensive forward roles.
He's a wonderful story, isn't he?
Just a persistent.
Melksham. Yeah, there's been, I reckon, 3 times in his career I've thought that might be the end, and he keeps surging with good footy.
Played 12 games in that premiership season, but didn't play in the grand final, of course. Tapped back by Gawn. From a little disorientated Mills.
He's from Oak Park originally, which is the old Blues, Carlton, North Melbourne feeder team. I was from their inner city zone.
Oliver quick with the hands to Chandler, who took off and thought he could go a little further than initial prospects. Came to ground, row bottom with the tumble putt. Everyone had to try and predict the bounce of the ball. Not easy to do. Lever somehow managed to. Blind handball though. Helps the Swan scores. Look at the chase from Petrarca, but Campbell, he's got toe, and we know he's a long kick. Turner's got it.
You see, Luddams, if he had forward craft, could have drawn that kick.
He's played.
That'll be
that's
back for a behind.
Yeah.
Has to be. Spot on, Jono. That was right in line with where I'm sitting. He took it through the behinds and came back through the goals. Oh no, they're going to give him. Oh, no, he's a behind.
Yes, it's a behind, Dale. You're right. Yeah, you can't do that. You've got to step back out through the behind.
Big Disco gets one wrong.
And his 25th game. High ball, Rampy. Jumped as high as he could manage and got it to ground. Gawn, you can see what he had in mind, and that was exactly it. Sparrow. Awkward for Heaney, knowing that as soon as he took it, he wasn't going to be able to get rid of it. The umpire's got an issue with his whistle. Rivers, keen eye on Heaney, as we said. Paddled towards the boundary line and neat enough footwork from Langford. But now the reinforcements arrive. Oliver starting to get that ball a little more. Salem down to Langdon and his kick along the line.
So there are a couple of things that happened in the ruck so far. We've seen Big Maxi take one in front of goal, swing onto the left and bang a goal through. There's been 2 other times when they've been shoulder to shoulder, and when the eventual tap comes, Grundy has got it without body contest against him. This is a real solid one. Hold. That's an either way. I don't know how you can split that.
Honestly, I don't know either. Both players look like they were holding each other, and Grundy just gets the tap away.
That's Ruck Lotto.
He's just having a look at the scoreboard, trying to work it out.
There's probably a free kick by Grundy there, But there's also probably a free kick by Max. Yeah, he's got his arm around the back of his neck as well.
So Max already a terrific snap at the start of the game to get the D's rolling. And this sort of distance can be right to Max Gawn's liking. 55 metres out.
Yes.
He's middled it. Oh, touched on the line by Bice.
Bewildering, that one. Big jump, watching from the left-hand side of the screen. Bice, left hand.
The goal umpire did well to get out of the way then.
Perhaps he could have flew the pack as well.
Grundy's calling for it down the line.
And takes the mark. Last 5 minutes of the opening term. Still trying to just work out which way this is headed. Been a strong start by now, but the Swans have certainly had plenty of opportunities as well.
Sydney have been the more expansive. I reckon this is the 4th time they've come into the centre.
Yep, spreading the field. Finding openings on the outer side this time, Roberts.
They just defend inside 50 so well with Lever and May down there.
Corey Warner ignored Florent, who was absolutely screaming for the footy. Grundy comes late. Hayward at the front was a prospect. Windsor just trying to find the line.
Good win.
Came out with a footy, but Oliver was there. And suddenly it's Melbourne streaming forward off Chandler's long left boot. Kept on carrying. McCartan topples over. The ball might bounce back to him. No, Johnson beats everyone to it. His handball was wild and straight to Wicks. Corey Warner again. Pistons out the handball to Sheldrick. Tackled by Oliver, but got it away safely to half forward. Not easy for Hayward. Oh, look at Grundy go to ground. Crash and bang. In goes Langdon. Spencer.
Clary Oliver's handball there was dubious, to say the least, coming out of the back line.
Player ran straight through.
He's had 8 disposals already, Oliver. 6 of them have been handballs. Rivers takes a little bit of territory. Spargo in front. Doesn't mark. Roberts, here is Oliver. Starting to cover more and more ground, but straight to Warner with the hands. Back to Rampy. Not his best kick. Inside 50. Hamlin got worked under it by May. Turner turning straight into 2 tackles.
Last 90 seconds in these one-on-one clinches, the D's have done all right, but I just feel that Sydney have just got a little bit more oomph, venom in their tackles than going the other way. This is a real good hard slog here.
It is. The pressure factor sums that up to him. 208 to 220.
Heaney to Roberts. Nice little push from Laddams.
Beautiful kick.
To advantage, yeah.
Great kick. Just got it over the top of Lever. Laddams was always going to be able to do the job.
So Jake Lever's 194 centimetres, but Peter Laddams got 10 centimetres on him, 204. I'm not liking the non-dominant around the corner
this
here.
This could go anywhere, including through the middle.
Wow, he's short.
I suspect that was very close to the imaginary post.
Well done, Peter Laddams.
That's 2 in the first quarter.
Yeah, that's a big win, isn't it?
Well, Jake Lever was onto it. I thought he manned the mark brilliantly. As soon as the umpire call played on, he closed up Peter Laddams.
So it goes outward, and he ends up behind.
Yeah, good kick. Good kick.
He's judged that really well, and as we know, Lever is a genius at judging the depth of the kick. I'm not sure Pete was all that confident.
Rowbottom was happy. Rowbottom was confident. Pete wasn't.
Hey, look at that. If I'm a minor lip reader of any note, he went, I don't know.
Yeah.
Braden Campbell. He's like, I don't think so.
You don't want him on your poker team.
Grundy used the advantage. Brilliant tap for Sheldrick to set up Heaney. It was a trip, but didn't see the clear advantage. Heaney tries to take it on a disrupted play.
So Laddams is off. We saw him run off.
Sheldrick tosses up the kick. They have to come up to the footy. Hamling was there. Lever.
Oh, get a touch on it. Yeah, well done.
Good bounce.
They'll be able to just bundle it with Langford and Sparrow. Wicks, though, right up the ground, back where he used to play in the forward pocket. Well, that was LBW on for Tracker as it skids along the ground awkwardly, and Hayward in his rush has given away the free.
Little too forceful.
Tracker Up the wing he goes. Petty with a nice fly. McCartan no mark, but he did get the ball. Handed off to Wicks. More trouble here for the player who picks the ball. What a spin from Langford to Melksham. Petty wasn't ready at all. Sheldrick was. Great reflexes through Wicks and back again. Centre half forward is where the action is. A good win for Turner on Hayward. And there's the Melbourne mindset we see now. Bang goes Rivers. Long to Melksham. The goals are only 40 away. The problem is had to get back to his feet. Petrarca was a willing ally. Now Windsor plants the foot. And Rowbottom planted the flag with the tackle and the smother and the hard grunt work and gets it out towards the boundary.
Good boy. How good is that from the Sydney Swans and the D's? Both teams having a dead set crack in this first quarter. But Rowbottom, he was the one who disrupted Melksham to start. Then gets up off the deck and lays a beautiful smother.
Full dive smother.
He's not the best midfielder in the comp, but he might be the best who applies himself to one-percenters.
Yep.
Last year, one of the top couple of tacklers in the comp. He's a little bit further down this year.
There he is again. I think it's him versus Josh Dunkley at the Brisbane Lions, Derm.
Warner kicked that into the middle of the two combatants. Off hands to Lindsay. Another one of the Melbourne teams to centre half forward Petty and McCartan. Going to be much easy ball for Petty against Tom McCartan. Blakey now is brought to ground.
This is a good contest.
It is.
Yeah. Fantastic. It's a ripper.
10 intercepts last week, Tom McCartan. Now he's back in defence. Been tight too on those he's played against. Petrarca on the move. Chandler sits up for Oliver. Doesn't have a snap ago last week. That one's fallen well short, and Wicks.
Talk about Wicks. He's been able to take down Watson, Bolton, Darcy Jones and Kako so far this season. Some experienced players, some younger players, of course. So his role has become really important for the Sydney Swans.
Easy mark. Thought it was going deeper.
Corey Warner played every game so far this year. Last minute. The opening turn. Does everything so easily, Heaney, and then floats the handball to Warner. Inside 50. I think Evero was expecting the target to be struck there. May keeps it in, at least momentarily, which, Jordan.
Dipped the shoulder. That's the second kick going inside 50. Warner is just over-clubbed. Remember the one that went to Heaney and then he handballed to the outside for the goal? So that's the second kick inside 50.
So the out-of-zone umpires paid the... No?
He actually didn't drop as low as
no, he didn't.
I first thought, Derm. So
yeah, on reflection.
Yep. Should have won the free kick.
High alert here.
By Gawn, though, gave it to Warner. Where he gifted it straight back to Max. The kick is out of bounds on the fourth.
18 seconds. They've just got to take the clock down while enough time to go inside forward 50 here. Heaney saying kick to the pocket.
Carton, one last chance. D's just looked at each other for a moment. Put back by McVee to Chandler. That should do the job. Well, maybe there could be something created by Melbourne. Lindsay's kick. Up goes Melksham and adjusted well in mid-flight. Did he pull the mark down?
I think he did. I think he did.
He's going to argue the toss. Look at it. He is into the umpire. I marked the ball.
It did look like he fumbled, but I think he got his hands back around
underneath it.
Yep.
I reckon he got it. Yeah. You don't argue like that when there's nothing to win, other than letting the umpire know, I know the truth.
Does he think he's Malcolm Blight or the bloke from the AFL yesterday?
Yes.
100-metre kick would have been fine. It's going on. That's the sort of contest that has been so far at quarter time. Now continuing on from there. Good performance on the road last week, and indeed over the last 5 weeks. And an 8-point lead over the Swans at the MCG.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Go Harvey Norman, trade in and save. Up to $700 on selected home entertainment. Up to $500 on fridges, dishwashers and laundry. Up to $200 on coffee machines and floor care when you trade in your old appliance, working or not. At Harvey Norman now.
Game plan time. Nice having with Craig all the time.
How you feeling today, Trev?
Good, mate. Ready to go?
Yeah, it's a big game. Oh.
Is everything okay?
Clangers for Good is back, and this year it isn't just open to footy clubs, it's for all AFL fans. If you've got a footy clanger, we want to hear about it. Share your clanger and how Amy can help, and you could be in with a chance to share in 100k. When clangers happen, lucky you're with Amy.
Now touring at Macca's, the new Tennessee barbecue range. With smoky barbecue and honey mustard sauce, crispy onions, and 100% Aussie beef. But only on tour for a limited time.
For the ultimate performance on the toughest stains, like mud, sweat, and sauce. Omo Ultimate's 3-in-1 capsules attack ultra-tough stains with built-in pre-treaters. Working first time, every time. So wash off whatever is holding you back. And play on with Omo Ultimate, the official laundry partner of the AFL.
Niggling knee pain flaring up? Voltaren Pain Relief Gel 12 hourly helps keep you going. With up to 12 hours of targeted pain relief, so you can keep up all race and maybe even catch old mate. Hey, Bill.
The real game face isn't a scowl. It's a smile. So the next time you put on yours, remember, smiling can boost your performance.
At Coles, it's time to raise your fork and help support the fight against MND. Last year, with our Aussie pork farmers, we raised $9.3 million together to help fund vital research and care initiatives. This year, let's do it again. Because when you buy select Coles brand 100% Aussie pork, 10 cents from each pack sold is donated to fight MND. So grab your beanie and some pork to help support the fight against MND at Coles.
I love this place. Such a special race.
We'd all love to win Monaco. It's the one to win. The drivers are absolutely maxed out. The speed, the commitment, the bravery.
You're millimetres away from the barriers the whole way around the track.
It's such a challenge for a driver.
Wins the Monaco Grand Prix. Monaco, baby, yeah!
Well, the iconic Monaco Grand Prix. Is Oscar any chance tonight, do you think, Jono?
What a night. It's an awesome night, because then we go to the Indy 500 where Scotty McLaughlin will have a chance of winning that, and he's a regular on AFL 360, we know that. So it's a big night of racing.
All right, it's a big afternoon here at the MCG, and the home team have an 8-point lead so far as we head down to Nick Del Santo.
Well, Hutto, was a hotly contested first quarter, just a combined 24 inside 50s for both teams, which says that the pressure was up and it was fierce around those contests. And that's been in favour of the Ds, as we spoke about over the last month. Clearances and contested possession have been owned by the Ds, which gives them these inside 50s. We highlighted Joe Melsham before the game, the job he did last week on Harris Andrews. Well, now he's got a combination of Blakey or Rampy, and this just highlights his ability to negate his opponent, who is actually the defender, but also have that balance to hit the scoreboard. He's had a couple of shots at goal. He's been a little bit of a headache, but it's been such a credit to him. And this was that last passage of play. He says it was a mark. The umpire said no, it wasn't. I don't think it was going to make a huge deal either way. But just for the sake of it, let's have a close look from this angle. Let's count that as a mark. So Joe Melsham was right again. It's been a great game of football, boys.
Interesting to note too, a month ago, the coach deployed Clayton Oliver with, he told him to go out and hunt John Newcomb. And he did that, and it got him back into the game. Today, he's head-to-head with Angus Sheldry. And he's got 11 possessions, 3 kicks, 8 handballs, 4 contested positions. It looks wonderful on paper. There he is on the bench there.
7 tackles as well.
Yeah. Angus Sheldry, 7 kicks, 2 handballs, 5 contested possessions. So they're both getting a bit of the footy.
Yep.
So it then becomes who is more damaging. Clary starting on the interchange this term.
Which begins in the middle. Struggle between Grundy and Gawn continues. Grundy's tap was excellent to Warner. He was able to direct it forward and then hope that Mills could get onto it. Instead, it was Salem getting to work quickly to Rivers. Pickett's going to run on to receive here from Petrarca if he can, and he can. Salem at the start and then couldn't quite put the polish on the kick to Chandler. Still alive though. Langford from the pocket. Weight going one way, it would have been a remarkable kick.
That's the experience then, knowing you're going to be touched, as we mentioned in the first quarter. While you're trying to hook the ball back in, you got to make another move there, maybe turn back again.
Lakey, quick change of mind. Out wide from Rampy. An obvious target down the line is Grundy, enjoying a little bit of freedom here against Max. He's kicked goals the last 2 weeks. He's been up around the 19 and 23. He's had disposal-wise Grundy, so he's been busy.
Lacey was on there in the middle of that kick. Roberts has got the ability to hit that kick to Blakey.
More conservative instead. Steady as she goes.
That's part of confidence there for Roberts. He's got to turn and hit that one to Blakey. Don't be conservative, Hutto. He's got the ability to do it.
Long down the line. Invitation to go up and mark. Adams didn't have to jump too far. He just brought it down. Heaney disposed of. Langdon's handball. Turner, Windsor, Bowie, Fritsch. Straddle the line continues. Langdon takes it away. Already has a bounce. Pursued by Jordan. Kick so unpredictable. Petty, a little give. Petrarca. The hunt continues. Warner just cruises out of defence. Uses Grundy to get it to Wicks. Suddenly the Swans at centre half forward with even numbers. Laddams, a fair bit of football finding him at the moment. Hamling tried to kick it back to Laddams. Keeps on running, and Turner and Bowie there for the D's.
Just cruised past there, Disco Turner, and suddenly realised, oh, I better smother. Didn't hunt it down, just momentary reaction.
Stephen May, 2 disposals, 0 marks in this game. Joel Hamling, his direct opponent.
Grundy flings it out. Turner. Heaney just kept on moving. Cleary sets up for Corey. He gave because of who, not where. Isaac Heaney puts it through. Oh, this contest is developing into what could be a memorable afternoon. Heaney superb last week, but he wasn't accurate. He kicked 2 goals, 5 with his 38 disposals, and that's a fine shot.
This could be one of the most clever moves I've seen Corey Warner make so far. Watch how he waits on the handball to draw the tackle. That's so good. If he just gives that off straight away, the tackler, Melbourne tackler, goes straight to Heaney. But watch how he draws him in. Right, hold, hold, hold. There we go.
Yeah, it's special, isn't it? Heaney's work through that stoppage, I thought, was fantastic. Loses Rivers.
On the move. Yeah.
Loses Rivers, gets blocked. No one supports Rivers in the run to pick up Heaney, so he gets caught out, and Heaney finds space inside forward 50.
There's his game from last week we're referring to. I love that conversation you just had there with Joel Hamling. I'll take the square. Gone to Petrarca, and back again to Max. Bowie, bouncing, kicking. Roberts had to stand his ground, and he did without hesitation.
That's a better kick. Here we go.
Into the middle to Warner. Suddenly the Swans have got the feel for it. He sneaks past Pickett.
That's not the best.
Rerouting the kick to centre half forward gave Gawn. Bowie chance to do the intercepting. They work their way across. Pickett, they needed the extra handball. Langford.
Good run.
Pickett ups the ante now. Drives to half forward. Prevailing was McCartney.
As much as that was good play, that is 2 missed target kicks in a row and a third.
Well, that wasn't good judgment at all about what was there and the percentage chances. Salem took maybe an extra beat. Petrarca, this would get the Melbourne crowd up on their feet. 200 great games and a fine goal to celebrate.
He's as good as there is in the comp off 2 steps from about 50. Not many others, I think, kick it as well, Bradley, off 2 to 3 steps and are so balanced and hit it with power at goals from this situation.
Agreed, Derm. Goal 195 now for Petrarca, but Salem hesitated, but he knew what was waiting. He knew Petrarca was there, was waiting for it to open up, and he cops the hit. But Petrarca is the benefactor because of the how nice the kick is.
And you love your teammates for that, when they are prepared to wait and risk their own health so that they can get the best advantageous ball to you. Well played.
So Heaney at one end, Petrarca at the other. That's why this game so mouthwatering going in. It's been even better than expectation. Blakey, another one worth paying the money to go and see. Warner, face to face, head to head. Is it a high fend off?
Yeah, he jumped. That's the problem. He had him done. He jumped at the tackle.
Straight to Heaney, but Fritz was ready and waiting. Roberts now, the tackle latched on the ball, jars Melbourne's way. McVee, Johnson sits for him. Double grabs, triple grabs. And Sydney were ready. Hina and Warner again. Grundy, awkward. That goes the handball to Spargo instead. Little pop kick. Petrarca for a second opportunity. And he'll have some time to think about it.
So Warner's had 3 touches in the last 3 minutes, in the last 2 minutes in particular, and two of those have been direct turnovers now that have resulted in Petrarca getting the opportunity to have a shot at goal for Melbourne.
As I said a couple of minutes, he's just over clubbing each kick.
Yep.
He said this week he had a little bit of time to reflect on what he's achieved in his 200 games. It's been a lot. His set shots haven't always been a strong point.
Well, as you boys are speaking about, this has been a fantastic contest. It's fierce. Fierce through the middle of the ground, but the kicking has been really poor. 57 and 58% by foot for both teams. That's well below what these guys are capable of.
Florent keeps it low, targets the one-on-one, and again, it's Heaney involved. A good little win there to McVee. Off to Gawn, and now to Oliver. He'll probably try and claim that. Petrarca brushes Heaney aside. That's not easy to do. There was 2 demons converging on it. And Sparrow comes out and takes the mark.
Once again, we talk about players who can shift the needle. I mean, that's Isaac Heaney, who was a powerful man himself. He gets 2 hands. That's the second one comes around the front. He gets 2 hands to tackle on Christian Petrarca, but he's still able to break through.
5-5 for the season for Tom Sparrow. 16 disposals and a goal last week. Turning forward at the moment. So you need to contribute where it matters, and he does. A couple of telling goals for the D's to re-establish their lead in this game by a significant margin. It's 16 points.
Well, Derm, you know what they're dominating at the moment, and that's contested possessions inside the forward 50. They're plus 11 so far in this game, Melbourne. It's very hard to be positive for this measure, let alone double digits in front in this measure of the game. That's how much their forwards are putting pressure on, winning the ball back inside forward 50, and it's just keeping them alive. It's allowing them repeat entries, allowing them to stay alive in the contest. And on this occasion, Petrarca find Sparrow all alone at 45.
Yeah, the latitude he was given there too.
Lovely balanced kick, wasn't it? Just looked really, he pushes off. Solid kicking action here, Tom Sparrow. There's not much goes wrong with that type of kick.
Back in the middle, Grundy still found a way to hook the tap down. McVee tackled momentarily without it. Petrarca sends Oliver on his way. Melbourne again, down to Johnson. Came out, jumped fiercely and got the chest mark.
He jumped past the drop of the ball. His hands had to come down to meet the ball.
Looks like a giant Nathan Jones.
Have a look, watch his hands. His hands have gone above the board. He is an oversized Jonesy.
He's now on the coaching staff, of course, with the D's. Corey Warner, that's out.
Again, pressure from Melbourne forwards, locking it inside their forward half. So they get another opportunity at stoppage here. Started the second quarter well.
They're harassing them in the centre square. So Sydney are getting the first hit to advantage, a slight advantage. But Melbourne harass the ball off them and get it going their way. Same again, big hit going their way, and D's are on the next one.
Grundy starting to get some hit outs of magnitude, but Melbourne win it back again through Windsor. Juggle from Florent was excellent. Pointing Spargo.
Great kick again. They still, if he goes straight away, they've got one out the back.
Roberts to Bice. We know he can use it. He didn't go long to Hamley. Instead, he went short to McLean. But kept on coming. Lloyd, another runner. He's still there and waiting. And in his 100th game, Joel Hamling can pop this one through with his fingers crossed for him.
One of the aspects of Melbourne, and they've got such a good deep defence if the ball's coming in semi-slowly, but Melbourne get pierced when there's a win, an opposition win of the footy at half-back, Melbourne's half-forward, that is, and they go three-quarters of the length of the ground for a shot at goal.
As a forward, he operates on minimal disposals, and in his 100th game, kicking a goal is maximum impact. Controlling the star defender and at the same time contributing on the ball when he needed to, and the Swans really needed that.
So they do tend to come up in a fairly dominant position, Melbourne's defence. We have a look at it here. So if you look at the top of your screen there, you see May against Hamling, and see May peels off and comes forward. Hamling he doesn't really do anything. He just sort of loiters and says, I'm out here if you can get the ball, keep in space and keep moving it forward.
It was a good kick by Lloyd in the end, wasn't it, Tim? Because you look at, if he puts any height on this ball, then it just gives Melbourne's defenders, in particular Lever, just that look at the contest. Because it's a lower dart, it's to the advantage of Hamling. It just takes them out of the play.
And that's why Sydney have looked to go through the corridor more than probably they normally would against an outfit like Melbourne.
Back in the middle again as things tighten up. Warner caught one high. I thought he did pick it. That little casual one-handed bounce. Wobbles it inside 50. Spargo first play. Off he went to Langford. High to the square. They all arrived at about the same time, and Roberts led with a fist.
He's playing well, Roberts. He's having a good game for the Swannies. Up to 12 disposals already.
Same marks from the middle. They just harass the ball off Sydney and get it going their way. And Cossey's pace out of the middle is a real worry for the Swans. He's playing pretty well out of the guts.
Max having a break at the moment. Wicks, Spargo.
Good fight by Spargo.
Wicks did well to win it though. Nicely balled it up and then kicked it. Wins it. Interrupts the flow. Sends it deep again. Fritsch, Petty, both there. Blakey the spoil. Petty stays involved. Lloyd got the hands clear. Melksham hunting. Roberts had Warner in hand.
So the danger here for the Sydney Swans is the ball has lived predominantly so long in their back half. There's just about no better team who stands up to forward pressure than the Sydney backline. They've done it forever, but it is down there so much. At some stage, it will break.
Salem down inside the 50 again. Warner got it out to Wicks. Swans to the wing. Heaney didn't get to fly. Turner back to McVie. Forward handball. Productive.
In again.
Langdon to Fritsch. He could turn and put it on the chest of Salem again.
So you look at all those Swans jumpers that were inside, let's call it defensive 25. Fritsch is aware of that, and he goes to outside it to a man who's unmanned 40 metres out.
Well, it was the Turner win at about 80 metres because it was 3v3. It was even numbers at that contest. He wins it, he's clean, and that started the opportunity for Melbourne to get the ball back inside forward 50.
The Christians are doing a bit of damage this quarter.
They are, and the Lions played yesterday, Derm. It's the Christians' day today. Salem, only one goal last year, none this year. It was on the wrong side of the post for so long, it almost worked its way back. Safely back in, but only just.
It's the perfect ground for the Lizard, Nick Blakey, to get on the go.
Just timing forward half term, just to back up what you're saying from a stats point of view. 79% Melbourne in this second quarter. Swans 21.
They're so good though. The Sydney Swans are just standing up under that pressure, aren't they?
Hills bangs it up to the wing. Laddams, May, Hamling, Johnson all had a piece of it. McVee's been busy this quarter, so is Windsor. They're on the charge. A little bit of a standoff. Lindsay plays it back to Sparrow. Could have handballed. Decided to kick and get it in there quickly. Found Langdon. Windsor. His third involvement.
Just a little off sorts, isn't he?
They've had a chance to absolutely separate this game in a big way, Melbourne, and they're missing opportunities.
It's not unusual for the D's. They are the most inaccurate team in the competition.
So 12-2 inside 50s in this quarter alone, and you know the margin is still only 11 points.
In all their losses bar one, they've kicked more behinds than goals.
11 shots to 5.
Maybe just 51% for the season. Kick up to the wing. McLean will improve this week after being dropped last week.
Well, he was forced under the ball. The last kick that came towards him, and that made a turnover and got it back in for Melbourne. Good win that time.
Yep, agree with that. Bowie on Grundy. That's a good call by the ump.
Well, Max is sprinting back to the goal, so if I was... I don't want to hear about it. Is that what he said?
Bit of a smile.
Yeah.
Take another. Yes, yes.
Big Brody's more likely to miss than kick it.
Well, in saying that, I mentioned earlier, he's kicked a goal the last 2 weeks. He gave one heck of a celebration last week with his goal. Only kicked 2 goals for the year last year. He's done that in the last fortnight.
Come on, Brody.
Can he feel it from 55? I think he went searching.
Gee, got a good hit on it.
Yeah, just as we say so often, in searching for the distance so term, he pulled the kick.
Dragged it left.
Coxie's not impressed.
Max has gone corridor.
Turner.
Grundy can't get there.
Kicks to the captain. 3 Swans were able to. Those Sheldrick. Sneaky little kick forward, but one guard back there wins up. Dropped it. There was plenty of competition around. Tidied up by Oliver and co. Bowie's on the ground, getting in the way. McLean's through it.
Melbourne.
So, Hutto, Bowie's up to 6 disposals. Derm, you asked about the role of James Jordan for today's game. He's actually going directly to him, so he is following him around the ground. James Jordan's trying to get back on the ground as Bowie's just got back on as well.
Well, he has been an interceptor this year for Melbourne. Not the aerial interceptor, but more breaking up play. Had 10 intercepts last week. Having his best season numbers-wise, over 23 disposals a game. Gets one there, plays it to Oliver and back again, so that'll annoy Jordan.
Yeah.
Can't do much about it. Big kick again down to Petty. Not in the air, but ground level. Pickett. Snaffled it. Snapped it. Goaled it. That's 2. Of what could be many.
It's a nice composed finish, isn't it?
Well, when you're battling to score goals and you're going in forward 50 this many times in a quarter, some way, somehow, you've got to find the ball gets its way into the hands of the class finishers. Oh, look, he runs around the front of the pack there, and that gets him separation against Wicks. Oh, he's let him know too. After he kicked that, he just shouts at Wixie. Just keep watching him. Oh, it doesn't go. Pretty good kick, isn't it?
He's just dropped on him. That's 2. That's 2 so far.
First warning against the Swans for a 666 violation.
Early warning.
Clear again.
Yeah, and he starts in the middle, causes a bit of havoc there. Off the left boot, design. Oh, well, I think it was designed for Langdon, but Chandler comes out.
It could get again, Cozzy. No.
You're right with centre bounce, though. They have dominated this quarter, Melbourne. And when they get up and going in there, it's difficult to stop them. And they're just getting some nice ball inside forward 50.
Oh, Sechos today, 3 goals, 2. And there's an out in full as well. 6-6 versus 4-1. This to put the biggest gap in the game so far. Chandler. 2 just goes at it a little hard. And misses. 10 goals, 5 coming in today. Okay, Chandler.
Three goals for, 2 goals straight in this quarter. It feels like they're a 5-goal better team in this quarter. They are really dominating here, the D's. They've got to get bang for the buck.
18-point margin. They're going to get another crack at it here. Courtesy of Turner. Pick it in the pocket. He'll wait for the crumbs. Could come his way. Now!
Oh, again.
He is threatening big time.
He's on, Cozzy. That's for sure. It's great positioning again at the contest.
It's 3 goals 5 though. Sydney will have their moment somewhere in the back half of this game. They'll have that 15-20 minute run.
Nice slides his way through the D50. Plays it out to Roberts. Leading possession winner for Sydney with his 15th now.
This is where the Swans have looked to go corridor from about this position. Instead, they flay it out wide.
He's doing a lot of overlap run on the way out, isn't he, Roberts? Helping him.
But he's running into dead ends.
Yeah. Down the line again. Early jump from Hamling against May to compete in the air. Lloyd had no one to handball to. Had to go out the back. Campbell, but they were ready and waiting and willing, and that's Lindsay.
Great tackle.
Forward handball to use Windsor's pace to get out of there. Suddenly they're at half forward again. Mills to his own advantage up against the boundary. That's all he could muster. But Melbourne.
Oh, is that come off the shin?
It looks like it was off the shin and out of bounds on the full off Melbourne.
Yeah.
There we go. There
he is.
There's Nathan.
Big brother of Aidan Johnson. Oh, now it's got to be against Grundy, that one. Unless Max pulled him towards.
And 50. Oh, boy, that is not going to make the coach a happy man. They gave away 7 50-metre penalties.
The irony of this is
a couple of weeks ago, too.
Max is probably less of a chance this close. Only joking. But it will make him shaky. He'd prefer to be on the other side to hook foot around a bit for the right. You'll be a bit concerned about this. These are 50-50 from 25 metres out here.
Oh, he handballs off.
There you go.
To Melcher, whose kick was...
Told you he would be concerned about that. You could see it on his face. Now, Grundy pushes and pushes. You're allowed to push, but you have to get back to the drop of the ball. Otherwise, you are shepherding the other ruckman away from a chance to compete.
Even if the other ruckman drags you down as well.
Well, that's up to the umpire to determine that.
3 goals, 6 now for the quarter.
Yes.
For Melbourne. They might live to regret that.
It was so obvious he didn't want to kick it.
And it's funny, I was actually watching Simon Goodwin on the bench, who was speaking to their runner at the time.
Yeah.
Didn't see it. He goes, what just happened then?
He just did. Had it been a free kick 51, 52 out, he'd have bombed that goal.
Well, he was 1 goal, 8 coming in today. As I mentioned, he snapped a lovely goal out of the ruck.
Good tap.
Doesn't have a lot of confidence about it at the moment, but he certainly does in the ruck. Got the 10 coaches' votes last week. Salem sends it forward. That was Roberts' fist. He was the spoil sport again.
Did you say he doesn't have a lot of confidence about his goal kicking at the moment?
Well, I did, yes.
He's never had confidence with his goal kicking.
Time, well, he has from further
From 50?
Yeah.
From 50, yes.
Yeah.
A bit of a...
He kicked 5 straight.
Kicked 5 in a preliminary final.
he was confident that night.
Yeah. He got him a bit further out than that one.
Yeah, they were all launches.
Yeah.
20 points is the margin.
He was awesome that night, wasn't he?
Pickett again. The threat grows. Pickett! Oh!
That could have easily drifted in as well.
Oh, boy.
What are we up for now? 3 goals, 7 for the quarter.
16 shots to 5, so just got to hold tough here, though, Melbourne. Keep playing the way they are. Don't allow the Swans to get an easy goal here when all the play has been their way.
Swans have only had 4 inside 50s for the quarter. They can't get it out because Max and company are dragging them back every time they try.
So they've only won the quarter by 13 points. That's not enough for me, how dominant they've been. Find the ball in the hands of the beautiful kickers. You just got to get away to get it into Cozzie's hands.
Turner's kick. Pickett is down there at the front of this. They rise. Petty. Melksham almost headlocked by Rampy. 4 minutes 38. Swans filling the defensive 50. Melbourne building that wall across. And there's a quick kick out of there. Little gap. Pickett got the handoff. The play was set. Wicks fights back. Petty.
That was nearly set up exactly the same as the first goal of the game to Max Gawn, getting to the contest late. Umpire waiting for him. A little bit of momentum.
We all know where they want it to go. Down by Gawn. Row bottom. Corey Warner. Petrarca about to tackle. Put enough pressure on. You can hear the crowd's response.
Did he touch that over?
Oh, my goodness.
He actually sprinted because he wanted the footy there. Chandler thinking, I've gotten out of bounds on the full here.
It's a positive error. He wants the footy. Yep. One of the issues is it's lived down that end so long, it's really congested.
And the Swans defence working overtime. They break finally. Sheldrick kick though. Smothered immediately. Heaney. How did he create that handball? Corey wanted to Sheldrick. Hayward, a bit of space. It was when to give to Jordan. He was backing back. He dropped it immediately. Bowie. Sheldrick tries to wrap him up with a tackle, but fails, so Langdon can bounce. Just bides his time and stabs it in short to Chandler. 3:50 to go. Intriguing second term. 3 goals, 7 to 2 straight. 19 inside 50s to 4. There's an inside 50 for Sydney, but it won't count. May.
It's a domination, isn't it? 19-4 inside 50s.
To Lever, returning today.
But it is so typically Sydney Swans that they've, whether you say it's on Melbourne for missing the target, but they have just been able to somehow not get belted up on the scoreboard.
It's Jake Lever's third game for the season. Salem comes away. Back to Rivers.
It's too easy. Just chipping it around at will.
All their defenders are good up ahead of this. Langford's kick again. Plunges to the top of the goal square. Pickett kept it in. Only just. And Rowbottom tackled him.
See, Mills in game 3 or 4, he marks that.
He's close to holding the ball.
Was the, yeah, probably. He's the extra down there, and then he probably marks that. Takes the safe option, fists towards the boundary.
Demons are circling here at the MCG. Pickett tries first, then Melksham had a go. Bundled out by Grundy to Corey Warner. It's a territory taker. Melbourne with the extra body. May on guard. McVee, and it's coming in again. Low this time. On the bounce. Back to Bice. His kick is too wide. That boundary umpire's being overworked at the moment.
So this will be number 22 inside 50 for the quarter.
That's
and they've kicked 3.
Still 2 minutes remaining. McVee to Gawn this time. Nudged under it by McCartan. Got out the back. Melksham looking for a free. He's got it.
Yep, he's got it because of the fumble by Bice. You've got to be clean of that. You kick the ball out of bounds on the full. That's the first turnover. You don't make 2 turnovers in a row. And that was 2 errors in a row. And that's an error there. Missing the ground ball, which puts his teammate under pressure. Free kick against.
So Melksham is one of the goal kickers, but he's been one of the offenders as well with his kicking. He's had 2 shots at goal that have missed. One fell short, of course.
You'd think Melbourne would chuck someone on the goal line if it does go short again.
That was a better strike, but
the post.
It's the inside of the post, and that means they are 6-11 for the game and 3 goals, 8 for the quarter. This is excruciating,
isn't it,
for Melbourne fans? As good as it is, they know that they just haven't put them away. As I mentioned before, they are the worst goal-kicking team in the competition. It's playing out again the same way. McLean.
So this is Melbourne's second best ever inside 50 count for a quarter, like to the advantage. They're plus 18. Have they gone in for the quarter? What did you say? 22, 23?
22.
Here's Florent.
He's got no one to kick to.
You can understand why. Lloyd got awkward for him quickly, but didn't he play it well? Left Lindsay in his way. Cross to Jordan. Big kick this with a minute to go. Is there a chance? Well, there was for a mark, but quickly turn it and leave it, and Windsor and Oliver are there to deny. They leave it hanging for a little bit and fumbled by Chandler, so Sydney will get their opportunity here.
Well, what they'll be able to do now is get a tiny bit of representation finally up around this contest because of where the ball's been played. All Sydney numbers are back behind the ball, just trying to protect at the moment.
Gawn's tap was directional beautifully down to Lindsay, and now Rampy trying to burst through. of it, the umpire said. It's holding the ball. So they'll have 34 seconds.
I don't know how we look at this quarter, Bradley. Is it awesome Melbourne, a domination, or is it really well done Sydney? You've hung in. How do you look at it?
Well, no, it's been a domination by Melbourne. It's just conversion. That's the only aspect of the game that they haven't got right in this quarter.
But it's 2 goals to 3 goals 8.
No, I understand that.
It is 22 points. That's nothing to sneeze at.
No, it's not, but it could have been 42.
Yeah, no doubt. To the wing. Grundy behind, Gawn. Which way? Oh, crash. Great tackle there from Johnson. Right bottom. Acts like he barely felt it. Gawn with purpose. Chandler. Lindsay. Go-ahead time here. Rivers. 8 seconds. Petrarca to Oliver. Oh, he fumbled. His precious second went by. Can they take a tumbling mark? Pickett, who could have done anything today, and still might. So the quarter ends. Melbourne 23 inside 50s. They kicked 3 goals, 8.
My God.
Sydney only managed 2 goals straight, but they just went in 5 times, and at the end of it all, it is Melbourne with 17 scores to 5, but a lead of just 22 points, 6-11-47 to 4-1-25. There'll be so much to talk about come Monday night. AFL 360 with Gary Lyon and Gerard Whateley from 6:30. All the issues. It's Coach's Night, of course, and then on the couch, Nathan Buckley's been making some news about his future plans as Jonathan Brown, Jordan Lewis joined Jack Revolt to discuss the round that was on the couch.
Touring at Macca's, the new Tennessee barbecue range with smoky barbecue and honey mustard sauce, crispy onions and 100% Aussie beef. But only on tour for a limited time.
Go Harvey Norman. Tax time deals on now. Hot deals on big brand laptops from just $328. Computer monitors on sale from a low $98. Buy before June 30 to claim in this year's tax return. Go Harvey Norman now.
Made by Australia.
Say hello to the Ninja Slushie, the easy, convenient way to make frozen drinks at home. No ice means no watered-down drinks. No blending means smooth, perfect texture. Just pour, slush, and enjoy. 5 one-touch programs for any drink you want. Transform almost anything. Enjoy perfect results every time. You can make it with the Ninja Slushie.
Screening for bowel cancer is simple, private and free. Your free kit is available every 2 years from the age of 45 to 74. If found early, 90% of bowel cancers can be successfully treated. Doing your screening test every 2 years can help you to stay strong and healthy for yourself, your family and your community. For more information, have a yarn with your health professional or visit indigenousbowelscreen.com.au.
Ever get the feeling you aren't where you're meant to be? Open Universities Australia can help you take the first step. To explore degrees, certificates and make study work for you, visit open.edu.au today.
Lovely thing about together. It goes a long way.
The same mistakes every week. What's going on out there? Last of the ball. No second efforts. Now pull yourself together this corner. I'll get... You gotta find your people.
ones that make you feel alright, the kind you want to stay up with all night. You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel whole. They won't leave your side when you lose control. But when you're together, you got nothing to lose. In a world full of strangers, you don't know who to trust. You can't go it alone. Everybody needs help. You gotta find your people, then you'll find yourself. You gotta find your people, then you'll find yourself.
That's what footy is all about as this Doug Nicholls round continues. And Cozzy Pickett, one of the stars for the D's, but oh, it could have been so much better than it is. Nam 6-11-47 leading Sydney 4-1-25 at halftime. It's a Sunday ticket. And Brad Johnson and Dermot Brereton, as the D's get a chance to have a little bit of a break there. Cozzy's getting on the bike. He doesn't want to break. Let's talk about some of the stars of the first half. Melbourne 6-11 could have been much straighter, but Cozzy is a big day for him, a big round for him, and he was able to find the mark a couple of times and threaten to, well, he could do anything really.
Well, so we've got a few classy players on the ground, but he's the classiest player who's doing well. So he's able to actually find space, he's able to execute. Had 3 shots at goal in the second quarter. This is from the first quarter when he caught his opponent napping after he nicked out the back. And then caught him napping on the mark again. Now watch how he gets separation from Wicks, runs around to the front of the pack, gets to the outside, bangs it end over end. Class, gives himself a bit of commentary as well. And yeah, he still missed 2 others. Bradley, he could have had a monster first half. He's the #1 ranked player on the ground, and rightly so, because you add in his ability to take the ball away from the centre bounce clearance at pace. When he's running it, he has been a weapon this first half.
Yeah, 6 score involvements for Cozzy. What about Christian Petrarca in his 200th game, Jono?
He's been very good. He, once again, the combination in the middle of the ground has worked extremely well, and he's been able to push forward off the back. But that has spent some minutes inside forward 50 as well. And the Salem Petrarca combination also worked nicely in that second quarter. They had that much of the ball in their forward half, and he was capitalised on that one. They just couldn't capitalise overall. Nice that push kick here to Sparrow as well off the turn, which is pretty nice from Christian Petrarca. So he's well and truly back. 13 disposals in that first half of footy, and you can just see the class that is on display now.
They've got to do something about Pickett and Petrarca. I know they're both devastating in the forward half, but in the middle of the ground, even when they get first hands on it, the D's are harassing the ball off them and turning around the direction of the footy.
Centre bounce clearance is 5-1. You spoke about that in the second term. So that's what Sydney need to clean up here. They need to clean up centre bounce and try and either get a nil or draw or start the ball obviously going their way. They can't allow Melbourne out the front of centre bounce. They love doing that, and they score heavily from it. You can see the inside 50 difference as well.
A lot of attention on Clayton Oliver over the last from quite a while, to be honest, but particularly the last couple of weeks as a tagger. What have you seen his role today and his impact? He's obviously had 18.
So that sets the scene for our Sunday twilight fixture today. Ross Lyon with plenty to think about. The Saints losing to the Western Bulldogs this year by 71 and to Adelaide by 63. They were big losses. Does that make them susceptible playing a team that's such a high-scoring team in the competition?
Well, it does, but we've spoken about the midfield, and the midfield battle is where it starts and where it'll end, Jared, and that's where the fight's got to be on. They came out in a really combative mode 3 weeks ago against Fremantle. They dismantled Fremantle, who are a very good midfield side as well. They have to have the same approach today against the Gold Coast Suns. Yes, they don't have Jack McRae, but that doesn't stop them from being able to attack the opposition, Jared.
No, I agree, Brownie. There's only one question that needs to be answered today is, are the Gold Coast prepared to pay the congestion tax? West Coast paid it last week. Fremantle didn't pay it the week before. It's a different game style through the middle of the ground. You've got to commit to the contest. You've got to win the clearance. And after a beautiful ceremony, it's now down to business with the Sharon.
Yeah, it is. And you've got to be able to burst out of those stoppages for Gold Coast. That's a big thing. So Bailey Humphries had a fantastic year, Jared. Tuke Miller, who'll go in there from time to time. Sam Flanders doesn't go in there as much this year. Even Daniel Rioli or Noble off the back of the stoppages as well. It's going to be really important for those guys to create that run so they don't get caught in the mire.
Well, the beauty of Flanders is if Noah Anderson actually gets controlled and isn't having an impact, he can go and just trade places. I mean, go and take Windhager to the half-back flank and throw Flanders in there. Flanders this time last year was just emerging back as a midfielder. He's got that capacity, which means they're dangerous. They've got half a dozen who can roll through there.
We've got two players out there today for opposing sides that are in the Coleman hunt, with King on 29, Higgins on 28, but in particular Ben King's matchup with Kel Wilkie as Victorious.
Yeah, probably, look, you know, well, you have to be in the All-Australian team, you win the Coleman medal, so Ben King, and then probably Kel Wilkie in the conversation as the premier key defender in the competition. So
good matchup.
Absolutely, yeah, really looking forward to that. I saw him playing with Josh Tracy a few weeks ago. Cal Wilkie did a fantastic job, so that's a great matchup. As I said before, he's played on Ben King before and did a really solid job in the last matchup, so let's watch for that.
More mature bodies in the middle of the ground. Zach Jones has been recalled. He goes straight in there. Windhager is in there as we expected.
Looking forward to the Wits v Marshall battle.
So St Kilda won the toss, electing to kick to the right of your television screens. And away we go in this round 11 encounter. Wits encroaches on Marshall as they scrap for it early. There's going to be another ball up or a holding the ball. There's going to be a holding the ball, and it's going to the Gold Coast and Wits.
It's been a magnificent player for the Gold Coast over many years, having another good year.
Puts the left slipper into it inside 50. Over the head of King. Rowell, quick work to Anderson, just throws it on the boots towards the pocket. Walter, who of course took a mark of the year contender last week, sees it out.
Yeah, it's really good. He's kicked 10 goals actually, so building nicely. Took a ripper, like you said, Matty, last week. So just developing his confidence as the second string forward beside Ben King.
So Wits and Marshall go at it. Wits won it narrowly. Miller couldn't control it. Hurried snap towards the goals. King let it bounce. Flanders, first chance for the Gold Coast to Closey, and it's gone through. Sam Closey with his third goal this year, and that's the first goal of the game.
Yeah, fantastic there. Well done by Ben King. Not only take him in the air, you've got to be able to compete at ground level. So I love that. That's a goal assist to King. So gets involved early on, sets up the goal to Closey. It was a good finish. He's the winger. So here's the stoppage. He's playing wide on the right-hand side of the screen. So comes down, gets in the right position, and then just waits. Just waits for the exit there. Good work by Flanders.
Ooh, not a great start by the Saints, allowing that one to hit the deck.
First goal to Sam Closey. Started at the Gold Coast Academy, moved back to Victoria and performed so well in the VFL in 2023. Now a Gold Coast son. Kicks the first.
Took Miller into the middle. Bring that back, umpire.
He'll be on high alert now, so Miller becomes the target. He's dynamic at these centre bounce clearances.
The Steele's gone on to him, which means Jones is on to Anderson. Sorry to Rowell.
Steele tries to pat it forward to Windhager, hoping for Jones. It was cut off by Anderson. Miller, and then on the run is Fiorini. He delivers inside 50 with an absolute rifle kicked along.
And that's, I reckon, great coaching. He's got Anderson out of there, so Anderson's just gone to the half-forward line. He's brought Tuke Miller in, really controlling the midfield and the setup.
It was those dangerous clearances out the front of the centre square too, wasn't it, Jared? St Kilda need to avoid that.
Great kick, great mark.
9th year in the AFL. Ben Long, of course, had 6 years at St Kilda. First set shot for Long, and the goal umpire barely moved. It's their second very, very early on in about a minute and a half.
Great start. He's been fantastic. Talk about All-Australian conversation. Yeah. This guy would be in it. That's his 20th goal for the season. He's good in the air. He's good at ground level, and he's tough, Jared. He knows how to read the play. So look at the movement here. So they're behind the goals. Just see the way he works into this space. So good movement here by the Gold Coast forwards. Comes across there. Jed Walter might have been happy. He'd be filthy about that. But he is dynamic and knows when it's his turn to go. He's a good leading player as well. Centre clearance there. And that's just the pre-game chat we had. Jared, this is where it's going to come down to the stoppage battle.
Gee, Jared, they've been hit between the eyes, St Kilda, in the first couple of minutes here.
2 centre clearances, even though they didn't get first possession. It's been stripped. They've got the clearance, and it's 2 inside 50s, 2 goals.
So Witts and Marshall let it bounce, and it's going to be a block. So Marshall gets the free kick, gets on with it urgently. Long kick towards full forwards. No mark brought down. Collins at the back along with Ewell, and that kick a little bit dangerous, gives St Kilda half a chance. Giving away the free kick, Wood on the goal kicker early, Sam Closey.
Big job, Buddy Ewell, in playing on Mitch Owens.
Closey flirts with the boundary line. Rioli keeps it in play.
Will Powell playing on Jack Higgins. Two of the important matchups in St Kilda's forward line.
So Rioli check sides it down the line. You don't see that too often. Wilkie couldn't drag it down. Sinclair did. Jones out the back.
Good pressure.
Wanganeen-Miller keeps running backwards with the pressure. And Ainsworth, and in the end, they clear pretty well here, St Kilda. Steele, Wanganeen-Miller, low ball. It was a real worm burner. Too hot for Philippou, and then coming through was Windhager, who was taken out.
I think Hawthorn captain Sicily would be interested in that non-decision after being pinged yesterday for the same thing.
Back in, Witts, Steele, wrapped up by Rowell. Just flicked it out in the nick of time, and then Anderson taken out by Jones.
Yeah, important.
Another throw in.
Important couple of minutes this for St Kilda, just to settle it down. He got a bit excited thinking Anderson had gone forward. He stayed in the middle, but just a couple of minutes just to settle this game down, maybe get the next goal, almost imperative.
St Kilda got a spare back. Ryan Burns standing in front of Jed Walter.
Witts won it down. Flicked out by Flanders to Miller. Celebrated his 200th last week. 2-on-1. Saints have the numbers here. Still in dispute. O'Connell goes in hard. And a game of twister and a ball up.
Jared Rowan, watch out behind.
So crowd steadily building here as it's hacked out of the congestion. Sharman, well, spinning in midair. He's taken it on his chest. And then kicks a long ball. Here's Higgins! Set himself at the back of Andrew. It's going to be a good clash. Philippou to Keeler. And they keep going here. Owens kicks the first for St Kilda with quick movement of the footy. That's better from the Saints.
Great contest by Jack Higgins against Mac Andrew.
Yeah, he flew. He didn't quite take the grab. I would have liked to see him get a knee on his shoulder. But, gee, it's a long way up there. But this is just classic St Kilda. Get the ball across the half-back line, and then it's all guns blazing, just charging into the forward line. That's a good handball. So is that. Good run. Good unselfish play by the Saints. Magnificent response. There's big Jack Higgins. Well, small Jack Higgins. Good hands.
Teus Philippou, big involvement in that goal with a couple of hand passes in that chain. First goal for the Saints. Mitch Owens with his 15th of the year. At the restart, clearance from the Gold Coast Suns. Anderson's long probing ball looking for Walter. It'll be an interesting battle between Walter and Caminiti today and out.
Probably need to be more effective with that clearance. It's such an unpressured clearance out the front of the centre square. It's a forward's eyes light up for that. You're expecting a better kick there from the captain.
He's had 2 centre bounce clearances himself, Noah Anderson. Red flag there.
Witts tried to flick it behind. Flanders over the top.
He's playing hard tagged. You can't be hard tagged and get 2 centre clearances.
Down to space, isn't it? Yeah. They're working really hard to get blocks on for each other, though, the Suns midfielders.
Hunter Clark, a notable in today. Rowell spins his way out of a bit of bother. Flanders goes backwards. Closey centering ball, looking for King. Swallow across the face of the pack. And it's going to be O'Connell. Eventually to Sinclair. Got it from Trevelyan. And Owens.
It's a great kick from Sinclair. Brilliant mark, but see, that vision was superb.
It'll be pivotal today. That kick lock not long enough, so Webster Called to play on. Chip down the line towards Wood. Couldn't rake it in with the one hand. Philippou, quick hands again. Owens, inboard. Sinclair set up for too long. Clark taken by Hewland. To ground it goes. Owens out to Windhager. Sinclair, Trevellier. Quick chip. That was a good mark under pressure. O'Connell having to stave off the punch of Fiorini. Then he kicks to a 2-on-1. Suns have the numbers here. Noble pressuring Sharman. Sharman first to it. Keeler bobbled out of his hands. Might get a second chance. Handball inboards, and now movement to Noble, who dances around his opponent. Sends it long down the line. A 2-on-2. Walter, was he taken out? Didn't matter. Webster at the front.
Good by Caminiti there. Just to block Walter out of that contest.
Webster across the half-back line. Wood under enormous pressure. Pinched by Closey. It's got Swallow there for company. Errant handball. Swallow paddles it along. King has to be quick. Great run down by Wilkie.
They need the better awareness. Had they flicked that handball out to Ben Long, would have ran into an open goal, but it's a great chase by Cal Wilkie. He's a ripping defender, does everything.
So can they leave defensive 50 a little bit better this time? Hill received it from Sinclair and pumped it long. Got it to the chest of Wilson. Wilson short to Windhager. Windhager's got a little bit of room here. Straight to Owens.
I like the speed. They moved it from one end of the ground to the other. Puts enormous pressure on Gold Coast Suns' defensive setup, Jared.
Well, it could well be a 2-goal turnaround. It was a brilliant tackle, as you said, from Wilkie. Handball was on. He had the goalpost blindness, King. But, gee, the ball movement was superb, and it's all about ball movement.
Fourth season in the AFL for Mitch Owens. Shot clock down to 1 second. You're riding with him here. Owens from just inside 50 and a shank to the left.
Small sample size, but St Kilda's had more handballs than kicks, Jared. So whether that's a philosophy coming into the game, just to flick the hands on a little bit more.
Noble. Anderson. Hewland. So Hewland has kicked to the congestion. Taken by Clark in the middle of all of the numbers. Might have been a hack kick, but it worked. Sharman.
Started well.
Little 9-9 towards half forward, cut off easily by Fiorini.
He's better than that. That's a miscue.
Fiorini. Ainsworth gives ground to Collins. Was the best and fairest for the Suns last year. Jeffrey and Andrew in concert off half back. Andrew's kick really sunk the boot into that one. Miller can't quite. He was held before he had the football and gets the free kick. Free kick count 3v3 at the moment. Miller's surgical kick, if you like, towards Swallow, cut off by Clark. Now his handball to no one in particular, and the umpire said it was insufficient. And Miller's got a second chance here. Just short of half forward. On the flank. Goes for a scamper. Longer kick this time towards full forward. Reed at the front. Walters there. Almost dragged it in. Goes to ground. Stacks on. Ball just pinballs around for the time being, and now the umpy wants it.
Well, Brandy, you can see that Jed Walter is starting to get his legs. He's starting to get his timing. We saw him take a massive hanger last week, and I reckon it won't be his last this year.
So Owens in the ruck. He's everywhere early, only as far as Closey. That kick from long touched. Owens grabbed by Reed. Still in play, then Reed taken himself and over.
Absolutely developing the confidence. Yeah, I really like some of the stuff he's done the last couple of weeks. Just working his way into it. He's always had the work rate, Jared. It's just getting himself in the right positions, giving himself the opportunity to be in contest, throw himself at the ball.
So Owens comes out to meet it first. Anderson taking in a really good tackle. He got rid of it though. Closey at close quarters. Throws his teammate under the bus. All care, no responsibility, and out.
Part of the problem with Jed, he was just so keen. Sometimes he'd run himself out of position, Jed. So quite often he wouldn't be in enough contests that he needed to be. So I think he's starting to develop that forward craft out of the ball.
So Reed, and in for the Suns, goes without it. Swallow. And that's a high tackle going to Windhager. I love the thoughts of Damien Hardwick saying, coaching against Ross Lyon, Jared, he gets a headache every time.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't be the only coach, but I reckon Ross Lyon would be pretty thrilled with what his boys are dishing up at the moment. They conceded the first couple, but they've rebounded, and their attack on the ball and their attack on the man has been first class since then.
I think that's why the Suns midfielders are working hard to block for each other, and I think Damien Hardwick spoke to us pre-game and he said that's part of their planning.
Yep.
Got some plans in place. I think a big part of that's the blocking and looking out for each other as Suns midfielders.
Out it came to Humphrey, who's playing his 50th. St Kilda, courtesy of Marshall, slam it on the boot. Back to Yulin, though, for the Gold Coast in the middle.
That's the kick Ross would hate, just the long bomb, non-thinking kick, turnover, you're all of a sudden defending.
Andrew, Rioli, who's fast. Hill put some pressure on him. Rioli's kick in the Closey direction and the Walter direction. Walter just couldn't quite grab it. He had a few bites of it and a stoppage.
Did all the hard work, Matty. He did the high part. He got it down in the bread basket and dropped it. Launching the ball well, though.
He's looking impressive.
Little wry smile, too. He knew
he had it.
He had it.
Oh, get out of the way, Nick Coleman.
Owen's down. Ainsworth off the ground. Wilkie just hacks it out in limited space. Bounce is important here. Holman almost going in Hall, and a ball up. Halfway through the first term, courtesy of that goal of Mitch Owens. Things have just tightened up a little to a 5-point ball game. Jones spins his way out of the congestion. O'Connell off a step. Now how will the umpy see this one? Insufficient.
Definitely consistent. St Kilda definitely squeezing up the front of the stoppage. As you've said, Jared, they're happy to build some congestion around the stoppages.
Yep. 6-all in the clearance numbers.
So Collins' high ball, inside forward 50. King's lurking. Webster fighting for it, couldn't quite break free.
Thanks, Jimmy. Rux, Mitch, Ethan.
Reed taps it to Collins. Long, tempted to get it to Holman, who grabbed Clark instead. It's still in play. Hall and Burns fighting for it for the Saints. Burns just a dinky little kick's good enough. In the end, Hall takes it and is taken in a tackle along the boundary line.
Suns' pressure's been good early.
Oh, Jones taken out there
by Matt Rowell.
Of course, Jones playing his first game since round 7. Marshall down to Rowell and taken in a tackle. And we're going to see if I'm going to say the word stoppage quite a lot today.
Well, we saw it a couple of weeks ago against Carlton, didn't we?
Jones knocked over as he kicked it, spiralling football. Tight roping the boundary, but Collins too good.
The underrated defender, Sam Collins.
Yeah, he started well. That
Played
has
really
to come
well last
around.
week, Collins. Now this ball's dangerous. It hangs for a while. Yulin marks it in front of Wilson, spreads it out to Rioli. Rioli usually fast and pretty clean. Over the top to Andrew. Pressure there from Wilson. It was a complicated mark in the end. He did well. Called to play on. Onto the right towards half forwards. Reed sets himself. Nudges out his opponent. Came out to Walter. Had a bit of a fumble. Then a blaze away. And that's ended up in the 5th row. No good. Kick from Humphrey.
There's not too many easy kicks out here at the present time, particularly in and around the stoppage.
Gold Coast having to switch the play, aren't they? At half back, Jared.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, challenge St Kilda.
We're getting Miller, who kicked out of defence there. He designed the jumper that St Kilda are wearing today. Euroki side. Kick to the wing. Good strong mark.
And Ross will be disappointed in these. He's had about 4 kicks intercepted across that centre and back of centre position already tonight.
So Powell's long and high ball inside forward 50. No one really home. Setting his sights, Caminiti. Took it well. They go up the corridor. Looking for Wilson. And outstepping him.
Yeah, good word by McAndrew.
Spreads it out towards Swallow. Hill receiving it from Trevelyan, though. Next kick important. Steele, the captain, swings it out to Windhager. Set up beautifully for him as well. Windhager's kicked a half forward. Leading out was Higgins, spoiled by Yulden, bouncing ball and out.
Tough match-up for Jack Higgins today. Bodie Yulden, up-and-coming young defender, does a fantastic job. Gets a big job every week. He's highly rated by the coach.
Yeah, he's having a good season.
Yeah, switch on the willpower now.
He just needed to get more separation. The kick was good, but he's got to drop off Yulden by either force or just thinking quicker.
Yeah, Yulden on Owens. And then he'll switch over at times on to Higgins.
Here, please, okay? Rowan, Jarrett. Thank you.
Well, volleyball tapped it. Humphrey got it out eventually via Swallow, Coleman, Anderson. High kick. Saints have the numbers here. Keeler pushed without it. Caminiti, Trevelyan by handoff half-back. Steele, Trevelyan, Hill. Labour intensive here, the Saints at the moment. Keeler. Oh, now that's almost out of bounds and not 15, so Hill has to play on quickly. Not convincing here, the Saints at the moment. Out the side it goes. Jeffrey to Collins. Back from where it came. Hitting it hard was long, couldn't quite. Steele, Webster. Won't be a mark. Touched off the boot. Jeffrey again. Has Philippou bearing down on him. Collins, Andrew. Not 15. So he's called to play on. Now he hears the call. And he paddles it a little chip forward, and that's good enough.
50.
And will be 50.
Problem with St Kilda, Jared, they can't get in the corridor, can they? Gold Coast are blocking out, making them play that straight line.
Yeah, and they're defending it really well. And the ear chop just doesn't pay.
I spoke about it pre-game, said they need to set the field better or need to have better shape, and I think he'd like his boys to be able to expand it a bit more on the ball instead of just going down the straight line, down the wing.
Joel Jeffrey will be kicking from about 55. Gives himself every opportunity, gives it a bit of a roost, but it's offline. Not particularly known for his goal kicking. He's kicked one this year.
It's amazing how many times we see players run out to the right to get extra length and then never bring the ball back.
Wood.
On a rule never to go outside the right-hand goalpost. Those longer shots.
Gets the drive-by from Wanganeen Miller. Looking for Hill. Sharman in from the side. Referee holds his ground. That handball dangerous for Rioli. Noble has to pick up the mess. Tamble trying to leave. D50 has a second crack at it. Rioli in the air, grabs it. Swallow inboard. They're making hard work of this. Holman grabs. Wow, decent pressure here from the Saints across half-back. But eventually Yulden has it now and can run through the corridor and sends it straight down the ground. Reid just wanted it to come to him. It eventually comes to him. Courtesy of Wits, then the kick was a shocker. Wormburner along the ground. Long tries to pat it to his advantage. Wilkie came out and met it. Handball for Wanganeen Miller, who runs off a step. Good 1-2 from Steele. Out wide the Wood. Saints might be on here. Little kick towards half forward. Philippou has a bit of room. Puts the left foot into it. Higgins trying to back. It's a really good battle here with Powell, and Powell's happy just to wander it into the post.
It's actually really well done there by Will Powell. It would have been out of position, but he didn't go for the grab too early.
Let's have a look at this tackle. Did he get a handball away? Umpires said he did. Pretty clearly, Browner, they're set up for the long kick to Jack Higgins, and they had the deepest defender, so they know St Kilda's go-to plan.
They're lacking a tall forward, Saints, aren't they?
Powell. Reid sits himself with also Caminiti, no mark. Miller by hand to Flanders. Around the corner, Fiorini. Good kick off a step, wasn't it? Yeah. Long. His Uncle Michael watching in the crowd today. Kick towards the top of the square. No mark King, but it won't matter because Holman slams it through. He was Johnny on the spot.
Well, they've defended really well, St Kilda, for the last 10-15 minutes. But they've just broken on the back of constant entries by the Suns, and this one was deep. They got so many more tall options. They got 3 of them down there. And that was just pretty sloppy, allowing Holman to come off the back. I mean, the young Irishman, he's coming in, he doesn't impact it, and he leaves himself exposed. In fact, it might have been Mason Wood.
Jump in road.
Nick Holman, part of the leadership group since 2023. And there is the aforementioned Michael Long, of course, completing the long walk.
He's had a busy weekend
on Friday. His nephew playing out there today. Jones hacks it towards offensive 50. It's cut off by Hewlin. So Hewlin, piercing ball to Miller, and now Jeffrey. That's a long ball.
Good mark.
And a good grab. Caminiti. So here's Keeler. Floating ball out to Wilkie. Play on is the call. And Steele directing traffic. The captain in the middle of the ground. Lie by to Jones and out wide to Burns. Playing on quickly. All that handball never was really going to get to Hill. Was cut off by Fiorini, and then Burns slams it on the boot. Still a chance St Kilda. And there you go, Jared. A push in the back. Going to Collins.
That'll be the first and only today.
It's a high mark game, Jared.
It is.
The team's up around 25 uncontested marks, but certainly hasn't been a slow game, though. They kept the ball moving.
Flat out.
Jones in the Wits direction, not quite. Rowell taken off it. Ball goes to ground.
It's not normally the style of Gold Coast Suns, especially to have this many marks, but they've been able to keep the speed in the game.
Three-time premiership player and Coleman medalist Jonathan Brown in commentary with 1988 Brownlow medalist Gerard Healy. Jones dances around his opponent, got it to Hill and then Clark. Kick was smothered from Rowell. Gives Long a chance. Volleyball tap towards Wilkie. He's grabbed by Rowell. And everything in that passage of play. A little bit of niggle there between Hill and Long, and a ball up. Marshall won it down. Witts gets a second opportunity. Nothing really doing there.
You see there, St Kilda got 3 forwards, so talk about congestion. Jared, yeah, St Kilda have pushed their half forwards up.
Clark with a wobbly ball. Foot race here. Owens and Andrew just flicked back towards Philippou, but Andrew held his footing better. Noble back to Collins. Hewland.
That's the problem. You end up with John Noble free then. So you pick up a lot of footy. They'll try and get the ball in his hands.
Miller.
He's hitting the corridor much more than St Kilda are.
Hitting their targets as well. Ainsworth.
50. You stand, the young fella.
Well, with under 2 minutes of play remaining, just little mistakes can cost you big time.
Well, this rule had been slipping a few weeks ago, Jared, but I feel like there's been a little quiet reminder to the umpires. Let's remember why this rule was brought in.
A harsh lesson for the young man, Toby Trevalier, on his 6th game of AFL, and now Ben Ainsworth, been a Sun since 2016, one of their favourite Suns to come in directly in front. Looking for his 6th goal this year. Ben Ainsworth. It's looking pretty good. A small but select group of people in the crowd who are cheering for the Suns. Roars at home.
Well, they've dominated possession. St Kilda have done really well to limit the score to this, given it's 15 entries to 8, but of the 15 entries, they've kicked 4 goals, 1. So it's
that backing back, Jared. I like that getting paid. I think if you're in the vicinity, you should be forced to stand.
Yep.
So the reason this rule was brought in to try and improve ball flow and encourage teams to move the ball on. If you're going to allow players to back off the mark all the time, it defeats the purpose of the rule.
Yeah, it's bewildering, Brownie, that it's taken so long for the players to adjust. Everyone knows there's a crackdown, so if you don't know what the rule is, well, wake up before it costs you a goal. Unfortunately, it's too late for St Kilda.
Ben Ainsworth, Nick Holman, Ben Long and Sam Closey, the goal kickers for the Gold Coast Suns so far. Windhager to Steele, pushed over after he kicked it, but gets it to Higgins. 3 possessions and they're almost there. The live wire plays on from 56. It's offline and out on the full.
Damien Harvey, you have to be happy with the pressure of the Gold Coast Suns. Over 200. Big trip to Northern Territory. They played some good teams last year. He wouldn't want his team to be flat coming in. He would have been high alert for that, but their energy levels have been good.
Hewlin, swag of players at the fall of the football. Steele trying to find some sort of isolation. So Witz flicks it back. Anderson over the top. Flanders a little chip inboard. Hoping for King. He was beaten to the punch, though. Wilkie doing a good job so far. Keeler under pressure. Kicking board kept it in, but they've coughed it up. Anderson, Rowell, Suns with a chance again.
Oh, keep your eye out for this kid. He is going to be a hell of a player. He's just working into his body. In fact, that's Closey. I thought it was Reed. But he's a wingman who's gone forward and taken a mark inside forward 50, inside the almost the square. And Ross Lyon is down, just arguing the point with the defence.
They've been pretty slick, the Suns, haven't they?
So right on the knocker, Sam Closey looking for his second goal and hits the post. So a little reprieve there for the Saints at quarter time. Been a good start for the visitors, though. 4-2-26 to 1-2-8 Sunday ticket at Marvel Stadium.
She was the face of the network, and suddenly she's gone. China has arrested an Australian journalist working in Beijing.
One day she was there, next day she vanished.
They raided my apartment while I sat in the living room.
You don't know if you'll ever see your family again.
Most of all, I miss my children.
It's as close to wanting to die as I ever got.
Zhang Lei, My Story, premieres Tuesday, June 3 on Sky News.
Ooh, not a great end of the game for the big fella.
Hey, Brownie, are the police looking for leads?
Very funny.
Hey, Brownie, commentary was a bit flat today.
I'll have you going in a few minutes.
Please.
Want me to check your battery? Free of charge.
Good one, Locke. Well played.
All right, good to go. Stay positive.
With UE Comprehensive Car Insurance, everyone on our team is on yours.
The Chemist Warehouse Mayhem half-price cosmetic sale is on now. All big brand cosmetics are half price. All L'Oreal and Maybelline, half price. All Rimmel and Sally Hansen, half price. And all NYX and Nude by Nature, half price. That's right, all big brand cosmetics are half price. So hurry into Chemist Warehouse for the Mayhem sale today. And stock up on all your favourites. Sale ends 28th of May. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Long before the lights and the roar of the crowd, the right preparation is what creates a champion. It requires commitment, discipline, and passion. The work is done. It's time to perform. Musashi, Performance Amplified.
Steel Blue are the most comfortable work boots you'll ever wear. But don't take our word for it. Take Yardie 85s.
Comfortablest boots ever worn. No more cheap for me.
Only the best is for you, Yardie.
Meet Hyundai's winning team. Up front, Ioniq 5N. Through the middle, Kona Hybrid. And Tucson Hybrid. And here's Santa Fe Hybrid. Not just the best in its league. It's the best of the best. Hyundai, winner of 5 Car of the Year awards in 2025.
It's a place for the coaches.
Pickles are coming off and the bacon's going on.
The defenders.
Oi.
And those who love a good smother. What? And at full time, you always go home with the chocolates.
AFL Auskick to the big time. NAB, more than money.
Quarter time Sunday ticket at Marvel Stadium, and it's the Gold Coast Suns by 18 with Nick Holman, Ben Ainsworth, Ben Long, Sam Closey, the goal kickers for the Gold Coast. Mitch Owens, the sole goal kicker for St Kilda. What's been a pretty good start for the Gold Coast Suns, Jonathan Brown.
Yeah, they've been pretty good. I think he'd have to be happy with their pressure. He would have been looking at energy levels coming off the Northern Territory trip where they had 2 really good wins. Another travel this week, but look at that pressure factor. That's an effort indicator, Jared.
Yep.
So really happy with the way his boys started, because he did say to us pre-game he thought his boys might be a little bit flat at the start.
Well, even if you just go to tackles, the contested possessions there up, but the tackle numbers, 24 to 15, it's a fair disparity. But from a tactical perspective, I think St Kilda would be a little bit frustrated with what they're doing with the ball. They've had it intercepted on 15 occasions going into the front half of the ground. 6 of those have been marks. So they've got to get a little bit smarter than just blasting the ball away from contest. No point winning the contest on the wing if you just bang it forward and it goes to the other side of the ground and all of a sudden you're back defending. I think Ross would be happy enough with his pressure, happy enough with the work rate, but just got to get the structure and the decision making a bit better.
Oh, you lost the phone.
Oh. Might have to resort to the emergency phone there. He's even had the presence of mind to try and keep it back together.
Noah Anderson's been fantastic as well. So the captain of the Gold Coast Suns at the match-up, there he is, Marks Windhager on the job, but didn't stop Anderson. 8 disposals, 3 clearances, 2 of those centre bounce clearances, and they were 2 really unpressured clearances at the front of the centre square. So Windhager needs to be mindful of that.
Of course, the Suns coming in beating Hawthorn by 8 in Darwin. West Coast beating St Kilda by 28 last week. 18 points the margin at quarter time as we recommence at Marvel Stadium. Witts slaps it in the Humphrey direction. Taken to ground by Steele.
The Suns have also taken the corridor away. 12 times St Kilda launched off half-back, and only once they were able to get that inside 50, Jared. So got to commend the Suns' defensive setup for that.
Philippou trying to barge through, and another ball up.
This way, throw it, Jared. Play on.
Which just leaning into his opponent. Windhager along the ground to Owens, the sole goal kicker. Skies that one inside 50. Bouncing football might help St Kilda here. Sharman got Hill on the bonds and then got the football back. Sharman, he's pretty classy. Misses.
Yeah, he's a very classy player. Owens probably has just got to develop a little bit more composure. Long bomb up in the air when you get that. There's a handball received target.
Jeffrey. Long one to the wing. No mark from Caminiti. Sinclair kept it in, round the body. Ricocheting football. Hot potato to win here. Reid and also Jones couldn't quite grab it. Windhager hit it hard. And he's wrapped up.
Well, an enormous spoil from McAndrew. He's just got the longest levers in town. He's got one of the biggest leaps. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with second half of the season.
Jones in from the side with the fist. Fiorini. Noble's handball. He's hoping for Holman. O'Connor. Philippou doing a bit of dodging and weaving. Sinclair's kick a scrubber along the ground. It'll work though. Saints with some numbers around the ball. Philippou's darting ball to Sharman. That's better.
Yeah, it's really good. Sharman came forward. Sam Collins dropped back to cover the goal square. So it's good awareness, because quite often under pressure, players that want to bomb the ball. Good composure from a young fella. Lower the eyes.
Well, you want the ball in his hands. He's a good decision maker. He's a class act, Philippou. Missed the first part of the season with I think it was a stress fracture in his leg. But he is potentially a gun of the competition. One that the Saints need to come through in a big way.
Real breakout last year, particularly in the back half of the season. From on the arc, he's given it every chance.
He's improving it with each and every year as well, regarded as an elite forward at this stage.
Noble, 28 years of age, second club, of course, former Pie. Jeffrey. Beautiful drop punt, this one. Caminiti and Reid. Reid lost sight of it. Let's picks it up. Was hoping for Reid, who just got boot to ball somehow. Scrappy play. Sinclair breaks the congestion. Spearing ball inside 50. Punched away from Sharman. Powell at the fall of the ball. Jeffrey for the Gold Coast. Looks into the middle of the ground, and Flanders. Kick was too hot for it. Wanganeen Miller with a bit of pace. Hill's handball smothered. Steele gives Hill a second opportunity. Hill wobbly one inside 50 and cut off by Rowell.
It wasn't Hill's finest 30 minutes, but geez, they're getting it in there, Brownie. They just can't nail it.
The territory this quarter, haven't they, Jerry?
Yeah.
Like you said, they're just going to be able to find that target like they did with Sharman moments ago. Just try and force Gold Coast to kick it along. Of uncontested marks in the first quarter.
So Collins along the wing, Rioli. His kick along the ground, effective enough. Finds Closey. Looking further afield to Miller. Miller looking to hit another target. It's a full forward, 3-on-3. Caminiti not quite. Fiorini, Holman. Back to Rowell. Rowell takes on Philippou, beat him to the punch, low ball. Flanders not quite. Wood tried to smother the football. Flanders picked it up, throws it on the boot. It's not a bad attempt. It's going to be cut off by Wanganeen Miller, who's going to go for a scamper along the back pocket and direct a bit of traffic at the same time. Kicks to a 2-on-1.
Great cover by Will Powell. It's fantastic there. He just read that early on and probably need to go there earlier. I thought it was a better contest there for Mitch Owens versus John Noble. Need to go there a couple of seconds earlier, Matt Wanganeen Miller.
Yeah, loved his work rate though, Wanganeen Miller, at getting back. He was on the half-forward line a minute or so ago.
Witts 10 games away from his 200. It's the free kick. Noble. Long ball towards Humphrey. Long trying to create an opportunity for himself. Tackles and a ball up.
An incredible pick-up, Long, for this unit.
Geez, he has a crack, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's tough. Good competitor.
Witts. Fiorini. Ainsworth. Miller. Skipping through. Handball cut off by Trevelyan momentarily. Flanders. Fleetfoot. Long. Not quite. Rowell taken off it. Wanganeen Miller by hand. Marshall hoping for Steele. Trevelyan did well. Philippou. They've worked their way out well. Owens. They build off half back. Trevelyan goes for a gallop. Another handball inboard. Windhager. Jones has a bit of room. Goes for a bit of a run and then kicks to the top of the square. Tried to set it up for Sharman. Andrew poked his little mitt out though. Was able to intercept. Powell now has it at half back. Won't be a mark, this one. Miller heard the call. He wasn't far away from the umpire. Spreads it wide. Witts. Rowell. Miller kept running. Ran hard. To full forwards. King. Wilkie did well to intercepts. Ball still in play.
They had to go to Reid there.
Wanganeen Miller with the free kick.
Just going back to that last entry by St Kilda, had Zach Jones running into the forward line. There's just no connection there. They didn't know whether to come forward or go back. He didn't know whether to kick long or kick short. There wasn't enough separation.
Sinclair. Kick towards Steele. And also Clark. Got over the football and won it well. Burns can run onto it. Releases Owens. If he can hold onto it, he does. 52 metres out. Spotted Sharman. Somehow got it to him. 35. Stops. Looks at the post and bangs it through.
but able to get the turnover at half-back and get straight through the corridor, Jared. Quickest way home. It was a little bit messy, but this guy started well, Sharman. He's had some
very good
influence in some plays, in some scoring plays in the first quarter and a bit. See here, so good contest there. So well done by the captain. Gets in there, wins that ground ball, flicks it forward by hands. Don't allow Gold Coast to set up behind the ball, which they've been able to do really well. Good finish.
Yeah, could have given it again, but gee, it was a dart when he kicked it. Interesting choice of disposal rather than a handball, but Cooper Sharman, he was within 30 metres.
I was thinking that little kick to Sharman, it's probably not as easy as it looks because he had to stop and find somehow to kick a short one. Handball would have been better, but it worked anyway. Sinclair trying to break away from Witts.
Just a great shot there of how much of a crush it is inside. You haven't got too much room to move or to dilly-dally. It's heats on.
Witts off a step, wobbly entry. It's going to be good enough though. Long.
Yeah, that's a problem. So if you're going to come up to the stoppage, you've got to be willing to give up space in front of the opposition forwards, which they did there in a big hole there. That's a key forward's dream, and this guy's playing like a key forward at times. He was first to react.
I saw him described as a small forward. I think on the AFL website, he's one of the biggest small forwards I've ever seen. He plays like you, Brownie.
Very key Long just to use the shot clock, take a few breaths. Kicking from right on the chalk, looking for the quick reply. And a beautiful looking drop punt. Uncle Michael loved it.
Yeah, absolutely. There with Mark Evans, CEO of the Gold Coast Suns. Absolutely. He'd be forming in front of his uncle. He'd be very happy with that. So look at this stoppage. So yes, Gold Coast comes up to the stoppage. St Kilda players go all the way with him. Wanganeen Miller's there trying to get active. Look at the space. So Keeler, he gets sucked up into the stoppage there. Too much space. He was first to react. That's what I love about Ben Long too. That ball comes down off the ruckman's hand. Take a step forward, Jared. Quite often it'll drop short.
Yeah, it was great vision, Brownie, and well described. You're going to try for congestion. You're going to pay the price if it goes into your forward line.
Great shots there of Uncle Michael Long, who, of course, played 190 games for Essendon. Witts down to Anderson. Anderson round the body somewhat. Sinclair couldn't mark it. Keeler got the football by hand to Clark. Travalia under a bit of pressure, retreats back. Wilkie. High sky ball. Gives his teammates a chance. Hall. Spoilt Noble. Ball up.
A couple of positive signs for Isaac Keeler, Brown. He's had a couple of nice intercepts and handball releases. Young bloke.
Marshall, Jones all getting fingertips to it. And eventually Clark from O'Connell. Spearing ball taken by Collins. That was a good little clunk.
Yeah, that was genuine one-on-one, but they can't bomb it out of stoppage, St Kilda, because they've got no numbers out of the ball.
Newland, Rioli, looping handball. Jeffrey takes on Hall and wins. Down the corridor. Beautiful delivery to Ainsworth. Ainsworth. Powerful kick towards the top of the square. There's a whistle, and it's going to the Gold Coast. Ben King is claiming it, but it's going to be Jed Walter who's going to take it. We'll see the replay in a moment for Jared and Brownie to look at, but Jed Walter, who was spectacular last week in Darwin, took a hanger. Will no doubt be replayed through the year. He's kicked 10 goals this year, looking for his first tonight. He's able just to stab at it and put it through for their 6th goal.
Yeah, good to see him get involved. So he's had a few games where he's able to get free kick goals, but you've got to give yourself that opportunity, Jared. Put yourself in the contest, put yourself in the right spot. Just see that, and he goes to come back at the ball. So and the free kick's there every time. So, but you only get that free kick by forcing your way back at the ball and forcing a mistake by the defender. Wilkie, experienced key defender, but All of them, they'll panic if your man makes a move.
So Jed Walter, he's an exciting player for the Gold Coast Suns. 23rd match today. So much to build on. Owens in the ruck to Steele. Quick entry inside 50. Sharman not quite. Burns overran it. Hill. Handball out to Steele. Wood. Another entry inside 50 to Hall. Hall rakes it in. Round the corner. Top of the square. Wilson sets himself. Sharman in from the side. Wilson got a fingertip to it. Higgins ran onto it. The Burns. And eventually taken out. Pressured by Hewlin. They need this man to fire, Jack Higgins.
Keeping relatively quiet so far is the pressure factor. So Suns have been able to retain most of what they had in the first quarter pressure-wise. St Kilda certainly haven't been able to achieve that.
Miller out of the congestion. Holman being pressured by Trevelyan. Hill came through. And Pires found a free kick. It's going to the Saints. Webster, Wanganeen, Miller. Lack of communication there, but Webster took it. Keeler. They go laterally to Burns.
Geez, I would have loved Keeler to straighten up then. Go all the way at the other side now. Helps Suns get set even more.
Burns to the pocket. Sharman found some air. Higgins dispossessed. Clark with the tackle. And a ball up. 10 minutes and 24 left in this second quarter. Saints needing some scores to build some sort of momentum. Spiralling kick by Closey outside defensive 50. Long by hand to Ainsworth. And then going without it was Hewlin. Long with a little bit of a fumble, but it was good enough. Hack towards the wing. Walter in the air. Down it came to Wanganeen Miller. Dodging, weaving, zigging, zagging. Keeler, Wanganeen Miller, Trevelyan. They hold possession at half-back with a giving plenty of ground. Wilkie, they horseshoe it around now to Hill at half-back. Hill with no one around him. So clearly, St Kilda held up at half-back here. Suns players manning up. Kick-off line gives the Suns a little chance with Humphrey to apply a little bit of a pressure. Paddle forward towards Walter. Keeler with some work to do. Low ball along the wing. Burns. Playing on quickly. Wood. Steele. Jones. Wanganeen Miller up 51 metres out, blazing through the middle. Goes bang with a big drop punt. Could that be the team lifter?
Well, that's why he's such a dangerous player, because he can be released off that half-back line. They nearly gave it back after having a chain of uncontested marks. They didn't hit one target, looked susceptible, but won it back, got it inside the corridor, and this bloke nailed one from outside the forward 50.
Yeah, another goal from half-back this quarter. That's three, Jared. Yeah, and you're right, they were able to switch as much as it was a tough watch there. They did open up the corridor eventually, and Wanganeen Miller, you just see him there floating. See him there floating, waiting for his opportunity, when to take off forward. Eventually, he got his opportunity, and he made the most of it. Good finish.
Damien Hardwick won't be all that happy just looking at Flanders, just tracking him. He had to be with him. He had to nail him.
He's got to have a red light on his head, doesn't he? If you're a Gold Coast player and you see Wanganeen Miller floating through the centre.
Averaged 25 touches last year. Wanganeen Miller, important member of the squad. Gold Coast just trundle it forward 40 metres or so. Clark eventually the first player to pick it up. Wobbly ball over the head of Rioli. Luck's a fortune. St Kilda need a little bit of luck at the moment. Wilson heading towards Higgins. Here's a chance. Sharman usually very clean. 2 goals in 1 minute. They're on their feet. Saints are coming.
Another goal from half-back. They've been able to sort this. He could not move the ball from half-back, Jared, in the first quarter. Been a big change. So Ross has addressed it at quarter time with the boys, and they've been able to get that. That was different to the last goal, of course, but good transition. This from the centre bounce They were able to move and go quick, and Sharman's had a really good first half, I think.
Yeah, he's a dominant player. Brownie, I think it's going to take on, you smash a phone, you get a couple of goals in response. It could be damaging for the budget here at Marvel Stadium.
So the Saints 3-2 in the second quarter.
Oh, it's a good goal, isn't it?
Sharman went to the front like a good crumbing forward should do. In that case, he was crumbing forward. His man, Andrew, went to the back. He had the space. Good finish.
Back to 10 points. Plenty of time in the second quarter left through the legs of Clark. Anderson, Reed. And they go the Gold Coast through Rao. Closey. Three men everywhere. Flanders.
It's been really interesting watching Flanders. He's trying to drag Wanganeen Miller away from the play. As soon as there's a sort of a contest in the middle of the ground, he comes out towards the boundary line. And this time he stayed there. Wanganeen Miller got sucked up the ground, and this time he gets an opportunity.
It's a game of rush and roulette,
It is, yeah. He gets a chance now to square up for Wanganeen Miller as goal.
So Sam Flanders, quite an acute angle. It's going to be a centering ball, and eventually Kamanides just happy to walk it out.
Yeah, it's fair enough having a kick to the top of the square when you've got that much firepower up there. A bit like kick to kick in the old schoolyard. You got three guns going for it, though.
Wanganeen Miller's kick had to be deadly accurate towards Wilson. Two Suns hovering. Coleman handball inboard. Wilson, Burns.
Clever.
Wilson, Jones. Gee, they're under pressure here. Suns everywhere. Anderson, captain, kicks it inside 50, looking for King. Good intercept. They're still alive here, the Suns. Flanders didn't think about the big sticks, goes laterally Ainsworth.
Oh, he's just Cal Wilkie furious for the St Kilda teammates not to be able to get over and support and outnumber in that defensive 50. There was too many Gold Coast Suns who exited that stoppages, ended up free inside 50. That's why Flanders had options.
Yeah, Flanders just... What I've noticed about this Suns team over the last 12 to 18 months, inside forward 50, they are just going to the best option. There's no selfishness there. They are just hitting up targets if they're there.
So looking for his second and to stop the Saints' momentum. It's a beautiful looking kick and completely splits the middle.
Kick well for goal as well, so they're taking their opportunities. Just have a look at this. So the ball goes out to the other side. So this is what Cal Wilkie's getting frustrated at. So he was looking at his St Kilda teammates. Three of them commit inside there tight. So the Suns are able to turn the ball over. They had really good pressure all of the first half. And then when it goes to the other side, he needs his players to turn up. And Cal just not happy with some of the coverage inside there. Jesus, just a smorgasbord of Suns players.
We'll start it with a kick out, though. If you don't hit the target, you are your own worst enemy.
So it was 18 points at quarter time, and with 6:36 left on the clock in the second term. It's back to 17.
5-2 from set shots. Been very good in front of goals, the Suns.
Foot race here, Steele and Jones. Jones, good gather. Travalia. Young man looking to spread it wider. Reading it better was Jeffrey. Had Anderson there for help, and also Noble. Noble threading the needle. Wobbly one, but it's good enough to Long.
Keeps him honest. He's on Jack Sinclair there. Dangerous halfback flanker. Leads hard of the ball. Ben Long. Bit of a miss kick there, but he's coming forward to meet it. That's why.
It's a turnover, though, Brandon. They're just haven't got quite the class, the skill level of the opposition. You turn the ball over under heat, it's coming straight back at you.
So their set shots been pretty good, the Gold Coast. They're taking their opportunities. Ben Longie's kick two. This is not going to be a bad kick either. It's another one.
An old coach once said to us, most underrated stat in football, Matt, is the goal kicking accuracy. 8 goals, 3 to the Gold Coast Suns today. It's been a real feature of this second quarter. Ross Lyon had a bit of a laugh about it. He's probably laughing at this turnover. Just a sloppy kick, young player. Well done by Jeffrey to come up and meet it, though.
It does really cook you, though. You get your turnover, and then you're coming at the ball. And this bloke is so damaging. Ben Long, he does rarely miss. Having a super season.
Just watch that ball like Brownie does on the golf course.
Yeah. Might end up in the trees, though.
So Gold Coast steady the ship after St Kilda had a good 5 or 6 minutes. Anderson off the ground. Miller throws himself over the ball, grabbed by Steele. Ball it up.
Great bounce by the umpire. We don't give enough credit for the good bounces, Brad.
Oh, you like that?
That one nearly hit the roof.
It's tough. Doing that at kids' training the other night. Hit me in the forehead. Took Miller, 13 disposals. He's the most of the Gold Coast Suns. Most is Wanganeen Miller for St Kilda, 16 disposals and a goal.
Hall couldn't quite pick it up, so just got it onto the boot. Higgins is there scrapping for it with Powell, and that's exactly what it is, some scrappy football and another ball up.
Clearance numbers pretty even, Jared.
Yeah.
About even all the way through. Centre bounces even as well.
There's a lot even about this whole game, Brandy. It's just ball use. It's just being able to maintain possession. There's one on the outside of the foot.
Yeah. Noble trying to centre it. Long couldn't quite pick it up. Sinclair does. He's taken in a tackle by Fiorini. Not in the back. Some of the St Kilda fans wanting that, but
they don't pay much anymore, do they? That in the back.
Don't start, Jared. Don't start.
Should have remembered who I was calling with.
I'm not biting.
Anderson and Windhager running for it. Windhager takes it over.
Well, you look at some.
This was Jared before the game.
Yeah.
Oh,
jeez.
John Noble. Wasn't watching, but you'd think you'd be able to negate that before a game.
Up like Georgie Wardlaw from last night. Crook nose.
Jones and Wilkie leave defensive 50, and look at the foot race here. Hill coming from behind. Jeffrey at the front, pats it to himself. Well, that's got to be insufficient. It is.
Yeah, it's good. He's under pressure from Brad Hill. Great chase there by Hill. It's fantastic.
The thing is, he was a lot of steps behind too. He probably knew if he put enough pressure on that there was a possibility he could get an insufficient intent.
The ball never really sat up for him, did it, Jeffrey? Just hoping it'd pop up.
Sinclair. Hoping for Hall and Owens. Came to Noble instead, front and square. Long. Walter. He can be so exciting back with the flight. Just couldn't quite grab it though. Rise smile as he tried to grab it. Pressured by Caminiti, and another free kick.
A bit fumbly though, Walter.
He has.
Yeah, just...
Miller down the throat of Flanders.
Been lively this guy.
What was Caminiti thinking, Brownie, when he whacked that across the line?
Yeah, that was pretty obvious, that one, compared to the last one for the Suns.
Flanders inboard to Miller.
He sees the field really well. Flanders makes good decisions.
He does.
Just waited there. Quite often that one opens up, that option late.
Tuke Miller. Father gave his teammates a message before the match last week. All gas, no brakes. They went on to win, of course, over the Hawks by 8.
Had a ripper too.
For his 12th goal this year, just inside 50. Another beautiful set shot. They're kicking so well, the Gold Coast. They're 9th.
Geez, he's a good kicker goal, Brandy, now. Tuke Miller, he was always a very talented player, but he's just grown into the ultimate professional. Been there for a long time now, obviously. He's been through the captaincy. He's now just he's a legend of this footy club. He really is. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they named the best and fairest medal after him at some stage. He's signed when others left.
He's been a constant, hasn't he?
He has been the constant. Led the way
most goals in his career in the season so far. Very similar inside 50s, 12-10 in favour of the Suns, but they've kicked so well, especially their set shot goal kicking, 5 goals won.
Injury concern on the boundary line for St Kilda Max Hall. It looks to be an ankle injury in the hands of the trainers. He did limp off pretty heavily.
Sarah Jones on the boundary, thank you. The sub for St Kilda is Hugh Boxall. Incidentally, Malcolm Roses is the sub for the Gold Coast.
That was
Miller,
amazing.
Hewland, straight up the spine. Sends it to goal. Reed, he's got it. He's dragged it in. Camillini was all over him like a cheap suit, but he was still able to grab it.
Look at the power of Humphries.
Humphrey looked like a WWE wrestler. He just came off the turnbuckle, hit the deck, got up, splattered bodies all around him, got up and nailed the kick.
Don't like making comparisons with him because the coach compared him to Dusty last year, put a bit of pressure on him, but it's Gary Ablett Jr. like, wasn't it?
The 19-year-old Reed is going to miss everything. Still going to land in play. Just kick the belly of the football and out. Ethan Reed, pick number 9 in the 2023 draft, as one of 4 to join from the Gold Coast Academy. Locked in until 2028 as a Gold Coast Sun, as the Umpies have a conference.
Got a few more to come this year too, Matt, from the Gold Coast Suns Academy through the draft.
Jared, Rowan.
It'll keep the Melbourne clubs happy.
I think Ross might do another editorial.
What did he call him before the game?
No, I can't remember. Pemba, was it?
The Nepo.
The Nepo babies.
You reckon that was accidental? You saying that, or you reckon there might have been a message?
Too much leaves Ross's mouth pre-planning. There is a commission meeting next week, isn't it?
The disposals there in the forward 50 this quarter.
Steele. Wanganeen Miller. Handball. The front of Philippou, who got rid of it. Humphrey on a barge through. It's a big man. Takes on 2 or 3. Ball up.
It's easy to get carried away with the Suns. They are flying. But the Saints, like, they're 10 spots on the ladder between themselves and their opposition, and they're doing a hell of a lot right. They've just got to get just better at a number of things across the board, but in particular going inside forward 50.
Anderson out to Jeffrey. Good spotting. Was hoping for King. Swallow almost got a fingertip to it as well. Sinclair. Wanganeen Miller fumbling. King's there on the scene. Wanganeen Miller pounds it out.
Right, outside fire. Yeah, you're out.
Kicking efficiency at 55% for Wanganeen Miller. It's probably a reflection of the pressure that he's now under, although he's had a couple of kicks where it hasn't been.
Outside the boundary.
But he's such a damaging unit. You want the ball in his hand. He's had 18. It's the most. He gets the kick-outs as well.
So Jeffrey short to Collins, and then Andrew in the middle of Marvel Stadium. Ainsworth.
Outside 5. Play on. You.
Now, ball down the corridor and easily chopped off. Wood.
It's been a great pickup. He's had a terrific career at the Saints.
Wood back with the flight of the ball. Philippou. There's a man running for him in Wilson. Goes further afield to half forward. Owens. Good grab. He had Powell right there with him. Owens done some good things in the first half. Floating football, was hoping for Sharman, but not accurate enough, and Andrew read it better. 37 seconds left in the first half. It was at quarter time 18. It's now 29 points. Newland, Miller. Heard Anderson coming. Rioli. Gee, they're classy when they get the ball moving. Philippou's handball. Windhager off the slingshot to Steele. Is there one more chance for the Saints before the siren? Can it sit up for Burns? It did, but he was grabbed in a good tackle and ball it up.
Yeah, a couple of passages, one for the Gold Coast, one for the Saints, just broke down because of poor skill.
So Whitson Marshall could be the last passage of play here. Anderson wrapped up in a 2-man tackle. And the umpire will go through the motions with 1 second left on the clock. And that is it. So the main goal kickers for the Gold Coast. Ben Long with 3 has been a real feature, and also Ben Ainsworth with 2. They've extended their lead at half-time, the visitors. It's the Gold Coast Suns leading 57 to 28. A little bit of exchanging of telephone numbers out there before the half-time break, but that is settling down. Stay with us. It is the Gold Coast by 29.
This is going to be a nail-biter. Unbelievable. Hard to take your eyes away from this most intense battle. That is as good as it gets in supercar competition.
At Coles, it's time to raise your fork and help support the fight against MND. Last year, with our Aussie pork farmers, we raised $9.3 million together to help fund vital research and care initiatives. This year, let's do it again. Because when you buy select Coles brand 100% Aussie pork, 10 cents from each pack sold is donated to fight MND. So grab your beanie and some pork to help support the fight against MND at Coles.
If you don't use your annual extras limits within a year, your health insurer probably takes them away and they get sucked into the infinite black hole of nothingness.
Unless you're with AHM this financial year, because they're rolling over most unused extras, so they don't disappear.
Which means if you join by June 30, you could get up to double the extras limits until July 2026.
Don't lose your unused extras. Join AHM by June 30. With AHM, you're good.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns.
Good night!
I'll see you tomorrow.
That's it.
Yep.
Imagine being rushed to hospital and your life changing in an instant. Imagine going through hundreds of tests. And 46 weeks of chemo. Now imagine you're a child. That's why Starlight exists. To bring happiness to seriously ill children when they need it most. Because happiness matters.
Go Harvey Norman, trade in and save. Up to $700 on selected home entertainment. Up to $500 on fridges, dishwashers and laundry. Up to $200 on coffee machines and floor care when you trade in your old appliance, working or not. At Harvey Norman now.
AFL legend Jason Dunstall is about to score again with the new Macca's Footy Bundle only on DoorDash.
Sorry, couldn't find the doorbell.
Macca's Footy Bundle, only $9.98 for new DoorDash customers.
The AFL. If you were in on it, you'd know that Collingwood hates Carlton, but everyone loves Collingwood. You'd know about Lock to Honour, the Harris kick, and how we invited the Irish. It's the AFL, the national game with a national backstory, and it's time to get in on it.
Welcome back to the Sunday Ticket. It is the Gold Coast Suns leading it by 29 points. Their accuracy has been excellent. 9 goals, 3. They are the 4th best side across the AFL for accuracy this season. Brownie, good kicking is good footy.
Absolutely. Oh, Coach Lee Matthews used to say
yes,
that.
The great Lethal.
Very underrated stat, though. And they were long kicks as well. So Tuke Miller had a fantastic kick there towards the end. So it was really good, setting up the ground in their favour. I think Ross Lyon spoke to us pre-game and said he wanted to set the field better than they have the last couple of weeks. I think Gold Coast has been able to do that better.
What about the performance of Ben Long? He is having a marvellous season to date. 3 goals today. And if you have a look across his career at St Kilda, 79 matches, never kicked more than 2 goals. In his 41 for the Gold Coast Suns, he's scored more than 3 8 times.
And look at what they're doing here. So dangerous here for St Kilda to go up to the stoppage with the Suns forwards. creates space, and you don't want to leave Ben Long on his own in one-on-one situations at the moment because he does read the ball really well. He comes forward, whether that be a lead up in that contested situation, and he goes back and kicks well for goal. So he's been very influential in that first half, Sarah.
What about the matchup between Ben King and Cal Wilkie? Ben King has not bothered the statistician yet.
I know. Geez, he'd have some soul searching to do in the rooms at half-time. But fortunate enough for him, though, he looks up at the scoreboard and they're in front. So it's been a good battle. Cal Wilkie's a premier defender in the competition, isn't he? So, you know, that's been a challenge for Ben King. Hopefully he can work his way in the second half. Great thing about playing key forward or close to goal is you don't have to have a big game, but you can have a big couple of minutes and influence the result for your team. So points go to Cal Wilkie in that first.
What about St Kilda's ability to move the ball from their back line, their transition and ball movement, a lot better in the second term than it was in the opening quarter?
Non-existent. 12 times they tried in the first quarter from half back. Only once they were able to get inside 50, let alone score. Much better in that second quarter. 4 goals from the back half there. They originated from half back, so they're able to move the ball better. They got it back into the corridor a couple of times, which they weren't able to do, Sarah, in that first quarter. Clearly the Suns were very conscious of it. Wanganeen Miller is the man there. He was just waiting. So the Suns defenders or the midfielders need to be red alert. When Wanganeen Miller is just prowling through the middle of the ground, someone's got to get to him.
We spoke to Damien Hardwick before the game. We know that the Suns have been on the road a lot lately, a lot of travel. He was worried about how they might begin the game, whether they might be a little bit sluggish. But Brownie, any concerns in the second half about their ability to run this one out if St Kilda try to run them off their legs?
Well, look, maybe. They've had a 10-day break, and I would have been, like Dimmer, more concerned about the start, the flatness levels. Their pressure was over 200 in the first quarter, good again in the second quarter. So I think the issues have sort of, you know, issues probably non-existent now. I think they just continue on that blueprint they had in that first half. They were very good.
Well, it has been a promising opening half by the Gold Coast Suns. After the break, we head to the newsroom and catch up with David Zeta for everything that is making news across round 11.
Touring at Macca's, the new Tennessee barbecue range with smoky barbecue and honey mustard sauce, crispy onions and 100% Aussie beef. But only on tour for a limited time.
I'm with one.
Mum. I just got my first one.
I started smiling.
Well, we're both with one.
Took him a while though.
Together. I heard nearly 6 million Australians have one.
You too could be better off with a super fund run for you. Just look for the symbol.
You know your dog is healthy on the inside because it shows on the outside. Take a closer look. The brightness of their eyes, the shine of their coat, that vibrant energy. New Purina One with prebiotic fibre helps to support their healthy gut microbiome, visibly improving your dog's health from the inside out. New Purina One. Visible health for life.
Steel Blue are the most comfortable work boots you'll ever wear. But don't take our word for it. Take Ball Ballers.
Super comfy. And my feet don't stink for the missus.
You're welcome, Mrs. Boiler.
Meet Hyundai's winning team. Up front, Ioniq 5N. Through the middle, Kona Hybrid. And Tucson Hybrid. And here's Santa Fe Hybrid. Not just the best in its league. It's the best of the best. Hyundai, winner of 5 Car of the Year awards in 2025.
Pepper Money.
Flexible. Helpful. Can do.
Talk to Pepper Money. Really helpful. Loan options. Pepper Money.
Go Harvey Norman. Tax time deals on now. Hot deals on big brand laptops from just $328. Computer monitors on sale from a low $98. Buy before June 30 to claim in this year's tax return. Go Harvey Norman now.
If you're looking for the biggest stories, seriously good analysis of all things footy, or if you just want to watch these jokers, well, there's only one place.
Waiting at the back for his fifth. A handful for Shelley. And the Adelaide Crows take care of business. Their 7th win of the season and they leap into the top 4.
Yes, a dominant performance by the Adelaide Crows as we head into the newsroom and join David Zita. They headline a big performance today.
Yeah, Josh Rochelle, what a game from him. A handful of goals, 5 goals for the Crows forward, and it does mean that the Crows do remain in the top 4. So a great result for Matthew Nicks. Now, they were just 4 points up at one point during the second quarter, but then ultimately they powered away. They kicked 10 of the next 12 goals to run away with that 66-point win. A big result for them. Now, Matthew Nicks spoke post-game. He was quite impressed with the fact that rather than in seasons past, this time around they were able to turn it around in-game. This was him a short time ago after the win.
So to be able to fix that in-game is a great result. In previous years, it might be one where you see 4 quarters of the same and we come out maybe with a small win or we lose the game of footy. So, you know, there's a lot of positive to come out of today. But as a coach, I do sit here probably a little excited about the fact that we're still going to learn something from this game.
Now, there was an injury concern for Jake Waterman, a significant injury concern. He came off the ground with a dislocated shoulder. He limped from the field or just came off very slowly with the help of medical staff. He has gone to hospital. Andrew McWalter confirmed post-game, so he will not fly back with the side, and they are going to assess the extent of the damage. Of course, no Jeremy McGovern in their back 50, and now no Jake Waterman in their forward 50, so a big blow for them looming for the Eagles. Now, a bit of a blow delivered by Ross Lyon with you, Sarah Jones, earlier today in the pre-match. Now, the Gold Coast Suns not given a massive rap by Ross Lyon. This is what he had to say pre-game when he's speaking to you.
Ross, we just spoke to Damien Hardwick, who says he relishes these tactical battles against you as a coach. What are we going to see today, do you think?
Oh, you know, I'm a little bit concerned. They're chock full of talent, aren't they? The AFL Nepo baby.
Not sure that the AFL would take that overly well, or Damien Hardwick post-match, but we'll see. Just one of many little barbs that Ross Lyon seems to deliver to clubs left, right and centre so far this season. So he certainly gives you some entertainment value. Now, Alex Pearce, there could be a tribunal on Tuesday night. There has been a 3-match ban offered to the Dockers skipper for an incident with Darcy Byrne-Jones. It left him concussed. Now, ultimately, the MRO assessing that he turned. He didn't contest the ball at the time he made contact, and it wasn't reasonable in the circumstances. So a really difficult call. We know how the system works. It has to be a 3-match ban or 0 given the sanctioning and the way that impact works. Ultimately, Alex Pearce, a 3-match ban. Expect the Dockers to challenge this at the tribunal. Another test case looms. Plenty of drama. No shortage, Jonesy, on a busy Sunday so far.
Oh, there never is. It is certainly a game that keeps delivering the big headlines. Thank you very much to David Zita in the newsroom. Well, the kids, they'll have a great show and tell story at school tomorrow. They're having a kick in the middle of Marvel Stadium. The NAB AFL Oz Kickers having a wonderful time in the middle. We'll have second half action here from Marvel Stadium after the break.
We bought a castle.
Welcome!
We're hosting all kinds of events while we're renovating.
Careful, careful!
What did I get myself into?
New series, Queen of the Castle. Thursdays 1:30 on Arena or watch on demand.
Some say John Jameson didn't just create an incredibly smooth whiskey, but the world's largest family. Now, they don't share DNA, but they do share the same warm spirit. A welcoming bunch who don't take themselves too seriously. And while they've never been to Ireland, they share our smooth Irish ways. Must be part of the family. Must be a Jameson.
The defendant claims he was craving Red Rooster's Buffalo Crunch.
Saucy.
Guilty.
What? Surrender to the sauce. The rooster's calling.
What are you up to?
Just about to double our network.
Wow.
Double coverage activated. Double coverage activated.
Return to route.
Double coverage activated.
Now with double the network coverage, make your move to Vodafone.
Pepper money.
Flexible. Helpful. Can do.
Talk to Pepper Money. Really helpful. Loan options. Pepper Money.
Bunnings Trade's got tax time sorted with big deals on big brands. You can score big with the heavy hitters like Makita, DeWalt, AEG, Hasload and loads more. You can also get the win with instant in-store bonuses and battery trade-in offers. So you can kick goals at tax time. Don't miss our big deals on big brands. But hurry, ends June 30. That's tax time sorted at Bunnings Trade.
The new Hurricane Ram 1500 delivers the unexpected in pickup trucks. Unexpected luxury and unexpected power. The new Hurricane-powered Ram 1500 is unrivaled. Ram.
With Snapdragon, there's no limit to what you can do and what you can discover on the fastest PCs with multi-day battery life. Unlock your potential with Snapdragon at the heart of your PC. Shop the range at Harvey Norman now.
The defendant claims he was craving Red Rooster's Buffalo Crunch.
Saucy.
Guilty.
What? Surrender to the sauce. The rooster's calling.
The AFL. If you were in on it, you'd know that Collingwood hates Carlton, but everyone loves Collingwood. You'd know about Locks to Honour, the Harris kick, and how we invited the Irish. It's the AFL, the national game with a national backstory, and it's time to get in on it.
At half-time at Marvel Stadium, it's the Gold Coast Suns by 29 over St Kilda. Welcome back to the Sunday tickets. Even though it is the Gold Coast Suns' way, Gerard Healy, St Kilda hasn't done that much wrong.
They've had a genuine crack right across the board. We know they're down on talent. They're down just basically on development at this stage. They've got some young kids coming through, but so too have the Gold Coast, clearly. And as Ross admitted at the early part of or prior to the match, they've got a burgeoning amount of talent. But the guys that they've got in, the Saints, one of them, Jack Higgins, I mean, he's one of their match winners, and he's just had 3 touches. So they've really done a good job on Jack. A combination of Powell and Newland have smothered him. He's just had 3 touches. He needs to kick 3 or 4 goals a game for the Saints forward line to operate at its best. And on the other side of the pack, Brownie, you got blokes like Tuke Miller. If we've described a lot just how good a player he is. He's kicked 1 goal. It was a magnificent goal. He's had 17 touches. He's had his clearances. He's had plenty of contested possession. But you know, he's about their 4th or 5th best midfielder at this stage.
Yeah, no, he's been fantastic, hasn't he? 5 score involvements, 5 inside 50 as well. He's dynamic.
Just goes to show their depth, though.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, and they're building that depth, and it's important. To compete like the teams like your Brisbane's, Collingwood, of course. You know, you need that depth of midfield. Western Bulldogs starting to work their way up as well. So the Suns have been able to build that out. They've got a premier ruckman in Jared Witts. It gives them first use of the ball quite often. Noah Anderson's doing a good job. He's had that Windhager tag on him. He's been able to still get clearances, 5 clearances, 4 of those centre bounce clearances. So, and some of those have been really unpressured too, haven't they, Jared? So Windhager needs to really clamp down at these centre bounce scenarios.
2 players out there today from opposing squads on Coleman watch. Of course, we know Jeremy Cameron leads at the moment on 33, but we've got King sitting on 29 and Higgins on 28.
Matty Rowell's interesting. He's had 10, 3 contested only. Normally he's the complete reverse.
So we kick off the second half. Rowell to Anderson, the first foray forward for the Suns. Long probing ball. Flanders worked his way to the front, couldn't mark it. Walter picked it up. Quick fire handball towards Reed, cut off by Sinclair. And gets a free kick for his troubles. So Sinclair retreats out to Philippou and Wood across the half-back line. Tight ropes the boundary. Steele. And he comes to Trevelyan.
You see the changes here, so they slow the game down, St Kilda, so very early on in this quarter, building the uncontested marks. We've seen this before, St Kilda, sort of early in the season against Geelong when they were able to take the game away from the Cats here at Marvel Stadium. They followed a similar path.
Wobbling ball. Not marked. Clark over the top, hoping that the Sun was foraging it under. Closey. Clark asked the question. Let's run it down. And Hager. Only as far as Humphrey. And Anderson. Sinks the foot into it. Wilkie with the spoil at the back. Bouncing ball. Humphrey and Steele first on the scene. Eventually Humphrey walks it out. So what are you expecting to change in this second half from the Saints, Jonathan?
Well, clear that to me looks like direction from the coach at the start of the third quarter there to chip the ball around, maybe slow the game. The Suns like a quick game. They like the ball to be moving in free flow quite often. So the game may slow down. Just wait for their opportunity, the Saints. However, they are behind by about 5 goals on the scoreboard, so they've got to get moving.
Closey with a shallow sky ball. Marshall fumbled it. Anderson picked it up. Noble. Kick inside 50. Punched away from Fiorini. Rioli with the crumbs. Shrugs the tackle. Back to Fiorini. Gets a little bit of time. Good ball towards Reed. Couldn't quite stretch. Trevelyan picked it up. Takes it to ground. Still in play. Long is in there. It paddles around. Fiorini. Ainsworth. Rioli. Sells a bit of candy. Breaks one. Breaks two. Handball to the side. Little bit hot for Fiorini up against the boundary line. Kept it in. Long couldn't mark it. Spoiled by Webster. Webster's handball in the danger zone. Humphrey affects the tackle. Ball up.
And King on the bench.
Well, he hasn't really had much of it.
Touch.
Just been maybe a little bit tall down there, and it's a good chance to see Walter as the main man.
Anthony Miller scampers away from the stoppage. Long ball to the wing. Andrew at the back. Spoils Owens and out.
Tough matchup it is for Owens.
Yeah.
Speak to Gadget Arms. Mac Andrew. See the bench there. Good bit of talent.
Jonathan Brown, Garrett Healy in co-commentary today. Australia 3-time premiership player and Coleman medalist. Brownlow medalist in 1988. 88 rather, Jared Healy. And Sydney to Hobart winner no less. Windhager. Wangadine Miller out to Wood. Wood sinks his left boot into it and it's offline.
That's the prototype though. That's what they've done with stoppage. You want to bring numbers up there. You can have outnumbered behind the ball. You need to handball chain out of those stoppage scenarios, Matt. So you asked what's needed? Well, that would be needed. That's clearly a direction from the St Kilda midfield coach. Much better. Haven't seen enough of that, Jared, throughout the first half.